stellar worker. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 51, Blatant. In the world of immortal cultivation, anything is possible. There are legends of low-rank talent soaring to the sky, refining a golden elixir or even a primordial infant, and ascending to immortality without restraint. Fang Xing looked at Chen Yi, his mind racing. I never thought this man, in his old age, would finally encounter such a chance. If Chen Yi and Fu Qing had fallen out over such an opportunity, it would be perfectly reasonable. But outwardly, he remained completely silent. Thank you? Do you have a gift? Chen Yi was startled, clearly a little overwhelmed by Fang Xing's bluntness. Fortunately, he was no ordinary person. He was only stunned for a moment before giving a soft smile. Of course, whoosh! A flash of light. Fang Xing saw Chen Yi slap his waist, and a flash of light appeared in the living room, revealing a long sword. The sword was 3 feet 3 inches long, dark black, slightly wider than the previous tanking sword, and had a double-edged edge. Just staring at it, Fang Xing felt a sting in his eyes. A storage bag? You actually have a storage bag? And, could this be a blood-refined artifact? Fang Xing was genuinely surprised. This storage bag wasn't the one at the auction, but it was no small feat. Even the cheapest of them would be worth thousands of spirit stones. And this longsword, clearly a blood-refined artifact, must be worth at least over 100 spirit stones. This sword is called ink pattern. I'll give it to you, fellow Taoist. Chen Yi smiled casually and handed the ink pattern sword to Fang Xing. Excellent sword. Fang Xing took it, sensing the weight of the jet black blade, which weighed around 16 pounds. Its swift movements might seem heavy to some warriors, but for him, it was just right. Of course it's a fine sword. Swords have always been gifted to heroes. Please accept it. In the future, please take better care of Fiu. Chen Yi sighed. In that moment, Fang Xing actually felt a certain sincerity in his words. In the martial world, one cannot help oneself. Is this even more true in the world of immortal cultivation? Haha, after all, isn't it just that he's reluctant to give up his immortality? No, he deliberately came here to chat with me. Is it really just to express his gratitude? Fang Xing's expression remained unchanged, but a hint of suspicion lingered within him. Honestly, if he weren't worried about the laser rifle's power attracting the Qingxuan sex law enforcement team and Foundation establishment cultivators, which would be difficult to explain later, he would have wanted to shoot Chen Yi in the head, letting him know that the days of late-stage key training cultivators ignoring warriors were over. After all, a storage bag worth thousands of spirit stones, leaving it in the market, was already sufficient grounds for murder and robbery. Never mind, I'm a good young man from the interstellar era. Killing and robbing for greedy money isn't my style. The most important thing is, I'm gold and jade, he's rubble. Why bother? Fang Xing was about to serve tea and see him off. Suddenly, an alarm blared from his arms. What's this? Chen Yi's face was filled with confusion as he watched Fang Xing put on a pair of glasses. This is just a little tactical device from the secular world. Please excuse my laughter, fellow Taoist. Fang Xing rambled on with a serious face, then saw the images beamed from the numerous puppets surrounding him. Chen Yi's movements as he approached seemed full of subtle movements. Not only was some powder leaking from the soles of his shoes, but he was also secretly performing some kind of hand seal. Initially, these movements hadn't reached the alarm threshold, but the presence of several spies accompanying Chen Yi caused the alarm Fang Xing had set to go off. This guy is utterly wicked. He's deliberately coming here to talk nonsense, just to deflect the blame. In an instant, Fang Xing understood a great deal. Whatever secrets or hidden agenda the other party held, this behavior was simply putting himself at risk. With this thought, he reached into his bosom and pulled out a silver-white laser gun. These secular tactical devices are actually quite ingenious. Haha. Interesting, Chen Yi sneered, his lips curling slightly. Even if this warrior discovered it, so what? He'd already reached the late stage of key training. In this world, even a peak Xianshan warrior is at most on par with a mid-stage key training cultivator. Late-stage key training cultivators are invincible among warriors. This kid seemed to have some background and strength, just enough to ward off those pursuing him and draw some of the enemy's firepower. What he didn't expect was that he seemed to have already seen through his flaws. When had he been exposed? Or had they never trusted him from the beginning? However, no matter how he struggled, the outcome was the same. What kind of contraption was this? It lacked even a trace of mana. It was clearly made by a mortal. A mere mortal contraption, thinking it could kill an immortal? Even the Qing Yuan shield attached to his top-grade robe wouldn't be able to penetrate it. The next instant, a flash of white light appeared, instantly appearing in front of Chen Yi. His robe shimmered, and the passive defense of Qing Yuan shield activated, but he was a step too slow. Bang! Chen Yi's headless body fell to the ground, his robe shimmering with light, revealing a cyan shield that enveloped the headless corpse. Sadly, it had no effect. Even the robe, deprived of its owner magical support, instantly dissipated its Qing Yuan Zha spell. HMPH, whatever your plans, I'll deal with them with one move. Overturn the chessboard. Whatever you want to do, I'll just kill you and be done with it. After all, I'm a reckless warrior. As for secrets and treasures, Fang Xing wasn't tempted at all. After all, he was sitting on a mountain of treasure, and he wouldn't care about these trifles. Recalling that scene, he felt quite emotional. Generally speaking, a cultivator's robe is standard equipment, especially for those in the middle stage of key training and above. It's the equivalent of the Blue Star Federation's protective suit. A robe usually has a built-in protective spell that can be activated passively. Therefore, wearing it greatly increases safety. If I had attacked him with my sword just now, even if Chen Yi couldn't react, the shield would have certainly blocked the blow. No wonder cultivators in the middle and late stages of key training look down on warriors in this world. Without the advantage of close-range surprise attacks, warriors are indeed less likely to pose a threat to cultivators, but how fast is the laser beam? It actually penetrated Chen Yi's head before the robe's protective spell could be activated. Therefore, this robe has survived intact, undamaged, Fang Xing pondered, his hands moving swiftly. After donning gloves, he stripped Chen Yi's robe and expertly began to search the corpse, pulling out a gray, unremarkable storage bag from his waist. There was also a pair of spiritual boots, tanned from some unknown monster hide. The surface shimmered with spiritual patterns, making it clear they were no ordinary item. After looting everything, Fang Xing stared solemnly at the gaping hole in the roof. This was the result of the laser rifle fire. That old bastard, even in death, he's still causing me trouble. He quickly descended to the basement and ordered most of the puppets to retreat to their makeshift camp. He then tore open several fireball talismans, reducing all the artifacts from the interstellar era to ash. Above, several yellow sparrows surged in speed, catching up with a spiritual bird and tearing it apart like hawks hunting prey. Having done all this, Fang Xing calmly walked out of his home, carrying his bag on his back. In his hand, he held the ink-patterned sword Chen Yi had just given him. Although he hadn't yet refined this blood-refined magical weapon, its inherent sharpness made it a rare and powerful weapon. Following the surveillance camera's guidance, Fang Xing approached a middle-aged man leaning against the wall, who looked like a gangster. "What do you want?" The middle-aged man's expression changed, and he reached into his arms. The next moment, clang! A flash of inky light, and the sword rang out. The middle-aged man's expression froze, his talisman casting movement slowing to a crawl. A gentle glint crossed his eyes, seemingly reflecting something. Then, he looked down and saw the tip of the sword piercing his neck. The ink-patterned sword was incredibly sharp, yet Fang Xing's blade pierced his neck with the same precision, evidently demonstrating his mastery of force. After dispatching one spy, Fang Xing dashed off to another location. There, a cultivator carrying a shoulder pole, resembling a peddler, had a drastic change of expression. A flash of light emanated from his ceremonial robe beneath the hemp robe, and a vast ochre-colored light curtain emerged, transforming into a spherical shield that protected his entire body. Sure enough, I'm still too slow. Not as fast as a laser, Fang Xing sighed, his sword trembling. In a flash, he thrust 3 times through the ochre-colored light curtain. Snap! The cultivator's robes were clearly of inferior quality, and the ochre-colored shield was even inferior to Chen Yi's Qing Yuan shield. Pierced by the black-patterned sword, the earthy yellow light suddenly rippled like water. How could a cultivator in the light shield have ever seen such exquisite, yet extremely brutal swordsmanship? He was so frightened that his hands were shaking as he reached for his magic weapon. The next moment, Fang Xing flicked the sword with his finger. Amid the sound of the sword, the cultivator's expression was dazed, a tear slipped from the corner of his eye, and the flying knife magic weapon in his hand fell to the ground. When he came to his senses, he saw the light shield shattered, and a piece of the sword tip had already sunk into his throat. He fell to the ground, his expression still dazed, as if recalling his first love. With a last glimpse of his eyes, he saw a figure picking up his magic weapon and walking away. After eliminating the stalkers, Fang Xing continued to walk to shed number 66. "Why are you here, young master?" Hua Fiayu opened the door and saw Fang Xing. Her eyes flickered, and she chuckled. "Do you want me to accompany you in practicing the 7 Emotion Sutra? Ahem, business." Fang Xing coughed and slipped into the house. He glanced at the furnishings and nodded secretly. With the surveillance, this woman hadn't betrayed him yet, so she was trustworthy. "What's the matter?" Hua Fiayu's expression grew serious, noticing a murderous aura about this young man. "Chen Yu just came to me and asked me to take care of you, but in reality, he's trying to deflect the blame," Fang Xing sneered. "I've already killed him and am leaving the market soon. You should stay out of the way and spread a message." "What news?" Hua Fiayu's face was filled with shock and confusion, confused as to why things had suddenly escalated to this point. "A great opportunity has emerged in the 5 Scorpion Valley. Chen Yi and the Black Tiger Gang are at odds over this, and it could even be a fight to the death," Fang Xing sneered, ready to make a big move. Even Hua Fiayu and the others were kept in the dark about the 5 Scorpion Valley. He had only guessed, concluding that a great opportunity for cultivators had emerged there. The probability was only 40–50%. But it didn't matter. Since Chen Yu wanted to frame him, he simply fabricated the rumor. He would make what was once known only to Chen Yi and the Black Tiger Gang public knowledge. Whatever Chen Yi or the other masterminds were planning, he would exaggerate it, ideally leading it directly to the Kingshan sect. "Do you have any useful cultivators around you?" Fang Xing asked again. Hua Fiayu hesitated for a moment before gritting her teeth and saying, "There's a wandering cultivator named Hong Kengayan, at the 2nd level of key training. He saw that business was booming here and wanted to work with me. I've dealt with him a few times before, so he's generally trustworthy." Then spread the word. "The key points are the 5 Scorpion Valley, Chen Yi, and the Black Tiger Gang. Then we'll stay hidden for a while. You don't need to come to me during this time." Although he didn't know what Chen Yi was planning, he knew that the auction had been intended to attract a large force. Fang Xing pushed, adding fuel to the fire. After all, he knew the personalities of the cultivators in the market town very well. They were all a bunch of greedy hyenas. As soon as they smelled something fishy, they would inevitably rise up in droves. When that happens, the market town will be in chaos. For many small people, chaos brings opportunities. Chapter 52 Prevention and Control Bureau. Young Eagle Star. Happy Home Community. A flash of silver light revealed Fang Xing, carrying a longsword on his back, a package slung from the end of his scabbard. After making his plan, he made a final purchase, then left Kinglan Market without looking back, returned to his temporary camp, and then shuttled back. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief and finally find the mind to count his spoils. Not counting spirit stones and sundries, a storage bag, a blood-refined magic weapon, a low-grade magic flying knife, a high-grade magic robe, this damn Chen Yi, Lao Deng couldn't even get enough of exploding gold coins. "Fortunately you're dead, but even if you were dead, I wouldn't let you go. If Hua Fiayu and the others hadn't done a good job, I would have sent drones to post big character posters. This matter would have been known to everyone. After all, it's better to watch the fun than to worry about the consequences." Fang Xing sighed and picked up the high-grade magic robe. The robe was dark green all over and was woven with spirit silk. The stitches were dense and there was a hidden spiritual light flashing in it. It had functions such as size as desired, warmth in winter and coolness in summer, and self-defense spells, but I don't have any mana. A high-grade magic robe is theoretically more expensive than an ordinary high-grade magic weapon, but it's useless to me. Warriors can't refine their robes, not even the size of a ruai. While wearing one provides a modicum of warmth in winter and cool in summer, it can also function as soft armor. Of course, this relies solely on the material itself to resist attacks, and protective spells are impossible to activate. This top-grade robe only serves one purpose for Fang Xing, to sell it for spirit stones. And the storage bag, there must be something valuable in there, but I can't open it. Fang Xing stared at the dusty bag in his hands, his expression growing even more frantic. The storage bag is hard to damage with ordinary magical weapons. Even if I fire a shot at it and it shatters, the contents won't explode. Instead, they'll scatter into the turbulent space and disappear. Because he couldn't use many of the cultivator's treasures, he didn't really have much interest in Chen Yi. But he was determined to commit suicide. Strictly speaking, I was being targeted when I moved in next door to Meng Yi and his wife, and later when I had contact with Hua Fiao. Never mind. Whatever this person's schemes were, death is the greatest. I forgive you. Fang Xing sighed and picked up the flying knife to examine it. This low-grade magical weapon felt heavy in his hand, with a blood groove running down the middle of the blade. It was a true low-grade magical weapon, difficult to activate even with innate true ki. With Fang Xing, it was still just a decoration. The ink-patterned sword, on the other hand, was a blood-refined magical weapon. Not only could it be activated with innate true ki, but even a cultivator could unleash some power through blood sacrifice. But Fang Xing clearly didn't trust Chen Yi's character. Previously, he had only used the sharpness of the magical sword against his enemies. Once here, he was prepared to use all means to conduct a thorough inspection. Items from the immortal realm should be safe from leaks and could be brought here. As for the technological means here, there's still a certain risk. But the greater possibility is that they might mistake it for an alien artifact or an unknown alloy. For safety reasons, perhaps we could purchase a device and bring it to the temporary camp for testing. But that would cost a lot of star dollars, and we might even have to go to the black market. Fang Xing sighed. He actively participated in off-campus internships, in fact, to better understand the official methods so he could circumvent them. But even without using my own blood essence to refine it, this blood-refined magical weapon is still a rare and powerful weapon. It's enough for my current needs. Fang Xing put his harvest away and opened the package he was carrying. Inside were jade bottles exuding a faint aroma of wine. These jade bottles ranged in size. The larger ones contained tiger bone wine, made from the bones of demonic tigers. Besides Fang Xing's own brew, he also purchased a large amount at the market. Also included was the body-refining elixir recommended by Xia Rui of Kingdom Fang, the tiger marrow pill. It's said that refining this elixir requires the bone marrow of a demonic tiger, making it most effective at boosting physical strength and suitable for physical cultivators in the middle stage of ki training. For a postnatal martial artist, it was a bit of a waste. But Fang Xing feared nothing less than waste. He went to a dedicated training room nearby and took a sip of tiger bone wine. Wow, so spicy, so strong. I'm underage drinking, so I'm violating federal law, right? It's just refreshing. Who practices martial arts without drinking? After the tiger bone wine, Fang Xing felt a warm sensation in his abdomen, and strands of ki and blood surged, beginning to strengthen his bones and cleanse his marrow. Tiger bone wine has a mild medicinal effect, suitable for daily consumption in moderation, perfect with spiritual rice. Besides, there's the tiger marrow pill. He poured out a black tiger marrow pill and popped it into his mouth. Roar. The next moment, Fang Xing formed his hands into claws and lunged forward, adopting the subduing tiger posture stance. In a trance, he seemed to transform into a demonic tiger, swooping through the mountains and forests. With every breath, a fierce wind followed. Clouds follow the dragon, wind follows the tiger. Half an hour later, Fang Xing wiped away the smell of sweat and glanced at his stats panel. Second stage, muscles and bones, muscle refining. 77/100, subduing tiger posture. 15 out of 100, proficient. Subduing tiger posture's progress so quickly, Fang Xing had actually noticed over the past few days that his proficiency in subduing tiger posture increased by several points each time he practiced it, a truly astonishingly rapid improvement. This was naturally due to his foundation in the great dragon posture and the progress he had made in the muscles and bone stage. But today, a single dose of medicinal wine and elixir had actually taken subduing tiger posture from entry level to proficient. He had even made a small advancement in the proficiency stage, something that was somewhat incredible. Great stuff. With these, I'm afraid I'll soon be able to reach the mastery stage of subduing tiger posture, and then the fourth stage, tiger realm of mind. Fang Xing even felt that the medicinal wine and elixir hadn't yet fully unleashed their full power, instead settling into his bones. By the time he reached the stage of tempering his bones, his progress would likely be even more rapid. After all, it's just a mere postnatal realm, a few resources are enough to build it up. After completing the Fu posture, he grabbed the ink pattern sword and began practicing the extreme love sword techniques. With a swish. With a casual swipe, The ink-patterned sword's blade flashed with a black light, instantly leaving a deep mark on the wall. A fine sword, a truly fine sword. He had long known the sword's sharpness, having even used it to kill people. After briefly practicing a few sword techniques, he felt his movements were flowing smoothly, and even the blade's light seemed even smoother and sharper than that of ordinary swords. Of course, within the Blue Star Federation, there are weapons specially crafted for warriors, made from various alloys, and extremely valuable, but it seems so far that this ink-patterned sword in my hand is definitely not an ordinary item. If it were ever exposed, it would most likely be mistaken for smuggled goods from another planet. After all, even in the interstellar age, not everyone is obsessed with time travel. When faced with a situation, one must rely on one's own experience and knowledge to make judgments. The ink-patterned sword's material is unknown. It's likely to be mistaken for a special metal from another planet. As for the forging technique, it could also be some alien technology. In the vast universe, with its myriad races and their myriad strangeness, such a scenario is quite possible. Even so, I still can't be too conspicuous. After all, the origins of this sword are truly difficult to explain. Fang Xing stroked the ink-patterned sword, sighing slightly. Fellow Taoist Chen isn't being righteous. Why didn't he send me a blood-refined magical weapon-level sword? For a while, Fang Xing reduced his visits to otherworldly realms. He spent his days commuting between school and the dormitory, diligently studying and practicing, rapidly advancing his martial arts skills and the Fu posture. Occasionally, he would visit the brilliant Jiang mansion to spar with Gu Yun. It's true that martial arts require actual combat to truly advance. Gu Yun happened to share some similarities with him, yet was somewhat inferior in all aspects, making her a perfect target. One day, Fang Xing and Gu Yun stood side by side before a towering silver-white building. The building seemed entirely made of metal, without a single seam, doorframe, or window. Is this the Prevention and Control Bureau? Fang Xing glanced at the silver-white structure, a sense of awe building in his heart. The Prevention and Control Bureau was a massive entity in the Blue Star Federation, with branches on every planet and every city. It was practically their responsibility to oversee any encounters with the extraterritorial evil gods that ordinary people might have with them. Well, today is the first day of our off-campus internship. Aunt Bai will be picking us up. Gu Yun dialed someone's number, and soon Fang Xing noticed that the silver-white metal wall in front of him seemed to melt, revealing a circular doorway. Through this circular doorway, he could see more arched doors, overlapping like a thousand-layer pancake. From the overlapping doorways, a professional woman slowly emerged. She was probably in her 30s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Her pretty face was expressionless, and she looked very serious. Only when she saw Gu Yun did she crack a smile. "Xiao Yun, you're here. Hello, Aunt Bai. This is my classmate, Fang Xing." Gu Yun and Fang Xing quickly greeted each other. Out of the corner of his eye, Fang Xing spotted the nameplate on Aunt Bai's chest, Faith Theory Department, Bai Xiling. "Alright, follow me." Bai Xiling, wearing high heels, adjusted her glasses, turned, and walked ahead. Fang Xing followed Gu Yun into the silver-white building. Each door here corresponds to a known extraterritorial evil god. If you have items of an extraterritorial evil god on you, or if you carry similar contamination, the police will be immediately alerted, Bai Xiling's voice echoed. Fang Xing's heart skipped a beat. He had, out of caution, thrown all his talismans and ink-patterned swords into the other world when he arrived today. He wondered if bringing them here would cause any reaction. After passing through dozens of silver-white metal archways, Fang Xing and Gu Yun finally arrived at a large hall. A high-tech projection of blue sky and white clouds towered overhead, and a large number of staff members came and went, appearing extremely busy. "Is this the Prevention and Control Bureau?" Gu Yun muttered, and suddenly a hand appeared on her shoulder. "Little sister, are you Guren Wang's daughter?" Chapter 53 Dream. Huh? Jinxia? It's her. Fang Xing was genuinely startled when Jinxia appeared seemingly out of nowhere, her hand resting on Gu Yun's shoulder. But he also felt relieved. This woman is from the Prevention Bureau, and she never forgets to take her dog with her everywhere. He couldn't help but grumble inwardly, looking at the bully sitting next to Jinxia. "Gu Yun is an intern in our Faith Theory Department, not in your Operations Department, and she's a commissioned intern by the school, so there's no way she'll join your department." Bai Xiling's face was cold, as if she had a grudge against Jinxia. "I'm just asking. After all, I see fire in her eyes. Someone like her is perfect for our Operations Department." Perfect for replacing some of the losers, Jinxia admitted casually, a drink in hand. And Mr. Fang, are you interested in interning in our department? She might be a queen, but her smile was even more like a fox. Sorry, this is a targeted internship program. Fang Xing shook his head quickly. He'd be crazy to go to the operations department. That's a shame. Jinxia waved his hand. If you change your mind, feel free to come see me. Let's go. Bai Xiaoling said nothing more, leading Fang Xing and Gu Yun into the elevator. When the silvery white liquid metal completely enveloped them, Fang Xing couldn't tell whether he was ascending or descending. Do you know that woman, too? Bai Xiaoling suddenly turned and stared at Fang Xing. I often see her during morning exercises. She seems to live near the school, Fang Xing said honestly. Well, don't mess with that woman. She likes to brutally exploit her subordinates and verbally abuse them, Bai Xiaoling sneered. The highest number of her team members have been transferred to logistics support or treated at the recreation center. You know what I mean, of course. Fang Xing nodded quickly. At some point, the metal wall had opened, revealing a large flat. Numerous members of the Faith Theory department, wearing work badges, bustled about. I'll give you a map first. You're only allowed in the green zone. The library, storage room, and observation room are red zones, and you're not allowed in there. Bai Xiaoling handed over a map, his expression serious. Your job today is to clean the green zone and manage the water dispenser. Does this even need cleaning? Fang Xing looked at the spotless floor, strongly suspecting the silver white metal here had a self-cleaning property. Perhaps this entire building was a living metal. Sure enough, are we just blatantly slacking off? Any questions? Bai Ling adjusted her glasses, as if noticing Fang Xing's gaze. How much are our daily wages? Fang Xing asked. 2,000 per hour, plus benefits and bonuses, Bai Xiaoling replied. Then I have no questions. Fang Xing nodded, walked over to the water dispenser, and plopped down. Very good, Bai Xiaoling smiled. Xiaoyan, you're right here. Come see me if you need anything. After Bai Xiaoling left, Gu Yun's expression darkened as she stared at him from behind. I thought, no matter how complicated the arrangements, at least I'd get to experience something. Gu Yun sat next to Fang Xing, her eyes a little unfocused. Fang Xing knew she'd agreed to this internship largely to see her father's work environment, learn more, and then, revenge. If she could choose freely, she would definitely join Jingxia's operations department. But, that was impossible. Come. Have a glass of water. Fang Xing offered no comfort. He poured a glass of water for Gu Yun and another for himself. After just one sip, he sensed something was amiss. Does this water seem to contain psychotropic substances? No, it's something else, something calming. For members of the Faith Theory department, mental stability is the most important criterion, and it's tested daily. Gu Yun, however, seemed to know better, downing the entire glass. For those of us practicing A-level martial arts, this purified water has some benefits. It's a work perk, I guess. Well, but it's nowhere near as good as the tranquilizing pills. Fang Xing silently compared them and came to a conclusion. The sun set. Goodbye. He left the prevention bureau, said goodbye to Gu Yun, and prepared to walk home for some exercise. The prevention bureau is absolutely heavily guarded. Any attempt to do anything covertly is a pipe dream. It will only expose you. As for trying to gain some advantage within the Faith Theory department, Fang Xing, who had been observing all day, scoffed at the idea. The evil god materials he wanted to see, even suspected evil god texts, were stored in a dedicated room, awaiting inspection and review by the Faith Theory department members. For certain cult texts requiring high security, several researchers had to apply, then obtain authorization from the minister and deputy minister before they could be read and studied. All research must be conducted in a dedicated, protected room. Not a single piece of paper could be taken out. The Faith Theory department has been operating for so many years, and surveillance is everywhere. Even our own personnel have to be checked for mental state and contamination before they leave the house. How could there be a loophole for me to exploit? If there was, it would definitely be a scam. At least I've seen it all, and I know Jingxia's identity. The salary is pretty good. Fang Xing suddenly looked up, only to see a patch of orange sky. Why do I feel like I'm being watched? With this thought, he quickened his pace and disappeared at the end of the street. A few minutes later, a figure emerged from the shadows, his voice hoarse, as expected of a young prodigy who has already entered the realm of A-level martial arts. His mental power has begun to undergo a subtle qualitative change, making it difficult for us to observe him too closely. This warrior's intuition is a problem. The figure was shrouded in a black robe, and the surrounding surveillance cameras were inexplicably flashing, as if malfunctioning. Following behind the black-robed figure were two other students. One, with the build of a bodybuilder, gazed at Fang Xing's back with a hint of complexity. It was Liu Wei. The other wasn't Bai Lianai, but Liu Wei recognized her. She was a classmate from Yucai Middle School, a pretty girl named Guo Pipai. At this moment, Guo Pipai looked at Liu Wei. I heard this guy is your good friend? He's quite a figure now. Not only has he become Teacher Xiaolong's beloved, he's even managed to infiltrate the Prevention Bureau. If necessary, I can take care of him, Liu Wei replied, his voice low. Taking care of him is easy, but it won't do us any good. This Fang Xing is becoming increasingly valuable. The black-robed figure gave a strange laugh. I hope he will believe in our Lord and become our support within the Prevention Bureau. That's probably difficult, Liu Wei frowned. No one would want to be associated with a cult. Lord Messenger, please allow me to act, Guo Pipai smiled. The power I've acquired happens to be dream entering technique. I can corrupt this person in his dreams, completely undetectable. Dream entering technique? I can. The black-robed messenger paused, then said, you can do it, but your power isn't high enough to enter dreams from a distance. Getting close is always dangerous. I'll send 2 divine generals to protect you. Thank you, Lord Messenger. Guo Pipai's eyes lit up. It was night, and all was silent. Fang Xing practiced a few hu posture again, played a few more games, and ordered takeout for a late-night snack. After a satisfying meal, he fell asleep. His cultivation level was low, and he couldn't yet use meditation or standing meditation as a substitute for sleep, but he still slept soundly every night. But this night seemed different. A hazy mist enveloped the entire neighborhood. Within the mist, there was a low humming sound like the crawling of countless insects, a rustling sound, and the whispering of countless people. What's going on? Fang Xing got up, looked out the window, and was suddenly stunned. He saw, the entire neighborhood seemed to be shattered, countless broken walls and ruins suspended in mid-air in a gravity-defying manner. And in the distance, an inexplicable presence seemed to exist. It was composed of countless spheres of light, vaguely resembling a door. But when he examined it closely, he felt it wasn't a door, but rather layers upon layers of dimensions. Each vibrant ball of light seemed to hold the ultimate truth of the world and the universe. One glance was enough to make him unable to look away. Fang Xing felt a sharp pain in his head, as if it were about to explode. Inexplicable knowledge and information pierced his brain like countless red-hot iron skewers. Is this an alien evil god? No, that's not right. If it were the real thing, I'd be dead long ago, unable even to think. This is a disguise, an imitation. The next moment, veins bulged on Fang Xing's forehead, his expression ghost-like. Even if it's a ghost or god, I'll slay it with one strike. Slay ghosts and gods. He used his hand as a blade and slashed fiercely at the strange portal of light. Ghostly blade, slay ghosts and gods. A staggering flash of blade light shot up into the sky, traversing dozens of miles, and actually shattered the strange door. Countless mists dispersed, accompanied by a faint, agonizing woman's scream. Inside the bedroom. Fang Xing abruptly stood up, grabbing the ink-patterned sword in his right hand. Outside the window, the night breeze blew chilly, and a few night cats meowed in horny ecstasy, making sounds like babies crying. The neighborhood was quiet and peaceful, everything as usual. Dream, a hint of suspicion crossed his face. The gate of nothingness? Why would I dream of something like that for no reason? No, someone's plotting against me. It's a cultist. As for that alien evil god, it was, of course, merely their imagination, not even a projection or aura of the real thing. The reason was simple. Even cultists, if weak, would be driven to utter madness or even death upon seeing the true form of the evil god. Who did I offend? Fang Xing growled, furious. It was like this in the market, and it was the same on Young Eagle Star. He'd been so cautious. Doing nothing, just trying to stay hidden and thrive, yet why was there always someone plotting against him? Then, as if a thought struck him, he reached out and a talisman appeared in his hand, the key-seeking talisman. The woman in my dream has left her presence behind. She should still be nearby. Fang Xing gripped the ink-patterned sword tightly, his expression dark. Chapter 54 Fighting. Inside a rental apartment in a building in the Xingfu Homes neighborhood, blood splattered the ground, faintly forming the outlines of some ritual. Dark red blood gushed from the kitchen and bathroom, belonging to the previous owner. One could imagine what fate had befallen them. In the living room, two towering figures stood. Their sturdy figures, deep features, stood still like statues, like two silent granite guards. A scream pierced the silence. At the center of the rituals, Guo Pipei, who had been sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened her eyes, clutched her head, and uttered a shriek. Fang Xing, that was the third level of the ghostly god sword, fighting ghosts and gods? That strike, no, that's not right. That was in his dreams, his home turf. That's why he was able to push his ghostly god sword beyond its limits. The greater his heart, the greater his martial arts. Dreams are naturally different from reality. They can accomplish all sorts of incredible things. Especially in one's own dreams. Everyone is half a creator. Guo Pipei had only awakened a low-level dream-entering ability, and didn't fully understand dreams. But she knew she was doomed this time. The great master she had simulated, relying on her imagination and religious texts, couldn't even intimidate Fang Xing. Instead, he was instantly defeated. Is the will of martial arts really that powerful? Guo Pipei's face paled, and she felt a sharp pain in her forehead. No, they might report this to the Prevention and Control Bureau. This place is no longer safe. We need to leave. Bang! At that moment, a loud explosion echoed from the gate. Like the roar of a cannon, the alloy door of the residential complex was instantly blown away by Dacheng's blow-step cannon punch. Amidst the dust, a dark figure flashed into the storage room, and with the piercing sound of a sword, he drew his sword and struck. It was Fang Xing. Having found his place with his key-seeking talisman, he rushed in without hesitation. First of all, a warrior cannot tolerate humiliation. He had been feeling pent up recently and needed to vent. Second, he judged the enemy here weak, otherwise they wouldn't have resorted to such tricks, only to be easily defeated. As for the third, he had insurance and had already called Jinxia through Bai Ziling's connections. Although calling the police and waiting for the Prevention and Control Bureau's task force to arrive is the best option, but I'm a warrior. Even if I wouldn't strike a blow against a stronger opponent, if a weaker one dared to challenge me, I must ruthlessly suppress it. Notifying the Prevention and Control Bureau was out of the question. Even if Fang Xing had done everything cleanly today, keeping it hidden from the authorities, the mastermind behind these people would undoubtedly know he was responsible, and retaliation would follow. This was an entire sect of evil gods. Even if Fang Xing had every confidence in himself, he didn't think he could withstand the subsequent retaliation. Therefore, seeking official support and protection became the best option. After all, he was a truly virtuous student. He had recently received strong support from the school, and Xiaolong had shown his favor. He had also taken the initiative to report the evil followers, so he naturally stood on the side of justice. He had thought all this up on the way here. At this moment, he wanted nothing more than to kill. Clang, the clang of a sword sank Guo Pipei into trance. She recalled her childhood as a cyborg, watching other natural children play with their parents in the amusement park while she stood alone outside the railings. A wave of sadness washed over her. The two divine generals, however, remained unaffected despite a brief pause. Instead, they each let out a beastly roar, and strange tattoos appeared on their faces. The tattoos seemed to wriggle slightly, carrying a subtle spiritual pollution and shock. Swish! In an instant, their clothes burst apart, and their fingers transformed into sharp claws, lunging at Fang Xing. Fang Xing swirled his ink-patterned sword, a flash of sword light like mercury, its chilling aura instantly filling the entire living room. Puff! The two beast-like followers, confident in their own strength, extended their claws to grab the ink-patterned sword's blade. Fang Xing, of course, showed no mercy, his sword slashing through their claws. And then, the ferocious claws were sliced apart like tofu. The black-patterned sword continued its momentum, grazing the divine general's neck. Puff! A head flew up, and the general's body fell heavily to the ground. Another divine general, witnessing this, saw fear in his eyes. With a roar, he rushed towards the nearby window. But in the blink of an eye, Fang Xing caught up and pierced his heart with his sword. Bang! With a flying kick, Fang Xing sent the general's body flying, sending it slamming against the wall and slowly falling. He drew his longsword and turned around, only to be met by Guo Pipei, who seemed to have finally recovered from the effects of the extreme love sword. No. Don't kill me. Guo Pipai's voice trembled at the sight. She had never imagined Fang Xing could be so powerful. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Fang Xing smiled faintly and looked out the window. Woof woof, with a dog's bark, a vicious dog with devilish flesh wings burst through the window and barged in arrogantly. Upon seeing the two divine generals lying on the ground, a perfectly defined expression of bewilderment crossed the dog's face. Whoosh! Immediately afterwards, a dark figure on a flying skateboard glided through the broken window. Jinxia, clad in a black uniform that showcased his fiery figure, glanced at the blood sacrifice ritual on the ground, his eyes instantly filled with disgust. They are indeed followers of the evil god. And there are two more divine generals? Did you take care of them? Yes, they attack me with dreamlike abilities. After I regained consciousness, I followed my inner psychic connection and found this place, Fang Xing replied solemnly. This scenario was quite possible. Oh? It seems you have spiritual talents. Perhaps you could become a psychic practitioner or something like that in the future. Jinxia nodded, raised his hand, and emitted a bolt of electricity. In an instant, Guo Pipai's eyes rolled back, and she collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth. These followers of the evil god have the potential to cause great trouble as long as they're conscious, so knocking them unconscious is the best approach after capturing them, Jinxia explained, then turned the corpse over with disdain. Divine General? They appear to be from the school of sects. You're quite capable, little brother. You should be in the operations department, Divine General. Fang Xing expressed his confusion. Most of the sect's cannon fodder consume so-called divine blood, which is actually the mutated blood of the evil god's followers. These two possess semi-servant characteristics and already possess a slight degree of mental contamination. Even if you've practiced A-level martial arts, it's best to get them checked out. Jinxia examined the wound, then gazed thoughtfully at the long sword in Fang Xing's hand. Little brother, you have a fine sword. Fang Xing had already planned to reveal the ink pattern sword this time. He could claim to have obtained it by killing a black market warrior. The Federation wouldn't be so imaginative. At most, they'd think it was an alien artifact. After an inspection, finding no trace of the evil god, the attention would plummet. As for the technology behind the magical weapon, there are so many technologies the Federation doesn't understand. After all, many alien technological paths diverge from the Federation's, and some require special racial talents to develop. Therefore, much alien technology isn't worth researching. A sword is nothing. Even if the Prevention Bureau wants to confiscate it, then let them. I don't care anyway. In fact, this is just a test. If the Prevention Bureau behaves like this, then the Federation isn't worthy of much trust. I'll plan to operate another world as my main base in the future, but based on my previous incarnations' memories and knowledge, that's unlikely. Yes, this sword is. Fang Xing was about to say something when Jinxia waved her hands impatiently. Our Prevention Bureau only deals with matters related to the evil god. Your sword has nothing to do with me. Don't bother me with such a trivial matter. With her knowledge, Jinxia could tell it was just a sharp alloy weapon. Everyone has little secrets, but unless they're related to the evil god, she didn't bother to delve into them. Anyway, thank you very much for this. I'll send you a commendation later, although it won't add points to your college entrance exam. At least it'll be useful in high school and earn you a scholarship. Jinxia finished speaking to Fang Xing and then called out to the door, "You late losers, come in and clean up." Immediately, several members of the Prevention and Control Bureau's action team entered and silently began to clean up the body. They then handcuffed Guo Pipai and carried her away. Fang Xing fell silent when he saw the body parts being carried out from the kitchen and bedroom. Although he considered himself no good, the sight was still somewhat uncomfortable. The followers of the evil god deserve to be killed, he sighed. The key is why they are targeting me? I feel I need protection. Also, what is the school of thought? The followers of the evil god like the staff of the Corruption Prevention Bureau very much? You may be targeted for this reason. Of course, it may also be because you are too outstanding. Jinxia patted Fang Xing's shoulder confidently. Relax, young man. After our official forces are gone, the schools of thought can only be cut off neatly. How can they have the time to trouble you? As for the information about the school of thought, I will send you a copy later. Although the confidentiality level is not high, remember not to spread it outside. Thanks to the lonely leader, I will add more updates after the update is put on the shelves. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 55 Principal Jinden. What a long night, standing by the window of his home, looking out at the bustling neighborhood and the bright morning light, Fang Xing couldn't help but sigh. He really just wanted to thrive, so why did he always have to deal with so many things? Ding. At this moment, Jing Xia's message arrived, containing a file package marked Destroy after reading. Clearly, this was a one-time document, destroyed after reading. Even the most superficial information has this level of confidentiality? Fang Xing nodded, and just as he was about to check, Jing Xia's second message came. Guo Pipai was silenced during escort. Silenced. Fang Xing's pupils shrank slightly, and he unconsciously learned Jing Xia's catchphrase. Are the people in the Prevention and Control Bureau a bunch of losers? They can be silenced? Or have they been corrupted? He was silent for a moment, and finally began to look through the information Jing Xia gave him. The Astrological Society believes in the extraterritorial evil Gutster devouring Gchurim. Damn it, there are still people who believe in the dead rulers. Fang Xing was speechless and continued to read. They believe that the great Gchurim is not dead, but is sleeping in a special form. They hope to wake up him by various means. The Star Society is suspected to be a branch of the Astrological Society. Believers often appear as astronomy enthusiasts. The Blood Descent School, good at various blood spells, human body modification, and biochemical viruses. They believe that blood is the source of life, and believe in an evil god codenamed Endless Sea of Blood. They believe that life originally came out of the Sea of Blood. The Chaos Association worships an evil deity called the Lord of Entropy, believing that order is temporary and chaos is eternal, and they delight in creating chaos. The Gate School worships an evil deity associated with the concept of Gate, codenamed Gate of Nothingness. Its members are secretive and prefer to recruit followers among cyborgs. They preach that the Gate of Nothingness possesses countless facets. Research suggests that two other evil deities, Gate of the Mysterious Female and Mysterious Lord, may be a trinity with a Gate of Nothingness. The information Jing Xia relayed was brief, but it included dozens of evil god organizations, each one deeply secretive. There are even many hidden ones, hidden even by the Federation. Who knows which of these extraterritorial evil deities sparked the explosion of humanity's awakening superpowers? Or perhaps it wasn't them, but another unknown entity. Or perhaps it's just a normal phenomenon in the universe. After a moment of silent reflection, Fang Xing made himself breakfast, ate it calmly, and prepared for school. Even though he had just busted a cult stronghold the previous night, he was still a high school student and needed to attend classes. Furthermore, with things getting tense lately, there was no need to go to Kingland Market. The premise for watching the excitement without fearing trouble was that the blood wouldn't get spilled on one's own body. The market was bound to be in turmoil for a while now, and there was no doubt someone would want to find him, the one who killed Chen Yi, to see what he had gained from him. Therefore, Fang Xing decided to be a bit more timid. After all, before fleeing, he had already managed to procure enough supplies for his training. On the riverbank path, Fang Xing didn't run into Jing Xia this time. After all, with such a heinous incident involving a criminal being silenced, the dog-walking lady was likely going to have her hands full. Instead, at the school gate, Fang Xing ran into Liu Wei. Wei, are you coming to class? He greeted politely. Yet, your neighborhood was pretty chaotic last night, Liu Wei said casually. Yet, they arrested a cult member. Fang Xing nodded, and the two entered the school together. Upon entering the school, Xia Long came towards them. You two are just in time. The principal wants to see you. Huh? Fang Xing's eyes lit up. Could it be that the scholarships have finally arrived? Yes, this time it's not just you, but also freshman Gu Yun and Bai Lianai. Follow me. Xia Long waved and walked ahead of them. Fang Xing followed Xia Long all the way to the principal's office. Honestly, after 2 years as a student, this was his first time entering such an office. In my past life, they said that the teachers you meet in university are generally at the highest level of life. It seems to be true. In another world, even high school principals are considered to be significant figures. Fang Xing muttered to himself as he recalled the principal's information. Young Eagle Star is an educationally oriented planet. The principals of each high school form a supreme joint conference, which guides the planet's policies and direction. And the principal of Yucai High School, Lu Guangming, is a 6th-level martial artist, a martial arts golden core level expert. Lu Guangming looked like an ordinary middle-aged man, with a slight bald spot. Upon seeing Xiaolong, Fang Xing, and the others, he immediately smiled. "Teacher Xiaolong, please leave first. Let me get close to our top students. Come on, Liu and Fang, please take a seat." It must be said that for a martial arts master, this principal didn't have the air of a dominant figure at all. Instead, he resembled an educator. Two people sat on the sofa in his office, Gu Yun and Bai Lianai. Fang Xing and Liu Wei thanked them and sat down beside them. "Our school is having a tough time. I think this senior class will be wiped out, with not a single one getting into university. Now all hope rests on you." Lu Guangming looked at the four of them with sincerity. "This time, the school will award you a special scholarship of 1 million star yuan per semester. I hope you'll keep up the good work and bring honor to the school." 1 million per semester? I can't even afford a laser gun on the black market, Fang Xing grumbled inwardly, but he also knew it was a huge sum. At least, it's barely enough to buy an apartment in Xingfu Garden. But Yucai High School's college admission rate is a bit dismal. Wait, even though Gu Yun was a top student, there are only 3 college-bound prospects in the second year of high school, and they're all concentrated in Class 2. Isn't that a bit too conspicuous? Fang Xing thought of a possibility and was startled. He looked up and met Lu Guangming's gentle eyes. He smiled at him, appearing very amiable. But Fang Xing's heart skipped a beat. Is this an investigation? Directly conducted by a martial arts giant and expert, but he was not a follower of the evil god, so he naturally had no regrets. Alright, if you have any questions about your studies or life in the future, you can come to me. After a friendly conversation with the 4 students, Lu Guangming began to send them away. Fang Xing and the others politely excused themselves, closing the office door behind them. Lu Guangming then sat down on his leather sofa chair, holding a thermos cup filled with goji berries. People have to accept their age. Looking at these young people makes me feel like I'm 1 year older. Time flies, and beauty fades. Oh, it turns out I can live to be 500 years old. That's alright. On the desk, a half-body projection suddenly appeared. It was a fashionable and beautiful woman. Lu Guangming, what are the results of the review? When it came to business, Lu Guangming's expression became serious. He put down the thermos cup, thought for a moment, and replied in a deep voice, "Xiao Yun was specially recruited by me. There is absolutely no problem. Apart from that, the 3 in Class 2, Grade 2 don't seem to have any major problems." Seems, the woman was very dissatisfied with Lu Guangming's tone. "Alice, I'm just a humble martial arts elixir, not a martial saint or god. How can I guarantee I'm not making a mistake?" Lu Guangming let out a long sigh. "To be honest, Liu Wei might be the most likely. After all, you and I both know that the natural evolution of superpowers is a lie. The emergence of superpowered individuals is inextricably linked to some extraterritorial evil deity, but we have to abide by federal law. We can't just arrest someone simply because they've awakened superpowers. That would be disheartening to our own people," the woman said. "So, I'll keep an eye on them. Besides, aren't you guys from the Prevention and Control Bureau keeping an eye on this too?" Lu Guangming took another sip from his thermos, his posture becoming relaxed and comfortable. "With you all around, I can slack off once in a while. I can't believe it's a special scholarship this time." Bai Lianai spoke first as they left the office. "Yet, I don't have to worry too much about living expenses or even nutrition for the next semester." Although Fang Xing cursed the Federation for being so broke, he appeared happy. "Yet, I'm almost broke enough to resort to underworld boxing," Liu Wei chimed in. "Martial artists naturally break through realms much faster than immortal cultivators. Even for cultivators in the key training stage, it's common for years of arduous practice to refine even a single level of basic skills. They might even be stuck in the early and middle stages of key training, or even in the middle stage before breaking through to the late stages, for years, tens, or even decades. In comparison, martial artists break through much faster. At least half of Yucai High School students reach the second realm of martial arts upon graduation. If admitted to university, the success rate for graduating as certified professionals is nearly 100%. With sufficient resources, rapid advancement is a piece of cake." Upon hearing that Liu Wei was so broke he was resorting to underworld boxing, Fang Xing couldn't help but glance at his former playmate. "If you're really short of money, why not become my sparring partner?" Gu Yun looked at Liu Wei with a hint of fighting spirit. She hadn't expected the 2 random targets she'd picked back then to be such exceptionally talented students. No, Liu Wei was just lucky. having awakened his supernatural powers and soared to prominence. But Fang Xing, who had mastered the ghostly blade without a teacher, was a true genius. Thinking of this, she looked at Fang Xing with a bit of eagerness. I'm going to class first, and remember to do your internship. Chapter 56 3 Tigers. Time flew by. Ever since the appearance of the evil god's followers in the Xingfu home community, Fang Xing had fallen silent. He went to school every day, then worked part-time on weekends for an internship. Of course, diligent study and practice were essential. Before he knew it, 2 months had passed. In the Faith Theory Department of the Prevention and Control Bureau building, Fang Xing, his work badge dangling from his chest, was sweeping the floor with a broom. Next to him, a newly designed robot vacuum cleaner from a housekeeping company stared at him pitifully. Fang Xing, Aunt Bai's looking for you. Gu Yun came out and found Fang Xing. Fang Xing nodded, handed the broom to Gu Yun, and walked into Bai Ziling's office. Hello, Manager Bai, Fang Xing greeted first. Well, Xiaoyan said she's always been grateful for your care. Thank you so much, Bai Ziling was very kind. Your internships are over now, both of you. Your salaries will be deposited directly into your accounts. I gave you excellent ratings, thank you, Manager Bai. I've learned a lot here too, Fang Xing thanked her sincerely. This wasn't an empty promise. Although he didn't enter those red zones during his internship, he did meet quite a few people, broadened his horizons, and learned a lot of secrets. For example, how to evade Maple Leaf City's surveillance, how to deal with raids by the Prevention Bureau, how to disguise and conceal the aura of evil artifacts, and so on. In fact, Jing Xia's behavior last time had already given him more trust in the Federation. He even considered bringing in some otherworldly artifacts for appraisal. After all, for the Faith Theory Department, appraising all sorts of bizarre things was their responsibility. But in the end, Fang Xing decided to hold back. After all, we have to be on the safe side. Although immortal cultivation items are likely to be identified as alien, and alien items that require special energy to open, they're basically garbage. But what if there are immortal cultivators here too? To be on the safe side, let Gu Yun or another member of the Faith Theory Department accidentally obtain a talisman or something on the black market and hand it over for inspection. This was Fang Xing's way of testing the Federation. Let's see if the Federation can discover the special features of immortal cultivation items, or even if there are any immortal cultivators out there. Xingfu Home Community. Looks like the protection officers from the Prevention and Control Bureau have left too. Fang Xing touched his forehead, then took out his key and entered his room. According to federal law and Prevention and Control Bureau practice, even for protection, they wouldn't intrude on the privacy of the protected. After closing the door, he looked at the house protection talisman affixed to the back. This is a very simple yet popular talisman in the immortal cultivation world, commonly used during retreats. Simply affixed to the wall, it creates a simple barrier. This barrier is extremely fragile. Any intrusion from the outside, even the spiritual consciousness of a Foundation establishment cultivator, will immediately trigger the talisman's reaction, instantly reducing it to ash. Indeed, the house protection talisman has no offensive effect, only a warning. But for a Fang Xing, it's still very useful. A house protection talisman is only effective for 10 days. This one's almost used up. Fang Xing replaced it with a new one and went to the bedroom. He lay down on the bed, pulled the covers over his head, and covered his head with a quilt. In the bedroom, there were naturally more protective measures. It's been a while since I've been to the makeshift camp. In a flash, Fang Xing arrived at the camp. An underground cavern. He first glanced at the system monitoring log. Kingland Market is indeed in chaos, but this is, according to the surveillance footage, over 2 months ago, the day after Fang Xing ordered the rumor to spread, the Kingsuan sect's flying boats were dispatched again, heading towards the 5 Scorpion Valley. Given the reaction of these ancient sects, their actions are a bit too swift, unless the Kingsuan sect's Foundation establishment cultivator, who is on guard, already had suspicions about this, and would have acted immediately upon receiving the intelligence. Well, the Kingsuan sect dispatched 3 flying boats, but only one returned on the 5th day, and on the 6th day, the fighting intensified in the market. Is it suspected that a Foundation establishment cultivator was involved? Looking down at the Kingland Market from above, and the surveillance footage showing the formation fully activated and figures battling within, Fang Xing fell silent. Specific information. I'm afraid I'll have to ask someone. He tapped lightly, and the ink-patterned sword appeared in his hand. Even without any rituals, this blood-refined magical weapon was still the toughest and sharpest he had ever seen. Furthermore, Fang Xing had also left Chen Yi's biggest prize, the storage bag, at the makeshift camp, and he still couldn't find a way to decipher it. Well equipped as I am, I shouldn't be afraid even if I encounter a cultivator who has reached the perfect key cultivation stage, right? After donning his nano-protective suit, Fang Xing glanced at his stats, a surge of confidence building. Name, Fang Xing. Age, 17. Occupation, warrior. Second realm, muscles and bones, bone refining. 51/100, 12 military fist styles. 20/200, mastery, great dragon posture. 198/200, mastery, subduing tiger posture. 9/200, mastery, ghostly blade. 2/100, proficiency, extreme passion sword. 95 out of 100, beginner, gate of the heavens, charging. 2 months of dedicated training had led to his rapid progress. The great dragon posture was even just a hair's breadth away from entering the 4th stage, the birth of artistic conception. Furthermore, thanks to Xiaolong's guidance, the ghostly blade was progressing faster than the extreme passion sword. Conversely, due to almost no practice, the 12 forms of the military fist had almost stagnated. The subduing tiger posture had also reached the mastery stage, naturally thanks to the tiger marrow pill and tiger bone wine. If it weren't for the depletion of late-stage cultivation resources, the progress would have been even faster. The most crucial thing is my realm. I've already broken through to the late second realm and begun to refine my bones. My foundation is so strong that I made a small improvement with just the breakthrough. With a little more practice, I'll make rapid progress. Fang Xing clenched his fists, feeling the terrifying power radiating from his limbs. He nodded in satisfaction. I still need to break through as soon as possible. A mere postnatal warrior wouldn't even be considered a worthy competitor in Kingland Market, huh? Just then, he saw another group of cultivators approaching on the surveillance camera, and his eyes flickered. Grandpa, Ding Hongxiu's face, disheveled and blood-stained, looked nervously at her grandfather. Ding Bushan, still dressed as an old man in a half-worn Taoist robe, his nose reddened from alcohol, was clasping his hands together, controlling a low-grade magical instrument, a yellow gourd. After the seal was applied, the gourd expanded several times, becoming the size of a water tank, guarding the grandfather and grandson. Balls of water emanated from the gourd's mouth. These balls were not only extremely heavy but also carried the aroma of alcohol, a faint intoxication that reached the slightest proximity. Olding, we, the 3 black tigers, have been targeting you for a long time. You can't escape today. A burly man in black, leading the 3 men who were besieging the Ding family's grandfather and grandson, sneered, "Be tactful and accept death, and we'll spare your granddaughter's life, haha, big brother, his granddaughter is truly beautiful. Why don't you let me have some of her first?" The second tiger looked at Ding Hongxiu, his face undisguisedly lustful. This grandfather and grandson have been selling spiritual rice for a long time, so they must have accumulated a large amount of spiritual stones. We must make them hand it over. With this amount of spiritual stones, we can go to that secret realm and give it a try. Maybe all 3 of us can even achieve foundation building. San, who is tall and thin, with a feminine appearance. He has little interest in women, but is extremely greedy for money. He is wielding a fan-shaped magical instrument, waving gusts of green wind, which deflect the water balls and even the aroma of wine. Damn it, I shouldn't have been so greedy and rashly walked out of the market. Seeing this scene, Ding Bushan felt his heart tremble, knowing that his grandfather and grandson might not survive today's test. Heiju San, who is a notorious robber cultivator in the market. He has survived despite being wanted by the Kingsun sect, so he must have remarkable skills. Dad, who is a physical cultivator, said to be able to fight against late-stage key cultivators with pure physical training. Who wields a pair of copper hammers, which are indestructible. San, who has the lowest cultivation level, but he is full of tricks and is vicious and cruel. Go. At that moment, who suddenly formed a hand seal, and 2 copper hammers, one on the left and one on the right, glowed with yellow light, like 2 millstones, crashing down. Ah! Ding Hongxiu cried out in shock, and the talisman in her hand, drained of its magic power, crumbled to ash and fell to the ground. Bang! Then, the 2 millstone hammers slammed into the yellow gourd magical instrument, causing it to wail and fall to the ground. Whoosh! The three black tigers coordinated with perfect coordination. After Erhu and the other three had struck, the big tiger flashed and arrived in front of Ding Bushin. He didn't need any magical weapons at all. He simply put his 5 fingers together and punched hard into the golden bell spell surrounding Ding Bushin. Crack! The golden bell wailed, and a crack appeared. Ding Bushin's face flushed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Grandpa, Ding Hongxiu panicked, raising her hand and unleashing a fireball talisman. But the next moment, Dahu sneered and clapped his hands. A giant black palm emerged, extinguishing the fireball with a single blow, dissolving it into wisps of green smoke. Bang! Finally, the golden bell spell exploded, dissolving into tiny dots of golden light, like a swarm of golden fireflies, disappearing into the grass. Erhu strode forward, reaching out to grab Ding Hongxiu. He loved this look in little girl's eyes, like little rabbits. It was even more pleasurable to tease, completely different from those coquettish and slutty women in Tingaiyu Tower. Bang! At that moment, the 3 black Jew tigers suddenly heard the sound of a sword. This sound, imbued with an indescribable spiritual power, caused them to lose their minds for a moment, each recalling their most regrettable and profound emotional experiences. Bang! An inky iron sword materialized in an instant, its tip ricocheting like a star ball. It lightly touched Erhu's protective water shield, the sharp blade light easily piercing his protective spell and piercing his throat. After the sword succeeded, the silver-white figure flashed again, like a fairy from the sky. Instead of going straight for the formidable Dahu, it headed straight for Sanhu. Brother, save me. Sanhu, barely recovering from his shock, couldn't help but shudder. A flash of spiritual light emanated from his robe, transforming it into a shield, blocking the sword's tip. Swish! The next moment, a flash of blade slashed across his throat. Chapter 57 Tribulation Cultivation. Warrior, 2 brothers were dead in a single moment of distraction. Dahu, startled, looked towards the newcomer. He saw a young man in a silver shirt, sword in hand, calmly standing beside Sanhu's corpse, smiling at Ding Bushin and his grandson. Fellow Taoist Hongxiu, long time no see, Fang Xing greeted. You, who are you? Ding Hongxiu felt the man looked familiar, as if she had seen him long ago. If it were Fang Xing's true appearance, she would definitely recognize him. But before this attack, Fang Xing chose to disguise himself, taking on the appearance of someone who had just entered the Kinglan market. This was naturally for safety. After all, his later appearance was linked to Chen Yi's death, and he had brazenly killed someone in the market. He might already be wanted by the Kingsuan sect. We used to set up a stall together, Fang Xing reminded him with a smile. It's you? Ding Hongxiu's face flickered with joy. Ding Bushin, relieved at having survived, was tinged with shame. He had initially looked down on the man, even comparing him to the handsome young man who had come later. He hadn't expected to receive his help in his time of need. Ding Bushin looked at the corpses of Erhu and Sanhu, his expression growing serious again. Although Erhu had gone, Dahu proved the most formidable. How could such a formidable warrior exist in the market? Dahu looked at Fang Xing, his expression becoming extremely solemn. You killed 2 of my sworn brothers, forcing me to find 2 more. How are you going to compensate me? Despite the warrior's impressive skills, Dahu wasn't particularly intimidated. After all, he was a body cultivation cultivator, his physique formidable, having long since reached a level where he wasn't afraid of even the most low-grade magical artifacts. Body cultivation cultivators, as a sect within the immortal cultivation world, were relatively rare. They also required spiritual roots to enter the realm, and their daily practice focused on tempering the body with spiritual energy, rather than physical strength. Dahu had already reached a point where he could compete with cultivators in the late stages of key cultivation with his body cultivation skills, a rare sight in the market. Of course, reaching this level of cultivation doesn't mean his physique is impervious to high-grade magical weapons. If he could disregard high-grade magical weapons and withstand them with his bare hands, he'd be practically invincible at the key condensation stage. In fact, being able to withstand low-grade magical weapons with his bare hands was already quite impressive. To forge a physique so strong it wouldn't be vulnerable to magical weapons requires at least a second-level physical cultivation comparable to a foundation establishment cultivator. Even so, a second-level physical cultivation would still have to be wary of a foundation establishment cultivator's spiritual weapon attack. With Dahu's current strength, he could essentially ignore low-grade magical weapons. However, He would have to be extremely cautious against a mid-grade magical weapon wielded by a mid-stage key condensation cultivator, avoiding vital hits. He wouldn't dare withstand a high-grade magical weapon wielded by a late-stage key condensation expert. Of course, an ordinary late-stage key condensation cultivator, unprotected, would be instantly slain by a high-grade magical weapon, but he was able to withstand several more attacks. Combined with his physical cultivation skills, he had a good chance of defeating an ordinary late-stage key condensation cultivator. Now he was only facing a warrior. Although the opponent looked powerful, Dahu still believed in himself. A warrior in the late stage of key training was invincible. What's more, he was stronger than ordinary warriors in the late stage of key training. He was also a body-refining cultivator. The power of a mere blood-refining magic weapon was at most comparable to that of a lower-grade one, so he could ignore it. Dingbushin obviously saw this and quickly reminded him, Dao, be careful. Among the 3 black tigers, Dahu is the strongest. His physical body is not afraid of lower-grade magic weapons. Isn't it too late to say this now? Dahu looked at Fang Xing. You are quite powerful and are good at raiding immortal cultivators. How about you become my second brother? Anyway, those 2 losers are dead, and I have to find someone to replace them. If you agree, I will spare these 2 people today. Be a robbery cultivator? Impossible. Fang Xing shook his head and refused. He came here to gain practical experience, not to rob. If you don't accept my toast, you'll have to pay me back. You think a mere warrior, mastering a few spiritual mysteries, can attack immortal cultivators? Dahu sneered, his body swirling with dark energy. This was the physical training technique he was practicing, the 5 tigers body training art. Practicing it required hunting down demonic tigers, extracting their essence, blood, and soul, and infusing them into his own body. When the technique was pushed to its limit, it could even form a tiger spirit to protect the body, cleanse all evil, and even protect against attacks targeting the mind. Roar! The dark energy gathered, faintly transforming into a black tiger. It attached itself to the tiger's body, causing it to swell, and a pitch-black king rune emerged from its head. Furthermore, Dahu produced a calming talisman and applied it directly to himself. As a physical cultivator, he naturally possessed magical power, allowing him to use all immortal cultivator items without hindrance. Although he professed fearlessness, Dahu was actually somewhat wary of Fang Xing's previous method of momentarily losing his consciousness. After fully energizing the technique, he used a talisman to protect his mind. At this point, he was confident he wouldn't be afraid even if a cultivator at the peak of key cultivation used a special magical weapon to attack his consciousness. Are you ready? Fang Xing's silver shirt fluttered, and the sword in his hand suddenly roared. In an instant, Dingbushin and Ding Hongxiu fell into trance again. But Dahu's loss of consciousness was only a momentary one, and his eyes regained focus. Ouch! The tiger-shaped black energy surrounding him roared, unexpectedly attacking first. 2 giant black magical palms, one in front and one behind, surrounded Fang Xing. Has the spiritual influence of the extreme love sword and the ghostly god knife not affected him anymore? Fang Xing remained calm. His swords clashed, and the sharpness of the swords and blades combined harmoniously with the sharpness of the sword's ability to cut through everything and break the law. The swords and blades slashed at the 2 giant magical hands, strangling them to pieces. As expected. A-level martial arts focus on protecting one's own spirit. Plus, my skills are limited. It seems reasonable that I can't influence a cultivator of this level. This cultivator's tiger roar should have a soul-shaking effect. The fact that it didn't work on me is proof positive. After shattering the 2 giant magical hands, he flashed like a cloud dragon, already within 7 feet of the tiger. A warrior can defeat an entire nation in 3 steps. For Fang Xing now, 7 feet was a snap. The next moment, swords and knives clashed. Blades and blades flashed, creating a dual-killing dragon and tiger attack, slicing through the tiger-shaped black energy. The tiger's spirit whimpered in the void and suddenly dissipated. Chi-chi. The swords clashed, leaving white marks on the tiger's sturdy arms. The tiger sneered, opened its large hand, and grasped the blade tip. Fang Xing frowned, and the ink-patterned sword had already settled on the tiger's throat, leaving a trace of blood. Crack! He retreated like a white cloud, looking at his hands. The ink-patterned sword remained intact, a trace of blood still stained its tip. But the hunter-tempered steel knife, purchased casually at the market, had broken in 2. You're so proud of yourself for being able to injure me with a low-grade magical weapon." Dahu wiped the blood from his neck, tossed the tip of the knife into his mouth, and chewed it like a bean. Chewing raw metal. If a common martial artist witnessed this, they would question their own eyes, believing they had witnessed a martial arts legend. After experiencing Fang Xing's swordsmanship, Dahu's smirk deepened. He had confirmed that while this warrior was capable, he posed no threat to his life. Especially for a physical cultivator, the enemy's defense was difficult to penetrate, a testament to their superiority. "I gave you a chance before, but you didn't take it. Now die." Dahu donned 2 magical weapon-grade boxing gloves. These weapons, suitable for physical cultivators, also commanded a high price in the market. With a roar, he leaped at Fang Xing like a giant black tiger. Fang Xing sighed, dropping the steel knife in his hand. The ink-patterned sword seemed to transform into a torrential downpour, pouring down. The extreme emotion sword was a complex sword technique, and in his hands it was even more deft. Their figures clashed several times, yet sword and gauntlet never once touched, leaving Dahu so upset that he almost wanted to vomit blood. "You martial artist, all you know how to do is hide," he roared, pulling a small black banner from his bosom. The banner was pitch black, but upon it was a vivid, snow-white skull embroidered, its eyes sparkling with ghostly light. A magical weapon. Ding Bushin, who was watching the fight nearby, saw this scene and was tempted to grab Fang Xing and run for his life. "I really can't stand losing, that's all." Fang Xing glanced at the stats. Extreme Love Sword. 96 out of 100. Beginner, I was using you to practice swordsmanship anyway, so a little boost in proficiency would be nice. He manifested a silver firearm in his hand, aiming it at Dahu's head. Swish. A flash of silver-white laser light flashed, and Dahu's headless body fell to the ground. No matter how high your cultivation level, one shot will still take you down. Fang Xing blew on the muzzle, sheathed the laser gun, and looked at Ding Bushin and his grandson. What a powerful magical weapon. Ding Bushin's pupils constricted. This is as powerful as the heavenly thunderball. Yet there's not a single trace of mana fluctuation. Dahu deserved his death. Any magical weapon will experience mana fluctuations in actual combat. While a cultivator with sharp eyes and ears might not be able to dodge a laser, they can certainly dodge a gun. After all, even the best laser guns require a human operator. A cultivator in the Foundation establishment stage could easily lock onto Fang Xing's current state with their spiritual sense, avoiding the gun before Fang Xing could fire. But the leader of the 3 Black Tigers had clearly been careless, or perhaps overconfident in his own strength, resulting in a headshot, a fatal blow. Ding Bushin, feeling uneasy, bowed deeply to the ground with his daughter. "This old man and my granddaughter, thank you so much for saving our lives." "Well, I was just doing it casually." Fang Xing had come out this time, intending to inquire with a cultivator about the market and practice combat. Since he'd met someone he knew, he naturally didn't mind offering a helping hand. "By the way, I've been practicing away. I wonder how Kinglan Market is doing now." He glanced at Ding Bushin, his eyes gleaming. "Kinglan Market, it's been a mess lately. Since the secret realm was revealed, the Kingsuan sex law enforcement team has been weakened, and there have been a lot of tribulation cultivators." Sigh. Ding Bushin's face was filled with bitterness. As a serious spiritual farmer, he looked down upon those unskilled tribulation cultivators. Chapter 58, The Power of Dan. Secret Realm? What is a secret realm? Fang Xing peaked, realizing this was the fruit of his earlier reckless pursuit of excitement. Secret Realm? Fellow Taoist, you don't even know about secret realms. Ding Hongxiu eyed Fang Xing curiously. Hey. This fellow Taoist is clearly devoted to martial arts, never minding external affairs. That's how he achieved what he has today. So what if he doesn't know about secret realms? This secret realm is a legend to low-level cultivators like me, so it's normal for you to not know about it. Ding Bushin put away his wine gourd and watched Fang Xing touch the corpses one by one, but he remained serious. Please teach me, fellow Taoist, Fang Xing asked earnestly, standing up. So-called secret realms are small worlds opened up by high-level cultivators. Normally hidden in the void, even if you traverse them 1,000 times, you might not discover them. They only appear at specific times or with the help of a token or secret technique. Ding Bushin sighed. It's said that some secret realms consist of only a few houses, while others are immensely vast, possibly even teeming with demonic beasts. For lower-level cultivators like us, secret realms offer great opportunities. If you can obtain powerful techniques, treasures, or even elixirs from our predecessors, your cultivation will rapidly advance. I see. Then how did this secret realm come about? Fang Xing asked curiously. About 2 months ago, rumors spread throughout the market that a veteran cultivator in the middle stage of key training had clashed with a Black Tiger gang over a secret realm in the Five Scorpions Valley. That secret realm held great opportunities, and the cultivator even broke through bottlenecks and reached the great perfection of key training. As Ding Bushan spoke, his rosacea seemed to grow even redder with envy. Key perfection? This is obviously a fabrication. Well, it's a normal phenomenon in the process of rumor spreading. Fang Xing rolled his eyes secretly. Then what? There are several rumors like this in the market every month. We didn't take it seriously at first, but we didn't expect the foundation-building elders of Fang Xing sect to immediately send out a flying boat. Then I knew that this time it might be true. The market was in chaos, and many cultivators rushed to the Five Scorpion Valley frantically. It is said that many melees broke out and many masters died. It was so tragic. Ding Bushan shook his head and said, in the end, it was naturally the Fang Xing sect that occupied the Five Scorpion Valley and drove out all the independent cultivators, wanting to monopolize the secret realm. But after a few days, it is said that something went wrong when the entrance to the secret realm was opened, resulting in heavy casualties for the Fang Xing sect, and even 2 flying boats were destroyed. Is it so tragic? Fang Xing continued to act. Yes, Ding Bushan showed a gloating look. The reason for this is that it is said that the Black Tiger gang concealed some key tricks to open the secret realm. How could the Fang Xing sect afford this? The foundation building elder came back and found the Black Tiger gang, ready to wipe out the entire Black Tiger gang. But at this time, the Black Tiger gang leader suddenly showed up. It turned out that the gang leader had been lurking in secret and had successfully built his foundation. Our Kingland market now has one more foundation building cultivator, forming a 3-legged tripod. Despite this, the Fang Xing sect is a giant insect after all, and still suppresses the Black Tiger gang and the Zhang family. They even notified the sect and sent many core disciples to explore the secret realm. It is said that they have reaped a lot of rewards, including foundation building opportunities, powerful techniques, and incomplete magic weapons. Ding Bushan said, just recently, for some reason, the upper sect announced that the secret realm is open to independent cultivators like us, so many cultivators are ready to give it a try. This old man was blinded by greed and wanted to take his granddaughter to try his luck, but ended up running into the 3 black tigers, open to independent cultivators. Fang Xing rubbed his chin. If there were any benefits, why open it up to us? They're clearly looking for cannon fodder and scapegoats. It seems that secret realm is truly dangerous. Yeah, Ding Bushan had actually thought of this a long time ago, but firstly, the benefits were tempting, and secondly, aren't independent cultivators always ready to risk their lives at the first opportunity? Therefore, this danger could be considered self-inflicted. Fang Xing began to count the spoils, pocketing everything from Erhu's bronze hammer to Sanhu's fan. Sanhu's clearing wind fan is a low-grade magical weapon, not worth many spirit stones, but Erhu's pair of bronze hammers are a complete set of mid-grade magical weapons, and a top-tier one at that. Ding Hongxiu spoke softly, appraising Fang Xing. The most valuable thing is Dahu's boxing gloves. They're definitely top-grade magical weapons, but unfortunately, they were only suitable for physical cultivation. As for that white bone banner, it's a magical weapon. While extremely powerful, it's best not to display it normally. Too bad, it doesn't have Dahu's physical cultivation techniques. Fang Xing sighed. Storage bags are hard to come by, and cultivators can't carry much when traveling. Fortunately, these 3 were tribulation cultivators, often nomadic and well-off. Besides their magical weapons, they donated hundreds of low-grade spirit stones to him in one go. As for the techniques, of course, they couldn't carry them with them. Even if it's a physical cultivation technique, without spiritual roots, you can't even begin, Ding Hongxiu said weakly. Hongxiu, Ding Bushan glared at his granddaughter, then forced a smile on his old face. Hongxiu is still young and naive, please don't blame me, fellow Taoist, it's alright. Fang Xing waved his hand, seeming to hesitate. Indeed, he wasn't a cultivator, lacking mana and spiritual awareness, so he couldn't do many things. But the grandparents before him were. Fang Xing could easily hand over his most valuable trophy, the storage bag, to them, letting them retrieve the treasures within. However, this approach presented many difficulties, the first of which was concealing the treasures. However, He could have several lower-level cultivators inspect it to prevent any potential concealment. More importantly, the storage bag was so valuable it was enough reason to silence the witness. Fang Xing felt that even if he was honest, Ding Bushan wouldn't believe a word he said and would do whatever it took to survive. Furthermore, he lacked spiritual awareness, so he couldn't see what was in the storage bag. If Chen Yi's storage bag contained high-level talismans or powerful treasures, and Ding Bushan used them against him, that would be a real joke. This wasn't impossible. After all, Chen Yi was one of the first to discover the secret realm. He likely benefited greatly and would have stored some life-saving items. Thinking of this, he felt a little disappointed. Forget it, even if there are treasures in the storage bag, they're probably only for immortal cultivators. I can't use them even if you give them to me. Fang Xing waved his hand. In that case, let's say goodbye. See you later. As soon as he finished speaking, he was like a white cloud, floating away. Alice, this is a real master, Ding Bushan sighed at the sight. Grandpa, you were saying that someone, Ding Hongxi wanted to say something, but Ding Bushan covered her mouth. Then, the grandfather and grandson hurried on in silence, returning to Kinglan Market. Only after entering the shantytown did Ding Bushan breathe a sigh of relief. I don't even know if he's gone far yet, and you're talking nonsense, girl? Do you want to kill your grandfather? You looked down on him back then, and you always compared him to others, Ding Hongxi snorted. She had long wanted to say something about this somewhat snobbish grandfather. Ahem, that's all in the past. Your grandfather had no idea how powerful he was, Ding Bushan sighed. The world is in turmoil these days. Compared to that handsome young man who often comes to buy spiritual rice, a strong man like this is more suitable for you, Ding Hongxi rolled her eyes. The grandfather and grandson argued and walked into the market area. The place was still as bustling as usual, even bustling with people. The opening of the secret realm didn't seem deserted at all, and instead, it was filled with new faces. Many wandering cultivators died in the secret realm, but many more from the outside world brought their own food and paid the exorbitant boat tickets to try their luck here. Even among the many wandering cultivators, one or two young men and women in azure robes occasionally passed by. Their robes were a uniform azure, bearing the insignia of the Kingsuan sect. Each one of them possessed a high realm, clearly a disciple of the sect. This shabby place is still unbearable. Elder Ding Bushan felt a sharp pain in his teeth as he watched the scene unfold. At that moment, the formation above the sky suddenly activated, and a stream of light rushed into the market at astonishing speed. Along with the light came a terrifying aura. Within the market, the key cultivating cultivator's legs weakened, nearly collapsing. What happened? Ding Hongxi clutched her grandfather's arm, feeling a pang of tears. If she had known the market was so dangerous, she wouldn't have returned. It's a Jinden. Jinden's Henren. Ding Bushan's voice was hoarse, his gaze fixed on a white-haired old woman in the air. This Jinden's Henren of the Kingsuan sect was a woman with a full head of silver hair, a rosy complexion, and a profound spiritual energy, like the ocean. Greetings, Grand Elder. Numerous Kingsuan sect disciples saluted. From the peak of Kinglan Mountain and the Zhang family's ancestral home, streams of light flew out, transforming into spirited Foundation establishment cultivators who saluted in midair. The Black Tiger Gang has violated our taboos, and their leader has been executed. You will be on your own, a rosy-faced, silver-haired old woman spoke hoarsely as she pulled a corpse from her storage bag and hung it above the market archway. It was the Black Tiger Gang leader, who had already achieved Foundation establishment. His eyes were wide open with anger, and he died unwillingly. Is it really the leader of the Black Tiger Gang? Hiss. This is a Foundation establishment cultivator, so what if he is a Foundation establishment cultivator? When the Golden Core gets angry, millions of people will die and blood will flow for thousands of miles. Alice. It's a pity that Zhang He, who had just established his foundation and was full of vigor, but ended up like this. The ability of a Jinden's Henren is truly all-powerful. I heard that the leader of the Black Tiger Gang had already escaped, but he was caught back. Many key training cultivators were shocked when they saw this scene. The Kingsuan sect's Grand Elder personally took action to destroy the Black Tiger Gang. It was undoubtedly a warning to everyone present. This was not killing the chicken to scare the monkey, but killing the monkey to scare the chicken. After the Jinden's Henren left, the atmosphere in the market became strangely heated again. It's bad. Ding Bushan's old face turned pale. What kind of opportunities are there in that secret realm? Even a Jinden's Henren has condescended to come here. The water is too deep. We too can't grasp it. Thinking of his previous intention to sign up for the exploration, Ding Bushin almost wanted to slap himself hard. Chapter 59 Like a Dragon. Young Eagle Planet. A giant and true master has taken action, a Foundation establishment great cultivator has a corpse hanging. This other world is truly dangerous, I'd better stay here and practice martial arts, Fang Xing sighed, glancing at his stats. His top priority now was, of course, to break through the Great Dragon posture. Cultivating this posture to the 4th level would instantly grant him the dragon state of mind. This would be a qualitative leap in his power. The dragon blood pill has almost no effect on me now, but with only a tiny bit of progress left, I can definitely achieve it on my own. Young Eagle Planet is quite peaceful and stable. After all, it's a remote educational planet in the Black Mountain Galaxy. Without the minions of the extraterritorial evil god stirring things up, there's little danger. For Fang Xing, as long as he stays out of trouble, he won't face any trouble at school. Instead, he enjoys the dedicated guidance of teacher Xiaolong. As a 5th-level martial arts expert, Xiaolong is well versed in the dragon and tiger state of mind. Fang Xing even suspected that Xiaolong had already achieved the dragon-tiger state, but simply hadn't achieved the dragon-tiger golden elixir. After all, if the martial arts golden elixir is compared to a tall building, then the dragon-tiger state is merely the foundation. While laying a solid foundation is the foundation for building a tall building, it's still a long way from being truly completed. In short, once he settled down and quietly practiced martial arts, he found it easy to sink into a state of undivided attention, unperturbed by the outside world. Until one day, a bitter cold wind blew through the Xingfu Garden neighborhood, leaves withered and yellowed, and a light snow drifted across the sky. Yet, the practice room was warm as spring, with a subtle sense of heat, like a living furnace. Fang Xing was practicing the Great Dragon posture. He had now reached the level of Great Dragon posture. 199/200, Mastery, a mastery that could be considered pinnacle. The 3rd stage of the Great Dragon posture had made this martial art even more suitable for him. Even then, he felt a premonition. Now, this is the moment. A breakthrough is inevitable. Roar. Fang Xing raised his head and, with a tense concentration, heard the ancient dragon's roar again. He seemed to behold a majestic creature with a snake's body and a fish's tail, 4 claws sprouting from its belly, and horns on its head. It was a dragon. Like a dragon, the artistic conception of a dragon. In that instant, Fang Xing could feel his spirit undergo a qualitative shift. Threads of spiritual energy gathered between his brows, burrowing deep into his mind, as if opening a third eye. This is the Niwen Palace's unusual movement. A martial artist at the 3rd level of unpolished jade who wishes to break through to the 4th level of courage must activate the Niwen Palace. Feeling the unusual movements in the Niwen Palace, Fang Xing's face remained expressionless, knowing he couldn't activate it this time. But I'm not a pristine warrior. I lack the internal energy training of my internal organs. My body simply can't support the activation of the Niwen Palace. However, this time I've comprehended the dragon's artistic conception, and used my spiritual power to cleanse the Niwen Palace. This has laid a solid foundation for future breakthroughs. If I can also comprehend the tiger's artistic conception, the accumulation after achieving the courage realm will be even more profound. Martial arts are like this, one step at a time. Every drop of sweat shed today is the strength for future breakthroughs. Fang Xing opened his eyes and touched his brow. Is this the dragon's artistic conception? He could feel the spiritual power hidden in the Niwen Palace between his eyebrows. It was like a latent dragon in the abyss. Once it erupted, it would surely move like thunder. If the attack power of my simulated mental state while practicing the ghostly blade and extreme emotion sword is 1, then the dragon's mental state is at least 20. This kind of mental state attack on the mind is probably enough to throw cultivators who have reached key perfection or even foundation establishment. Fang Xing felt that every move he made seemed to carry a sense of majesty, similar to dragon's might, but much more subtle. This is also a problem. I guess I need to take a few days off and restrain myself, otherwise I won't be able to go out. He frowned and made a decision. Then, he looked at the attribute column, Grand Dragon Posture. 1/400, Master. After the mastery level, is it the master level? Fang Xing muttered. If the mastery level of the Grand Dragon posture is about getting used to the practice, then the master level is the true pinnacle. But obviously, there's still work to be done to master it, which means there's another level to the Grand Dragon posture. Fang Xing's eyes lit up slightly. He could sense that the Grand Dragon posture had been cultivated to its pinnacle. If it were to advance further, wouldn't it be close to the Creator, or even equal to the Creator? At that level, I'm afraid one would be able to freely modify the Great Dragon posture, right? To achieve the Dragon Tiger state, one must subdue the dragon and the tiger, harmonize yin and yang, and make it flow smoothly. So, to achieve the Dragon Tiger state, one must cultivate both the subduing tiger posture and the Great Dragon posture to at least a fifth stage. To have a greater chance, only by reaching the realm of the Creator can one merge the two different techniques and forge a new path for oneself. Everyone is different, and their understanding of the Dragon Tiger state is naturally different too. Only by prioritizing self and modifying the two major postures to form the form that best suits oneself can one cultivate the strongest Dragon Tiger state. Even though teacher Xiaolong hasn't said it explicitly, I've always had this expectation. Fang Xing glanced at his own martial arts level again and nodded. The Great Dragon posture has achieved the Dragon Realm, and the subduing tiger posture is a step beyond the mastery level. Coupled with all these resources, my bone refining speed is also skyrocketing. Maybe I can complete it this winter, then, combined with that innate pill, I can directly advance to the third level of martial arts, unpolished jade. My training speed is getting faster and faster, and the days ahead are getting more and more promising. One day later, in the old city, Fang Xing, dressed in black and wearing a mask, exuded a faint sense of majesty. Wu, on the side of the road, several two-headed mutant hyenas, caught his glare and, as if sensing some intense danger, whimpered and fled, tails between their legs. I still can't control my dragon power well. Now, I'm probably seen as a bully who would kick even the dogs on the street, he complained inwardly and walked to the convenience store at the entrance to the black market. Welcome to the GIO convenience store, sir. A brown-haired, round-faced young man in a convenience store uniform put down his comic book, his expression growing serious, sensing Fang Xing's untouchable presence. With a dull thud, Fang Xing casually tossed his backpack onto the cashier's counter. The zipper halfway opened, revealing a glint of golden color. All of this will be exchanged for cash, he said in a low voice. He'd taken a few days of sick leave from school to appease the dragon's might, which seemed like a good opportunity to earn some money on the black market. Please wait, the convenience store clerk expertly counted the money and calculated, after deducting the handling fee, you'll receive 12,986,700 star dollars. Well, I'm planning to buy a metal detection spectrometer, and I'll deduct it from this amount. Fang Xing glanced at the convenience store shelves. We have a second-hand RDT-93 from the Julen Group, 80% new. I wonder if it meets your needs, the clerk replied with a smile. Yes, I bought it. Fang Xing accepted the laptop-sized spectrometer and nodded. Also, are there any interesting places on your black market where I can buy something? Hearing this, the convenience store clerk's expression suddenly grew serious. It seems the customer isn't just looking for weapons. But this is a legitimate black market, no shady stuff. Okay, Fang Xing took the black market communicator, chuckled, and walked into the black market avenue. Of course, he couldn't enter the red zones within the Prevention Bureau, but he could wait for others to drink water and eavesdrop on their conversations. It turned out that many people weren't so secretive, or easily leaked information in their daily lives. For example, Fang Xing knew of several sundry shops on the black market that frequently sold strange items, including items from alien sources and even those belonging to cultists. They'd been raided numerous times for this, but they were as relentless as cockroaches. It didn't take him long to find one. It looked like a general store, with all sorts of goods cluttered together. There were weapons, food, and even a few pirated helmets from his old 18+ video game, of course, pirated copies. What a mess, all sorts of junk. He picked up a laser rifle and noticed it looked decent, but it broke after just a few shots. He couldn't help but grumble. Hey, it's a real customer. What would you like? A pale old man slowly emerged from the shadows. His skin was pale, wrinkled and freckled, his head bald except for a few streaks of white hair. He looked like a corpse. I'm here to buy some things. Here's the list. I hope you won't disappoint me, Fang Xing said pointedly, pressing the communicator, and a screen appeared. Revealing water, dark life box, and Lick 714 liquid? Tisk, not simple. A cold glint flashed in the dying old man's eyes. Some of these things, after being mixed, seem to have the ability to detect the aura of evil gods, although, it's an older method used by the Prevention Bureau, Could it be that the customer has something similar? He grinned, revealing his toothless gums. I never knew you'd ask for a reason before buying something on the black market. Fang Xing snorted. In reality, thanks to the Federation's extensive interstellar smuggling, many people likely have some alien artifacts in their homes. They might not be anything special, but there could be some that slipped through the net, or even mixed in with evil god artifacts. After all, it's smuggling, so how could there be strict quality control? At this point, if one doesn't trust the Prevention Bureau or has a secret they don't want them to know, they have to take matters into their own hands. Okay, actually, there's no need to be so cautious. We have the remains of the Gate of Sense of the Gods that the Prevention Bureau just retired. After refurbishment, it's still usable. It only costs 10 million, the dying old man looked heartbroken. Chapter 60 Testing. Great Wilderness. A makeshift underground camp. After shopping at the black market, Fang Xing chose an underground ruin and opened the gate of all heavens. Over 10 million worth of goods still looks a bit conspicuous, why not just disappear and stay here for a few days before returning? Fang Xing checked the surveillance footage. Now that a giant master was in charge of Kingland Market, he was even more hesitant to send out too many drones, not even daring to get too close, only watching from afar. Well, aside from the Kingsu sect sending more people to the 5 Scorpion Valley secret realm, nothing major has happened. I didn't expect that the secret realm Chen Yi discovered back then would ultimately lead to the death of a Foundation establishment master and attract giant masters. I'm even more interested in his storage bag, he sighed and moved to another area. Here, he placed the Jilang RDT-93 he had just purchased from the black market, along with the revealing water, the dark life box, and the Lick 714 extract. These things he clearly wouldn't bring back to that world. At this moment, Fang Xing opened the Jilang RDT-93, which resembled a black notebook, and placed a blood-refining artifact, the ink-patterned sword, which he had received from Chen Yi. Beep. With the sound of the machine starting up, rays of light enveloped the magical sword. Half an hour later, a report was transmitted to Fang Xing and named sword-shaped weapon, 110.2 centimeters long, weighing 8,172 grams. Main material, an unknown alloy, 94.9% similarity to ink iron alloy, 89.7% similarity to titanium black gold, contains unknown patterns, determined to require special energy to activate. The technique is 88.55% similar to the engraving technique of the Blood Snail clan, as expected, an unknown metal, and an unknown technique. Fang Xing nodded silently. This resemblance was nothing to be ashamed of. After all, the genetic similarity between humans and pigs is over 90%. As long as it wasn't 100% or 99.9999% or above, there was basically no connection. He continued reading the report, reaching the bottom page, and was suddenly stunned. It possesses an unknown structure. Determination requires a special mental wave key. At the very bottom, a 3D scan of the ink pattern sword appeared transparent and ethereal. Now, through this scan, Fang Xing could clearly see that at the junction of the ink pattern sword's hilt and blade, something was hidden inside. It was a thumb-sized token. Black as ordinary iron, yet somehow it had been fused into the ink pattern sword. Even after using the sword so many times, he had never noticed it. Damn it. Are you kidding me? A warrior, not a cultivator? Even a blood sacrifice wouldn't reveal the secrets within. Why would Chen Yi hide this secret within the sword? Was he also being monitored at the time, too busy to take care of himself? Then he came up with a plan, hide the secret, give it to a random warrior, and retrieve it later. This. I have a sense of deja vu. Am I a dog brother? PSSST. Psst, psst. But back then, Gujie got a chance from the sesame seed cake and soared to the sky. Could it be that my chance has arrived too? But obviously, I need to retrieve this token first. It seems some secret technique is needed, or even just destroy this sword. With this thought, Fang Xing pulled out the Dark Genesis box, along with a jumble of test tubes and beakers. His expression grew more serious, like a researcher in a white coat, as he began mixing the manifesting water and the Lick 714 solution. Half an hour later, a layer of strange liquid emerged from the Dark Genesis box. It appeared clear and transparent, yet a rainbow of light emanated from within. The Bizel liquid is extremely unstable. Even stored in the Dark Genesis box, it only lasts for 10 minutes at most. That's why it's gradually been abandoned by the Prevention and Control Bureau. Fang Xing quickly removed the Bizel liquid and dripped it onto the ink pattern sword. 1 drop, 2 drops. As if with life, the Bizel liquid transformed into a film of water, enveloping the entire sword. Then, the colorful light dissipated, like ordinary water, dripping down from the sword. As clear as water, without a trace of black. There's no need for comparison with diagrams, this sword is absolutely free of any contamination from evil gods. Seeing this, Fang Xing couldn't help but nod silently, as expected. Immortal cultivation items have nothing to do with evil gods. It's time to start the second trial plan, selling some talismans and sundries on the black market, and then reporting them to the Prevention and Control Bureau. A few days later. The sky was gloomy and snow was falling. As usual, Fang Xing walked to school along the riverside street. Good morning, Captain Jinxia, a lady in sportswear was walking her dog. It was Jinxia, the captain of the operations team of the Prevention and Control Bureau. Good morning, Jinxia yawned lazily. How is the sect? Fang Xing stopped and asked, realizing that this matter involved him. We destroyed several strongholds, captured and killed quite a few people. Unfortunately, the people below were useless, so they only caught a few small fry. Jinxia seemed quite confident in Fang Xing, or perhaps felt that since he was implicated in the case and had a right to know, but at least the sects and schools in Maple Leaf City have been largely wiped out. They shouldn't harass you again. I finally finished a period of work, and I can relax and unwind for a while. That's great. Fang Xing smiled brightly, showing no remorse for secretly selling immortal cultivation items on the black market. After they parted ways, Fang Xing walked into Yucai High School. I've now achieved the state of mind, and after several days of exploration, I've been able to contain this spiritual power within my body. Even Xiaolong can't detect any abnormality. In fact, being exposed isn't a big deal. Martial realms can be cultivated with resources, but martial willpower is difficult. Even if there were, I don't have access to such resources, so they can only think I have an amazing understanding. Cultivation speed is accelerating, exceeding previous expectations. I'm sure I'll achieve unpolished jade during winter break. By the end of my second year, during the 100 stars joint examination, maybe I can even reach the 4th realm. Aside from those at top-tier or top-tier universities, most college students only become professionals during their college years or upon graduation. Those who achieve professional certification in high school are among the most gifted, the kind who can be recommended for admission to a prestigious university. Of course, even top-tier or top-tier universities require hard work. Entering the classroom, Fang Xing listened attentively to teacher Lan Fei's lecture. Every bit of progress in martial arts provides feedback to practitioners. After refining his bones, his mental acuity increased again, his comprehension strengthened, and he found the classroom much easier. This isn't a big deal. Once you reach the unpolished jade realm, even a mediocre student will become a true unpolished jade. This is a major breakthrough. As he pondered this, Xiaolong suddenly appeared outside the classroom. Excuse me, Teacher Lan Fei. The principal wants to see Fang Xing, Liu Wei, and Bai Lianai, of course, my 3 students. Please don't disturb the others, Lan Fei said with a smile. Teacher Xiaolong, is there something the principal needs? Liu Wei asked directly as the 3 of them emerged from the back door of the classroom. Yes, a teacher from Yucai High School is here to watch our open class. It's a normal exchange, Xiaolong replied. The principal of Yucai High School has a minor personal grudge against our principal Liu, but you don't need to worry about that. Just know one thing, defeat the outstanding students their teacher brought with him. So direct, Fang Xing was a little surprised. Don't you have to hold an open class first and then find an excuse to challenge them? Such directness felt a bit too harsh. Xiaolong simply sneered, as warriors of our generation, we should be direct. I don't want to waste time. Just go and challenge them directly. Defeat them all. If not, I'll defeat you all. He clenched his fist, causing the very air to explode. None of the 3 present could ignore the threat of an outsider warrior. No problem. Is there a reward if you win? Fang Xing asked. Does the principal's favor count? Xiaolong asked. Does bringing honor to the school count? Alice, I should have known from the special scholarship. This school is so stingy. Fang Xing sighed and followed Xiaolong to the playground. Principal Lu Guangming was not there, and only a few female teachers accompanied the group on the tour. There were not many people from Yucai High School, only 4, 1 teacher and 3 students. The teacher was in his 30s, a gentle and refined man with gold-rimmed glasses, giving him the air of a gentleman villain. Well, Fang Xing had to admit, it was his own fault, and he naturally looked at his enemies with a certain ugliness. As for the students behind him, they all looked around 16 or 17 years old, 2 boys and 1 girl, wearing the same school uniform, very youthful and beautiful. Teacher Xia, have you brought your college seedlings? The teacher leading the group from Yucai High School was named Sun Fu. He had a gentle demeanor and looked at Fang Xing and the others with admiration. You're all elite indeed, stop talking nonsense. Aren't you, son, coming here just to provoke me? Perfect, let's test each other's mettle, Xia Long sneered. Liu Wei, you go. Liu Wei remained expressionless and took a few steps forward. My name is Liu Wei. Who's going to go? Alice, Teacher Xia Long, you misunderstood me. Sun Fu pushed his gold-rimmed glasses, his face filled with resignation. Ming Yixin, you go. Remember, we all learn from each other, and friendship comes first. Yes, teacher, the female of the 3 students stepped forward. She had narrow eyebrows and soft features, but her eyes held a firmness. Fang Xing lowered his gaze, noticing her palms. Ming Yixin's hands were not white or delicate, but rather rough and calloused. They were the product of 1,000 trials and tribulations. This woman's martial arts are amazing, Fang Xing sighed inwardly, just as Liu Wei and Ming Yixin were already engaging. Ha! Liu Wei shouted softly, and his muscles throbbed like flowing water, instantly transforming into a miniature giant. Boom! Across from him, Ming Yixin leaped forward, his right hand spread wide, a terrifying howl like a gust of wind, a thunderbolt whistling through the canyon. A-level martial arts, soul-searching dragon claw. Chapter 61 Rewards. Xia Long frowned. Does Yucai High School teach students such dangerous martial arts now? The soul-searching dragon claw hand, like the extreme love sword, was incredibly dangerous. Although both were A-level martial arts, they weren't included in the high school curriculum, clearly beyond the syllabus. Haha, that's not what we teach, it's passed down from Ming's family, Sun Fu replied with a forced smile. This Liu student is incredibly lucky to have awakened a special ability, perfect for tempering the body. I'm afraid he's already reached the 2nd realm by now. Before he could finish his words, Liu Wei roared, his entire body pulsing like a bowstring, gathering immense power, showcasing his mastery of tendon training. He walked with the gait of a dragon and a tiger, his arms outstretched, and lunged at Ming Yixin, unexpectedly engaging in a counterattack. Crazy 18 strikes, crazy tiger style. Dragon versus tiger. The field surged with wind and clouds, like a battle between a dragon and a tiger. The 2 figures flew endlessly, their energy surging. Sure enough, this student Liu has already broken through to the 2nd realm of martial arts. That crazy 18 strikes is quite impressive, Sun Fu commented to the 2 students beside him. Seeing this, Xia Long immediately frowned. The opponent's actions showed a certain confidence. A muscle-refining warrior is nothing more than that. The next moment, Ming Yixin let out a long roar, and his bones crackled one by one. With a flick of his finger, a steel-like sound emanated. Bone refining like steel, Xia Long sighed at the sight, knowing that Liu Wei had been defeated. As expected, facing Ming Yixin's claw attack, which combined bone power, Liu Wei took several steps back. 5 bloody holes suddenly appeared in his chest, and blood continued to flow out. It's bone refining. I'm defeated, Liu Wei bowed, his eyes dim, and he looked very uninterested. Fang Xing, seeing this scene, was moved. He had gone to work with Liu Wei before, and had seen him fake fights many times, so he knew his little habits and movements. This looks like a bit of a fake fight. Are they holding back? Who are they trying to trick? The former top student wondered anxiously. Ming, do you want to take a break? Xia Long glanced at Ming Yixin. No, please continue. Ming Yixin stared at Fang Xing and Bai Lianai, her gaze fixed more on Bai. Clearly, she was curious about her same-sex friends. I can't even beat Liu Wei. I'm no match for you. Sorry, teacher, a hint of shame crossed Bai Lianai's face. Xia Long glared at Fang Xing. Okay, I'll go. Fang Xing had nothing to say. It was okay to joke around before, but now, of course, he had to get straight to the point. After all, Xia Long had taken such good care of him before, how could he negotiate now? Whoosh! The sky was gloomy, and a light snowflake fell. My name is Fang Xing. Fang Xing looked up at the sky and yawned. Let's end this boring farce soon, you? Ming Yixin's face was expressionless, and he transformed into a dragon, moving with incredible speed. Suddenly, roar! It was as if a real dragon appeared before her eyes, the artistic conception of a dragon. This wasn't a simulated artistic conception of practicing A-level martial arts. It was the true martial arts will of a martial artist at the courageous realm. Although he had practiced A-level martial arts and possessed a certain level of mental resistance, for example, in the previous battle with Liu Wei, neither side was affected. But that was just an ordinary simulated artistic conception. In front of the true martial arts will, it was like a castle made of gravel, vulnerable to a single blow. Boom! Like a dam collapsing, Ming Yixin seemed to have returned to her childhood and encountered a tiger on the roadside. No, that was an existence 100 times more terrifying than a tiger. Her body trembled, unable to move. Fang Xing's figure moved with the wind, and he came in front of her, reaching out and brushing her hair. You lost? I lost, Ming Yixin answered in a daze. That's the dragon's will. He's actually mastered it at the second realm. Sun Fu crushed his glasses. Genius. A true martial arts genius. He looked at Fang Xing as if he were looking at some rare treasure, and said to the two students beside him, you don't need to go on stage anymore. You're definitely going to lose anyway. Surprisingly, Liu Wei clenched his fists upon seeing this. As expected of the grade La leader, so impressive, Bai Lianai, standing beside him, was practically beaming with joy. What does cultivating the will of martial arts signify? It means there's no bottleneck on the path to becoming a martial artist. Such a person, as long as they survive military service, can at least achieve the same status as Gu Yun's father upon release, a true social class leap. You brat, Xia Long said nothing more, simply patting Fang Xing on the shoulder. Martial realms could be cultivated through resources, but as for martial arts will, there simply weren't the resources on young Eagle Star that could awaken a student's will. This only meant that his student was getting better and better. Thinking back to his performance as a freshman, Xia Long couldn't help but marvel. At first, he'd only thought he was making progress, each step steady. Now, not only were his steps steady, but more importantly, they were incredibly long. You, follow me. Xia Long grabbed Fang Xing and, with a flick of his body, he seemed to float into the air, flying into a classroom. Huh? Teacher, you can actually fly. Fang Xing was startled. Martial arts external sceneries are about the mind influencing matter. I can't fly, but I'm simply using the power of my external sceneries to create a fulcrum in midair. It can be considered a soaring footwork, Xia Long explained earnestly. To truly fly physically, you need a martial arts golden elixir. Your martial arts aren't good enough. At least as far as I know, after completing the foundation building phase, you can levitate physically. Fang Xing grumbled inwardly, then asked, teacher, what are you planning on doing by bringing me here? Nothing, I just feel like your martial arts progress is a bit rapid. Judging by your body's reaction just now, you've also been refining your bones, right? Xia Long asked, are you feeling any discomfort? Do you want a checkup? The biggest fear for us martial artists is developing hidden injuries while laying the foundation without realizing it, only to discover them when we need to condense the flawless golden elixir. Then, it'll take 1,000 times more hard work to make up for it. He spoke with deep emotion, as if he had experienced it firsthand. I'm fine. But you, teacher, Fang Xing looked at Xia Long. This teacher was stronger than an ox, so he shouldn't be so weak, right? There's nothing to hide. When I was young and naive, I sustained a hidden injury, making it difficult to condense my golden core. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been a teacher here this long. If I'd paid more attention back then, I'd at least be the principal now. Xia Long sighed with emotion. A hidden injury from my youth? With the Federation's medical technology today, can't I repair it? Fang Xing's expression was solemn. For the Federation today, regenerating a severed limb isn't a complex operation. It's an old ailment from the battlefield, not just my physical condition. Xia Long seemed to recall something, and a sudden, blood-soaked aura emanated from him. Fang Xing sensibly avoided further questions, simply saying, how can I help you, teacher? You can help me, of course. I've almost accumulated enough merit now, but I'm still one achievement short. If you can get into a top-tier university, then I'll almost be eligible to apply for a Source C-level recuperation chamber full-body restoration. Xia Long seemed to be joking. In his mind, Fang Xing's university admission was a sure thing. Getting into a top-tier university still required some effort. As for a top-tier one, that was still a bit of a stretch. After all, the Federation is so vast, With numerous galaxies and tens of millions of educational planets, yet there are only a handful of top-tier universities. Every year, the competition is a battle of geniuses. Ordinary geniuses don't even qualify. Top-tier universities? I see. I'm thinking of buying a house on Blue Star. Fang Xing smiled. Okay, I'm counting on you, Xiaolong grinned. Enough of this small talk. What reward do you want for bringing honor to the school this time? I'm fighting for the school's honor? Why do I need a reward? Fang Xing said with a righteous look. If you want the horse to run, you have to feed it, Xiaolong smiled. Besides, are you planning to save money for Lu Guangming? Would a martial arts master like him care about that? Indeed, Fang Xing nodded and began to seriously consider what he needed. After a long time, he said, I have a good understanding of the big dragon posture and the subduing tiger posture, and my progress is very fast. At this rate, I'm afraid I can try to break through to the Jade Realm during the winter vacation. Huh? So fast? However, the dragon and tiger posture is the foundation of martial arts. You have practiced a big dragon posture to the 4th stage, which will indeed speed up your practice. Xiaolong did not deny this point. However, are you looking at the bottleneck too lightly? Even if you have jade skin and black flesh, willow tendons and steel bones, it doesn't mean that you can break through to the Jade Realm. The bottleneck of this realm may kill a martial artist for his whole life, and can only be broken through a bloody battle. This is because I have medicine. Of course, this goes without saying. Fang Xing internally grumbled, does this school have the resources to help me break through to the Jade Realm? No, forget it. Xiaolong shook his head. The Federation strictly controls breakthrough resources on education planets, hoping to identify true geniuses. Alright then, after I break through to the Jade Realm, I should be able to learn new martial arts. If the school insists on rewarding me, I'd like to learn them first so I can study on my own during winter break. Fang Xing laid out his plans. He didn't want to repeat the lesson he learned during summer break. He had to acquire the secrets of martial arts first, lest he be caught off guard. Jade Realm warriors have a long, lingering aura, like uncut jade, constantly polished. Xiaolong's expression was serious. In theory, an A-rank martial art would be enough for you all the way to the brave spirit realm, but I see you're being greedy. What would you like to learn? Let's learn something to strengthen our physique. For us warriors, a strong physique is the key to our future, Fang Xing sighed. Only when you can stand can you deliver damage. That's the truth. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 62 Dragon Elephant Kung Fu. Body Refining Martial Arts. Xiaolong looked at Fang Xing in surprise. You kid, you're quite careless, huh? I just want more self-defense power. How can I be careless? Fang Xing was puzzled. It seems you don't know, Xiaolong explained. After the golden elixir of the martial Dao, there is the Vajra realm. Martial artists at this level can refine immortal matter from the golden elixir, strengthening their physique and creating an impeccable golden body. With each transformation of the golden elixir, the golden body becomes more powerful. After the 9th transformation of the golden elixir, the golden body is fully developed, known as the Grand Vajra realm, unrivaled below the martial saint, the 7th realm of the martial Dao, the Vajra realm. Fang Xing pondered. So, practicing body-refining martial arts in advance can lay the foundation for the Grand Vajra realm? Xiaolong thought he was seeking out body-refining martial arts to lay the foundation for the Vajra realm, but he was mistaken. He simply felt the world of immortal cultivation was a bit dangerous and wanted more self-defense power. That's right, the higher the golden core's rotation, the stronger the martial saint. Below the 3rd golden core, there's almost no chance of reaching martial sainthood. Xiaolong looked at Fang Xing, his eyes filled with an unknown thought. He paused, then spoke again. The school doesn't have any teaching materials for this kind of physical training, but if you want to learn, I can teach you a martial art I've learned personally. How can I do that? Fang Xing rubbed his head. After all, Xiaolong's private lessons would cost tens of thousands. But the opportunity was right in front of him, so he had to seize it. At worst, he could work hard to get into a top-notch university in the future, giving Xiaolong the chance to repair his hidden injuries and reach the golden core stage. What kind of martial art is it? A-level martial art, Dragon Elephant Kung Fu. Xiaolong said solemnly, the dragon is the supreme airborne, and the elephant is the best on land. Together, the dragon and the elephant are invincible. You're so arrogant. Fang Xing was clearly unconvinced. How could he brag about a mere A-level martial art like that? Well, you're a bit boastful, but you're still quite capable. This skill can condense ki and blood, transforming it into dragon-scale elephant armor, which has extremely high defense and can greatly increase strength. It's definitely among the best in A-level bodybuilding martial arts, Xiaolong said meaningfully. More importantly, it has been passed down in an orderly manner. The dragon-elephant skill of A-level martial arts is just the foundation. Once you break through the Jade Realm, you can practice S-level martial arts Great Vajraprajna Divine Power. If you can use Supreme Wisdom to combine these two martial arts into one, you can advance to the Dragon-Elephant Vajra Indestructible Divine Power. This martial art is extremely powerful. Once you practice it, there will be no problem before the third turn of the Golden Elixir, and you can push the Golden Elixir to the sixth or seventh turn. Teacher, although you are not a martial arts Golden Elixir, you understand martial arts Golden Elixir very clearly. Fang Xing gave a thumbs up. Xiaolong glanced at him. Although I'm not a martial Dao Golden Core, I'm still a professional after all. Once you become a certified professional and your privileges are elevated, this information will be made available. The Federation isn't letting you know because they want to keep you focused. After all, not everyone is a genius, Fang Xing pondered. Indeed, if the other students knew this, for their future, those who aspired to reach the Golden Core realm or even higher would likely have to cultivate several A-level martial arts. But how could they possibly master all of them? It might even be harmful. However, after reaching the fourth realm of the martial Dao, lifespans are significantly extended, allowing for preparation for the Golden Core realm and beyond. Therefore, blocking information from the lower levels while opening it up to the middle levels wasn't a mistake. Okay, after all this talk, are you going to learn the dragon-elephant art? Xiaolong asked, a little impatient. Of course, Fang Xing nodded quickly. He didn't believe he couldn't even condense a martial Dao Golden Core, so laying the foundation beforehand was essential. Moreover, this martial art clearly improved one's defense, making it a top priority for survival. Okay, look at this picture. Xiaolong clicked on his personal communicator, and an image appeared. It was a dragon-headed Vajra Bodhisattva, with a dragon head and a human body, wearing a 5-colored lotus crown and the robes of the 8 divisions of celestial dragons. He had 3 faces and 6 arms, holding a lotus, a pure vase, a demon-subduing pestle, a golden bowl, a Zen staff, and a rosary. Sitting on a 6-tusked white elephant, its body covered in lotus patterns and adorned with silken garlands. At the mere sight of it, Fang Xing felt a surge of Vajra perfection, and even a faint sandalwood fragrance seemed to linger on his nose. Are you still not awake? Suddenly, a loud bang echoed in his ears. Fang Xing shuddered, his hazy eyes instantly regained focus, and then he was shocked. How have I been addicted? 10 minutes. Do you understand now? For those who haven't truly comprehended the artistic conception, it is very dangerous to practice this method. Xiaolong's face was solemn. Although the dragon-elephant art is only an A-level martial art, it is extremely dangerous, far more dangerous than the soul-searching dragon claw hand. To get started, you need to visualize the dragon-elephant Vajra Bodhisattva in your heart, and use the determination of great perfection to stimulate your spirit, and then circulate your ki and blood. If you haven't already started to nourish the Niwen Palace, this step of getting started will stop you. He began to explain the introductory tricks of this martial art, and finally said, also, all body-refining martial arts have a drawback, and that is the waste of resources. Unless you are born with a great compatibility with this method, otherwise if you want to make rapid progress, you still have to take drugs, and take drugs non-stop. Body-refining potions suitable for the dragon-elephant art include whale elephant cream, kunpeng blood, etc. Fang Xing did some online research and discovered that whale elephant cream is a specialty of a certain ocean planet. The whale elephants there are enormous, and their bodies contain a precious spice that can stimulate warriors' physical strength. As for the kunpeng, it's a Leviathan-class creature discovered by the Federation fleet, also known as the cosmic whale. It's a terrifying behemoth capable of surviving in space in its physical form, its adult form comparable in size to some asteroids. Well, whale elephant cream costs hundreds of thousands a box. I can still find a way. But forget about kunpeng blood. I can't even find a place to buy it. Fang Xing looked stunned. Boy, Now you see how powerful it is. Xia Long chuckled triumphantly, then turned serious. I still have half a box of whale elephant cream. It's useless to me, so I'll give it to you. Consider it a personal reward from your teacher. I hope you do well in the 100-star joint examination at the end of your sophomore year, the 100-star joint examination. It's a joint exam organized by over 100 educational planets near Young Eagle in the Black Mountain Galaxy, known as the Grand Rehearsal for the National College Entrance Examination. It's usually for high school sophomores, serving as a final exam. I'll try my best. Fang Xing suddenly felt a weight weighing on his shoulders, not even guaranteeing a good grade. The reason was simple. Cities like Maple Leaf City existed in the tens of thousands on Young Eagle Star. Within each city, there might be only one bad high school, but there were several excellent ones, adding up to tens of thousands of high schools. Hundreds of planets, that's millions of high schools. A single grade of high school typically has around 1,000 students, so there are billions of candidates taking the 100 stars joint exam. Hundreds of planets, billions of people. How many geniuses could there be among them? How many extraordinary adventures? It's practically worthless. Even though Fang Xing had already grasped the realm of mind and possessed incredible talent, there were bound to be others like him among the billions. There were even wealthy young men pursuing the paths of mecha masters, mind masters, and beast masters, and even those with incredible luck and awakened special abilities. Talent was aplenty. This was the 100 stars joint exam. And the brutality of the 100 stars joint exam was certainly not even a fraction of the college entrance exam. No wonder the Federation isn't willing to offer high scholarships. With so many educational planets, if they gave it all, it would be terrifying. At that moment, Fang Xing fully understood the Blue Star Federation's policy. It was right for the educational planets not to provide too many resources. Otherwise, the Federation wouldn't be able to support them. Therefore, competition was necessary. Countless candidates were like raising insects, only those who finally made it to university were worth cultivating. It's worth noting that as long as someone made it to university, the Federation didn't care whether it was through resource chivalry or other means. Having sufficient resources to invest is itself a form of talent. Alice, after all, we're still too poor. Fang Xing sighed inwardly and returned to studying the dragon elephant art. Snow fell heavily. Time flew by unnoticed, and the end of another semester arrived. Written exam score. 912, out of 1000, practical exam score. 100, out of 100, overall score. 191.2, overall score ranking. First. Fang Xing looked at his report card and nodded. Life is truly lonely, like the snow. Leaving aside the academic subjects, during the martial arts practical exam, upon learning that he had achieved artistic conception, many classmates simply surrendered. On the occasional stubborn opponent, a glance was all it took. Liu Wei and Bai Lianai both decisively conceded, making first place an easy win. It's worth noting that a Yankian bravely took on the challenge, then fainted and was carried to the infirmary. Classmates, see you next semester. I hope you work hard during winter break and make the most of your youth. After Principal Lu Guangming's presentation, Fang Xing left the school and glanced at his stats. Second realm, bones and muscles, bone refining. 99/100, very good, bone refining is nearing its limit. Next, it's time for a breakthrough. For him, breaking through to the Jade Realm had never been a problem. Even after reaching the unpolished Jade Realm, one can still make rapid progress. Perfect, let's go to the other world and break through, and see what Kingland Market has become. Fang Xing was still a little curious about that secret realm. Of course, he definitely wouldn't explore it himself, but he could wait until the secret realm was over and slowly inquire about it. Chapter 63 Uncut Jade. A different world. A makeshift underground camp. I have a month during winter break, so I can explore this place to my heart's content. After breaking through the Jade Realm, even without using the laser gun, my strength will be at least comparable to cultivators in the late key training stage, or even those in the perfect key training stage, right? Fang Xing sat cross-legged, a medicine bottle before him. He opened it, and out rolled a jade white pill, the Xianshan pill. King Dinfang's quality is trustworthy, and this bottle has never been opened. He stood up and began to practice the great dragon posture and the subduing tiger posture with meticulous precision. His breath was like a dragon's, his movements like the wind. The secret room felt like a furnace, the temperature rising steadily. As he practiced the exercises, Fang Xing could feel his skin, flesh, and bones all working together. He had mastered the Blue Star Federation martial arts, the first level of flesh and skin, and the second level of bones and muscles. His physique was now like jade skin and dark flesh, with willow tendons and steel bones. He had reached the pinnacle of what a warrior in the first two realms could achieve. He even had a premonition that even without taking the elixir, as long as he persevered, a breakthrough would occur naturally within 3 to 6 months. This was the benefit of a strong foundation. But I obviously don't have that much time. Winter vacation is so precious. I still have to explore this world. Besides, when warriors fight, they're always quick. My favorite thing is never to fight unprepared, and it's best to always overpower the opponent with my realm. What kind of martial arts spirit is to punch the stronger? Since ancient times, martial arts have been a horizontal and vertical one. The winner stands, the loser lies. Only those who stand can reason, and whatever they say is right, while for the loser, everything they say is wrong. Fang Xing's eyes were firm as he swallowed the Xiantian pill. The feeling brought by the Xiantian pill was completely different from other body-hardening pills. As his stomach activated its qi and blood, actively digesting the pill, Fang Xing felt a subtle coolness spread along his abdomen, gradually seeping into his internal organs. The realm of unpolished jade. Known as the unpolished jade of the human body, it possesses a continuous flow of internal energy, a perfect unity. Simply put, after tempering the skin, flesh, and bones, one begins to move from the outside in. Once the external skills are perfected, internal energy is naturally generated. Then, this internal energy is channeled to strengthen the internal organs. When all the internal organs are polished to perfection, and the internal energy is seamlessly integrated, it reaches the pinnacle of unpolished jade. The human body is perfect. One can then attempt to open the Niwen Palace and break through to the courage and spirit realm. Inhale, inhale. Fang Xing's breath lingered, feeling wisps of coolness emanating, easily absorbed and digested by his strong body. A budding energy seemed to sprout within his internal organs. That was internal energy. Or, as warriors of this world would call it, innate true qi. As easy as pie, like a natural progression, he exhaled a long breath and looked at his fingers. Puff. With a thought, several inches of innate true qi suddenly emerged from his fingertips. It was incredibly flexible and sharp. Before, I cultivated the sword light and knife light with the help of A-level martial arts. Now, it is my internal energy that circulates throughout my body, and everything goes smoothly. Fang Xing murmured and looked at the attribute column. Name, Fang Xing. Age, 17. Occupation, warrior. Third realm, unpolished jade. 5 internal organs. 11/100, 12 military fist styles. 53/200, proficient, big dragon posture. 5/400, master, subduing tiger posture. 69/200, proficient, ghost sword. 37 out of 100, proficient, extreme love sword. 8/100, proficient, dragon elephant skill. 5/100, beginner, gate of the heavens, charging. The effect of the Xiantian pill is quite good. After opening the 5 internal organs for cultivation, it can even help boost proficiency. Glancing at the realm, Fang Xing couldn't help but reveal a hint of satisfaction. A 17-year-old unpolished Jade Realm warrior is considered a genius on the Young Eagle Star, right? After all, Gu Yun is still struggling in the second realm. This world is truly a treasure trove. He knew the source of his rapid martial arts advancement and was determined to exploit this advantage even more thoroughly. The cultivation of a pristine warrior is to continuously accumulate internal energy and refine the 5 internal organs. Once these organs are fully developed and become one can break through to the 4th realm of martial arts. There are also elixirs suitable for innate warriors in the market. Although they are relatively expensive, using the same raw materials used to refine elixirs that boost mana in the early stages of ki training, they can indeed greatly increase innate true ki. Fang Xing looked down. He had already given up on the military fist, but his proficiency had improved somewhat due to breakthroughs in various martial arts and even realms. The Great Dragon posture and the Subduing Tiger posture were the foundation of daily diligent practice, but even then, progress was a bit difficult. The Ghostly Blade and the Extreme Love Sword were not much to say, except that their application required extensive combat practice. As for the final Dragon Elephant Dart, having become a rough jade, possessing innate ki, seems to be quite beneficial to the Dragon Elephant art. Fang Xing's mind visualized the Dragon Elephant Vajra Bodhisattva. Ki and blood surged through his body, and countless innate keys seemed to intertwine and weave together into pieces of dragon scales. And on his skin, a layer of invisible elephant armor appeared. This is the dragon scale elephant armor. After mastering the dragon elephant art, my defense has indeed increased significantly. As for the increase in strength, I haven't felt much yet. It might be because my martial arts have been advancing by leaps and bounds, and my strength has been increasing. With this layer of dragon scale elephant armor, it feels like I'm wearing a layer of iron armor on the outside, a thick layer of leather armor in the middle, and finally my physique. 3 layers of defense in total. And it doesn't affect my flexibility at all. It's like being naked. With a flash of cold light, Fang Xing drew out a steel knife and casually slashed at his body. Bang! The steel knife was directly deflected. Sure enough, once you master A-level martial arts, even in your naked state, even ordinary iron cannot hurt you. Bang! After experimenting with the ordinary iron, Fang Xing drew his ink-patterned sword. This sword was as sharp as any lower-grade magical weapon. He extended his sturdy, jade-skinned arm, placed a blade across it, and gently pulled. Fang Xing could clearly feel the sharp edge of the ink-patterned sword. As it split the dragon scales and landed on the elephant hide, the force was continuously dissipated. He silently increased his strength, and the ink-patterned sword struggled to cut through the elephant armor and landed on the jade hide. After the jade hide absorbed the force again, the sword, which could have cleaved the arm of an innate warrior, now only slightly scratched the skin, leaving a bloody mark. Even with Fang Xing's powerful physical resilience, the bloody mark rapidly faded and disappeared. Triple defense, each layer dissipating force? Not bad, not bad. Fang Xing was quite satisfied with this. It should be comparable to those physical cultivators in the early stages of key training. Physical cultivators in the early stages of key training could never take on lower-grade magical weapons with their bare hands. The more advanced a physical cultivation, the more they needed to equip themselves with spiritual armor to enhance their defenses. Fang Xing understood this principle. For a physical cultivator in the early stages of key training, low-grade magical weapons can injure them, but it's difficult to kill them in a few hits. If they wear spiritual armor, they become a human killing machine, able to charge into a group of early key training cultivators, undeterred by spell bombardment and magical weapon attacks. The most crucial thing for a physical cultivator in the early stages of key training is endurance. It's essential to be able to withstand the penetration and impact of low-grade magical weapons and elementary spells. Even for a physical cultivator, relying solely on physical strength to fight an enemy head-on is foolish. Therefore, if Fang Xing wanted to fight an immortal cultivator, he would immediately don a nano-protective suit and even apply several defensive talismans. With this triple layer of defense, plus the nano-protective suit and talismans, I can withstand several attacks from high-grade magical weapons and even late key training spells. The protection can withstand it, but the human can't. That won't happen to me. Add to that my mental resistance. Below the foundation building stage, there's basically no opponent worth being wary of. Physical cultivators have a weakness, their fragile spiritual awareness and weak sea of consciousness defenses. But for a blue star warrior, even the slightest weakness in their mental defenses would result in immediate death or madness. Therefore, blue star warriors possess extremely strong mental defenses. Compared to the physical cultivators here, they practically have no weaknesses. Of course, Fang Xing had never seen a second-level physical cultivator comparable to the foundation establishment stage, so he didn't know how these cultivators performed at higher levels. But from what he had seen, this principle still held true during the key condensation stage. It's a shame, ordinary nano-protective suits only offer protection at the unpolished Jade realm. Higher protection is offered by military exoskeletons and mechas, which aren't even available on the black market. Fang Xing's heart was filled with complaints. If he had the choice, he'd actually like to try piloting a mecha. If I could drive a mecha to fight against immortal cultivators, the scene would be too beautiful to even imagine. Besides, this is not my limit. Now that I have broken through the unpolished Jade realm, I can practice S-level martial arts. That great Vajraprajna divine power is so highly praised by Xiaolong, it is obviously extraordinary. What's more, it can be integrated with each other and advance to the dragon elephant Vajra indestructible divine power. Divine power, just the name says it's extraordinary. Well, I certainly can't count on the divine power in the near future, but if I practice the great Vajraprajna divine power, maybe I can challenge the foundation establishment stage. However, I still have to keep a low profile. After all, there are Jinden's Henrin in the market. Just from a glimpse of the drone, I can infer that the Jinden's Henrin is definitely very dangerous. All the data is comparable to the fighter jets in the army. The army of the Blue Star Federation is going to go head-to-head with the evil god's followers. Any military-grade weapon represents power, which is not comparable to those ancient models. They are extremely rare in the general black market. Fang Xing came to the monitoring room and began to read the log. He hadn't been here for a while. After all, he had to prepare for the final exams. This time, he came back and made a breakthrough. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. What's going on? Chapter 64 Big Demon. Desolate, dilapidated. The former site of Kinglan Market now seemed reduced to vast ruin. Where is this? The Kingsuan Sex Mountain protecting formation. Gazing at the surveillance screen, Fang Xing suddenly pondered a question. Kinglan Market was protected by a formation. Once fully activated, it resembled a giant bowl, tightly guarding the entire market. But now, the mist and aura of the formation had completely vanished. The usually elusive peak of Kingsuan Peak was now visible. Furthermore, low-level demonic beasts were roaming around the market, occasionally entering it to hunt cultivators, as if treating it like a hunting ground. The number of demonic beasts is too great. Is it another beast tide? Has Kinglan Market fallen? Fang Xing was stunned. He hadn't expected Kinglan Market to undergo such a drastic transformation while he was distracted by his final exams. The key is, where's that Jinden's Henrin from the Kingsuan sect? Fang Xing stroked his chin, lost in thought. Looks like I need to ask a cultivator. Kinglan Market. Outskirts. Former monster hunter Yucai hid fearfully behind an ancient tree, his heart filled with regret. I was so blinded by greed, coming out at a time like this, but the spiritual rice and fasting pills at home are almost gone. What else can I do to avoid starving to death? After some time, the once robust monster hunter had become pale, clearly struggling lately. Awoo! Just then, accompanied by wolf howls, a pack of green wind wolves roared past him. After a long pause, Yucai emerged, holding out a jade bottle. We're running low on this odor-purifying powder. Let's save it. Odor-purifying powder was a secret medicine passed down by his lineage of monster hunters, capable of masking a person's scent and concealing it from the noses of most monsters. Monster hunters who dared to hunt at this time often possessed a unique skill or two. Just as Yucai was about to leave, suddenly, the spiritual energy in the brush surged, and several azure wind blades followed. Oh no! Yucai quickly activated the golden light shield talisman, a layer of golden light emanating from his body, and with difficulty, he blocked one wind blade. But the second, the third, the wind blade seemed to flow endlessly, accompanied by wolf howls. Woo! From the gloomy depths of the dense forest, a dozen pairs of blue and green eyes suddenly emerged, all filled with bloodthirst. Damn! It's the wolves from before. They haven't left yet? This wolf is so cunning. Yucai had only one thought in his mind, and then there was a puff, and the golden light on his body exploded into fragments. The strong wind hid him, and he rolled to the ground in a panic, avoiding most of the wind blades, but his body was already covered in blood, and one arm was thrown away. I can't believe my life's journey will end here. Yucai's face was dejected, and he calmly accepted the reality of his impending death by the wolf's bite. Such were the wandering cultivators in the market town, like weeds by the roadside, easily swept away by the wind. Suddenly, the howling of the wolves in the dense forest changed. The initial excitement of foraging gave way to terror. Another powerful demon beast? I wonder which one will slay me. I hope it's not the Vacarbor. That smells awful. Yucai's consciousness was hazy. A moment later, a figure appeared before him, and a talisman was torn apart, emitting an emerald green light that fell as drops of sweet rain. Sweet rain talisman. Thank you so much for saving me, fellow Taoist. Yucai felt his wound slowly stop bleeding. He climbed to his feet, his face pale, and thanked them, but a trace of caution remained in his heart. What wandering cultivators feared most wasn't demon beasts, but other cultivators. Even if this person had saved him, it wasn't necessarily out of good intentions. But when he saw the person, his expression froze. A burly figure with a face thick with flesh and a fierce look, he looked like someone to be trifled with. Yucai instinctively sensed danger, and his smile grew even warmer. Stop talking nonsense, Fang Xing, clutching the Wolf King's corpse, said with an impatient expression. I was out hunting monsters and accidentally wandered deep into the wilderness, delaying me for some time. How did the market end up like this, fellow Taoist? You didn't know. Sigh, The thought of this filled Yu Xiao with bitter tears. It's all that damned King Xuansek's fault. Exploring the secret realm, somehow we attracted a third-level demon beast. That old giant in level witch took her disciples and vanished, leaving us here, with no way to escape or return. A third-level demon. Fang Xing's heart skipped a beat. This was a demon beast comparable to a giant in true person. After reaching the third level, a demon beast could condense a demon pill, nurturing innate magical powers and exploding in strength. Perhaps it wasn't just any third-level demon beast, otherwise that King Xuansek's giant in true person wouldn't have left. Or perhaps there were more than one. Fang Xing's heart skipped a beat. How much do you know about that secret realm? Are there still people buying monster materials and selling elixirs in the market? He wasn't particularly interested in cultivators' secret realms. However, being able to purchase subsequent elixirs was crucial, determining whether his cultivation in the Jade Realm could continue its rapid progress. Secret realm? I don't know much. I just know it's located in the Five Scorpions Valley and holds opportunities for foundation building. Yu Xiao smiled wryly. The King Xuansek disciples might know more. Fang Xing inquired further, only to learn that the King Xuansek had left in a hurry, practically fleeing in panic. Perhaps even a third-level flying demon had attacked, destroying several of their flying boats. Therefore, even many King Xuansek disciples remained unable to leave. Because of this, these King Xuansek disciples were considered trapped. Their wealth made them coveted by wandering cultivators throughout the market. They often concealed their identities, disguised as fellow wandering cultivators, and were difficult to find. Fang Xing wasn't surprised by this at all. Even though casual cultivators might be humble in front of the sect geniuses, when it comes to bloodshed, even true disciples will dare to kill. Not to mention, those King Xuansek disciples are well off, and they might even carry sect texts, elixirs, and the like. They're absolutely prime candidates. Although sect disciples have high cultivation levels, without actual combat experience, they might not be able to defeat casual cultivators several realms lower. Not to mention, when robbing cultivators, they're bound to use their numbers to bully the weak, using traps and poisons, and using every possible means. Fang Xing mourned silently for the disciples of King Xuansek, then asked, "Where's the trading place? The original market has long been reduced to ruins. Only when the mist rises every morning, there are occasional monks setting up stalls, called the Ghost Market," Yu Xiao replied. In addition, every 3 days, there is a black market in an underground cave in the southeast of the market. The items sold are often better than those in the Ghost Market, but also more dangerous. I see. Fang Xing nodded and walked away. Yu Xiao watched Fang Xing's back as he left, licked his lips, and immediately dived into the dense forest. Kinglan Market. Walking among the ruins, Fang Xing lamented, "A beautiful market town has been reduced to this. This market town has truly suffered so much? Huh? Does the secret realm's exposure have anything to do with me? Never mind, it's alright, but now, looking back, it seems like leaving early this morning, like Shen Yuxin did, with Mengzi, was the best option. Huafiayu lacked a bit of courage after all. I wonder if she's dead or alive." He had no intention of searching for her, only offering to help if he encountered her. If not, then it was just bad luck. Meow, a cat's meow suddenly rang out from a beam amid the ruins. Fang Xing looked over and saw a two-tailed cat-like demon beast, resembling a small leopard. Its emerald green eyes stared back at him, its claws gleaming with a dark sheen. HMPH, he snorted, a terrifying aura emanating from him. The two-tailed cat leaped up as if its tail had been stepped on, its fur bristling, and in a flash, it vanished deep into the ruins. This market town's spiritual veins are probably of a low level, unable to attract third-level demonic beasts. That's why many cultivators still cling to life within the ruins. After all, the outer wilderness is far more dangerous. As for leaving the market town and reaching the true King Xuansek headquarters, not only is the distance immense, but the journey is also fraught with obstacles and difficulties, making it a formidable undertaking for ordinary key cultivating cultivators. It bears some resemblance to the black market on Young Eagle Star, proof that any order is better than no order at all. Fang Xing, carrying the wolf's corpse, deliberately passed by the wooden hut where he had previously lived, only to find it had long since become a deep, charred pit. He wondered what had happened. He walked past with a blank expression, as if he had no idea where he was. The area was nearly deserted, but Fang Xing, with his sharp hearing and eyesight, and his uncut jade-level spiritual perception, could sense all the gazes directed at him. This made him sigh with admiration. This person is truly as tenacious as a weed, able to survive anywhere. Fang Xing continued to move inward, finding the kingdom market. Unfortunately, it was already in ruins, having been searched countless times. Clearly, this was the work of other independent cultivators during the market's disaster. They're all rip-offs. Fortunately, they can't steal this spiritual energy. Fang Xing arrived at a small courtyard, home to the market's premium cave-dwelling area. Even warriors could sense the refreshing and vibrant aura of the void. He randomly found a courtyard that looked relatively intact, opened the door, and swaggered in. Who dares to trespass into my cave? A late-stage key training cultivator stormed out, flying sword in hand. He glared at Fang Xing, his demeanor noticeably more relaxed. Warrior, he immediately glanced around, fearing Fang Xing was a decoy for some robbery gang. Is this your cave? Show me your spiritual contract. Fang Xing smiled at this. Congratulations to the leader of Qinfang Wenxian Zumingai Huanmenghu, and add more content after it is released. Chapter 65 Physical Examination. Looking for death, the late key cultivator's expression turned cold, and he formed his finger into a sword. The flying sword transformed into a streak of light, charging towards Fang Xing. His flying sword was a first-grade, top-grade magical weapon. With the power of his late key cultivation, it was powerful enough to cut through metal and jade. But he was fast, but Fang Xing was even faster. Roar! With a thought, the dragon state of mind emerged, catching the late key cultivator off guard. The flying sword trembled in midair, as if its control was failing. In that brief instant, Fang Xing took a single step forward and arrived before the late key cultivator. The advantage of physical cultivators lies in their rapid bursts of speed and high endurance. Blue Star warriors are similar to physical cultivators. To gain the upper hand, they must engage in close combat. Fang Xing had no intention of engaging the late key cultivator. While he was confident that a few strikes from his flying sword wouldn't kill him, a bloody mess would be unsightly. Physical cultivators don't rely on physical strength to defeat their opponents, but rather choose more energy-saving methods to defeat their enemies. He swung his fist, landing on a crimson shield. This late-stage key training cultivator, experienced in combat, activated a defensive shield on his robes at the same time he activated his flying sword. He wore a top-grade robe, the Red Cloud Taoist robe. The protective technique he activated was called Fire Cloud Shield, a first-tier, superior-grade spell. It not only provided excellent defense but also generated scorching flames, burning the enemy. But at this moment, Fang Xing's fist automatically enveloped itself in a silver-white glove, topped by a golden bell shield. He slammed heavily into the shield. Having achieved the state of a rough jade, he could already harness his innate true key and activate the golden bell shield talisman. Almost with the first punch, the crimson shield trembled. Not good. The late-stage key training cultivator finally came to his senses, looking at Fang Xing with fear in his eyes. Impossible, but it was too late. Streams of innate true key condensed on Fang Xing's fist, suddenly transforming into another massive fist mark. Boom! With a clashing of fists, the flaming cloud instantly shattered, countless sparks powerful enough to melt gold and iron flying and scattering onto the ground, burning deep holes. Fang Xing, engulfed in flames, remained unharmed, like a fiery deity. With a flick of his hand, he smacked the glittering blade of the flying sword, barely missing a hair. He dodged the blade, flicking his finger across the blade. Swoosh! The flying sword instantly disintegrated into a streak of light, disappearing into the opposite wall. How could such a warrior exist in this world? The late-stage key training cultivator glared in anger. Then, struck by Fang Xing's fist in the abdomen, he fell to the ground, curled up like a shrimp. Let me see your rental contract. If it's there, I'll find another one. If not, Fang Xing's expression was grim. With a swift, right hand, he snatched a flying sword from the wall and grasped the hilt. The flying sword hummed, like a venomous snake strangled by the vitals, unable to move. He reached out with his left hand, grasped the cultivator's neck, lifted him up, and gave him a gentle shake. The cultivator's magical instruments and talismans, scattering like rain. Sir, spare my life. The cultivator in the late key training stage blushed, and he managed a hard, grumbling sentence. I don't have a spiritual contract, and I only occupied this house later. I knew it. Fang Xing exerted a slight force, and a dragon's roar echoed through the air, instantly knocking the cultivator unconscious. The battle erupted swiftly, ending in the blink of an eye. Faint noises emanated from the surroundings, but they quickly faded. Interesting, a smile played on Fang Xing's lips as he sensed the energy. It seemed as if the spiritual veins of this market town had been tacitly divided between cultivators and demonic beasts, each claiming its own territory. Hunting and being hunted occurred at any moment, all according to the natural law of the survival of the fittest. Just now, his neighbors sensed the challenge to their lord being met with, but once the challenge was over, they fell silent, acknowledging Fang Xing's claim to the land. Humans are part of nature, too. But I was just taking classes on Young Eagle Star, and now I can play battle royale here. How exciting. The upper-grade cave residence was quite large, boasting not only numerous houses but also gardens, herb gardens, alchemy rooms, animal pens, basements, and more. Moreover, the spiritual energy here was far richer than any other cave residence. Fang Xing simply stood in a stance, and he felt his ki and blood surge, his internal energy transforming at nearly twice the rate of his makeshift camp. What a wonderful place. This concentration of spiritual energy alone is equivalent to eating half a bowl of extra spiritual rice every day, he sighed silently, descending into the basement. The basement had been converted into a prison, temporarily holding an unconscious late-stage ki training cultivator. Fang Xing silently picked up a flying sword. This was the most valuable trophy of this battle, a top-grade, first-class flying sword. After all, his robe had long been damaged in battle. The sword was about a foot long, or 33 centimeters. Its bronze blade was emblazoned with ancient cloud patterns, its edges sharpened, and its hilt inscribed with the characters King Sword. Too bad I don't have any mana, so I can't fly. I can only use it as a dagger, he complained, then grabbed the hand of the late-stage ki training cultivator, pierced his finger, and collected a drop of blood, depositing it into a nearby white briefcase. This was a portable family medical kit purchased on the black market. The kit, consuming the blood, began to operate rapidly. Within 10 minutes, a detailed medical report was transmitted to Fang Xing as expected of a cultivator. He looks old, but his bodily functions are in good condition. Could he live to be over 100? Could it be related to his late ki training? But Fang Xing read the last part, a hint of disappointment crossing his face. No abnormalities in the anatomy. It seems the so-called spiritual roots aren't flesh and blood, and can't be transplanted. He naturally still harbored some fantasies about the immortal realm. But this physical examination of the living cultivator ruthlessly shattered those illusions. But this portable medical kit can only treat minor ailments, and the examination may not be thorough enough. Fang Xing fell into deep thought. The best approach would be to send this precious living being to the Blue Star Federation's top medical laboratory. But obviously, I would never do that. He raised his hand and pointed, and a stream of innate ki, sharp as a sword, pierced the cultivator's forehead. The cultivator grunted and regained consciousness. The moment he saw Fang Xing, he instinctively chanted a spell. Don't get your hopes up. I just fed you the erosion immortal grass. While it can be used to refine elixirs that boost mana, it's inherently poisonous, making it difficult for cultivators to concentrate their mana. For a ki condensation cultivator like you, forcing out the poison from the erosion immortal grass, it will take at least 12 hours, Fang Xing said coldly. My humble servant's rudeness. I wonder what this lord wishes? I will fully cooperate. The ki condensation cultivator immediately looked at Fang Xing, a look of servility and flattery on his face, and knelt quickly. The casual cultivators in the market were also practical. Okay, a true man is one who can bend and stretch. What's your name? My humble servant is Zhou Tong. Do you know anything about the black market and the ghost market? Fang Xing casually asked for some information, matching Yu Xia's previous questions one by one. Unfortunately, this late ki condensation cultivator didn't know the details of the secret realm, but he was well versed in the black market. One last thing. Do you remember how many people you've killed? Fang Xing asked, his face expressionless. Zhou Tong's expression hardened, then turned ferocious, clearly sensing Fang Xing's murderous intent. I curse you, swoosh. A stream of innate true ki descended, instantly killing Zhou Tong. You're not a good person, and I don't have the habit of leaving hidden dangers. Fang Xing shook his head. Judging from Zhou Tong's collection, he knew he was no ordinary person. He was most likely a tribulation cultivator. As a tribulation cultivator, he could die after contributing to the medical field. Ever since learning of the giant and true master's departure, Fang Xing had indeed become much bolder. After all, with his current martial arts and equipment, he could practically sweep through the market. Even if he encountered a Foundation establishment cultivator, he'd at least be able to escape. Furthermore, both Yu Xia and Zhou Tong had revealed that the Foundation establishment cultivators in the market were either dead or had fled with the giant and true master, leading to the current chaos in the market. A few days later, southeast of the market, an underground cavern. Fang Xing, clad in a black robe covering his face and carrying a large package, entered. Beneath the mask, he still wore a ferocious expression. Ever since refining his skin, flesh, and tendons, he'd become anything he wanted, possessing all shapes and sizes, tall and short, fat and thin, handsome and ugly. I've been to the ghost market, but the goods were solo quality, mostly just daily necessities. The thought left him feeling frustrated. After reaching the unpolished Jade Realm, cultivation slowed even further than at the tendon and bone level. He needed to visit again to find suitable elixirs and sell stolen goods. This underground cavern was originally formed naturally, but later seemed to have been modified by cultivators, with multiple entrances. In the largest cavern, the walls were inlaid with strange pearls, emitting a soft, cool glow. Above ground, groups of wandering cultivators were already setting up stalls to trade. Fang Xing wandered around before stopping at the stall of a white-bearded elder. The white-bearded elder was incredibly sturdy, appearing even stronger than his age. Passing cultivators quickened their pace, for he was a master who had reached the perfect key cultivation stage. In the Kingland market, where there were no Foundation establishment cultivators these days, this was top tier. Fang Xing was intrigued by a small banner above the old man's stall, bearing the insignia of the fire refining workshop. It seems the incident happened so suddenly that not all of these major merchants have left, he muttered to himself, stepping forward and clasping his fists in greeting. Old man. I wonder if you'd accept any monster materials, used magical instruments, or spiritual herbs? The old man looked up at Fang Xing and nodded, his words precious. Yes, good. Fang Xing nodded, opened the package, and took out the items one by one, placing them before the old man. When the old man saw the boxing gloves and the king's sword, his expression became much more serious. He looked at Fang Xing in surprise and picked up a wolf skin at random, first grade, mid-grade skin of the King Fang wolf, estimated value, 20 low-grade spirit stones. Fang Xing frowned. This price is a bit low. If there was no accident in the market before, the price would naturally be higher. Now it is only this price. The old man shook his head and answered with extraordinary firmness. Chapter 66, Remarks on the Release. I received a notification that this book will be available for sale today at midnight, which means midnight on the 12th. It's almost time for it to be released again, and it's been a while since I've graduated from Wenchao. 11 books have been written, and now it's time for another test. I'm really nervous. After all, I'm middle-aged and still have to earn money for my baby. I sincerely hope that readers will support me and subscribe. Thank you so much, Wenchao. This year's writing situation has been unique. Not only have I been trying to write while raising a child, but my hometown was also flooded several times in June, which was really stressful. Fortunately, it's gradually recovered after July. Regardless, Wenchao will do its best to present a wonderful story and plot for readers. I hope you enjoy it. Now, let's talk about extra chapters. This book has 3 chapters for the Alliance leader. At the end of the previous book, Gu still had 2 Alliance leaders. So, I owe 6 chapters from the previous book, and I will make up for them all. Besides that, I'll update twice a day, usually at 6 a.m., with extra chapters usually at 3 p.m. Most importantly, I'm asking for monthly votes, subscriptions, and first-time subscribers. The better the results, the more chapters will be added. If the first subscription exceeds 10,000, then Wenchao will update 10,000 words every day in July. I guarantee this with my 10 years of writing without interruption. Chapter 67 Transaction. Okay, continue, Fang Xing sighed, watching the old man pick up the pair of boxing gloves. These are first-grade, top-grade magical weapons, crafted from scorching sun spirit iron. Unfortunately, their use is rather limited, suitable only for physical cultivators. The gloves have a slight chip, a pattern on the mountain-like formation is broken. They're worth 750 low-grade spirit stones. The old man took the gloves, pondered for a moment, and then made a price. Then, he carefully picked up the king's sword, a first-grade, top-grade flying sword, intact and well-maintained. Inscribed with a sharp gold and controlling wind formations, worth 900 spirit stones. The more he looked at them, the more he wondered. These two top-grade magical weapons looked like those two renowned tribulation cultivators. Was his previous offer too low? Fang Xing nodded slightly. Although he remembered that the top-grade iron feather sword set had sold for several thousand spirit stones at the auction, the situation was clearly different. The iron feather sword is not only a complete set of magical instruments, but also a truly exceptional masterpiece. It can be used to form a sword formation, rivaling top-tier magical instruments. Given the intense bidding at the auction, it's not surprising that the price is significantly higher. Normally, a top-grade magical instrument would fetch between 500 and 1,000 spirit stones. This top-grade, first-grade kink sword is not only well-maintained but also a highly sought-after flying sword among immortal cultivators. Previously, it would have fetched at least 1,000 spirit stones in the market. The situation was unique, so Fang Xing could only accept the other party's claims. However, Fang Xing was certain they could still make a profit. Perhaps even a substantial one. However, as always, magical instruments were useless to him, unless they were blood-refined instruments. He'd tested the kink sword, and found that without the infusion of mana, its sharpness alone was only slightly stronger than the Maoan sword, making it a mere scrap of junk. Upon hearing the verdict, he understood. So, a flying sword's sharpness isn't just due to its inherent sharpness, it also relies on the power of the formations and restrictions within its blade. I always feel like this world is against me. At this moment, the old man finally finished his inventory, slowly taking inventory. Sir, we only accept the fiery flower and the ancient green-vined spiritual herbs. Taken together, I can offer you 2,172 low-grade spirit stones. Okay, Fang Xing nodded, glancing over the old man's stall and selecting a tiger-headed long sword. Excellent sword. The sword was very heavy, perhaps 30 or 40 kilograms, but in Fang Xing's hands, it was like a feather, wielding it with ease. What's the name of this sword? You have good taste, sir. This sword is called Tiger Evil. It's forged from the spine of a demonic tiger and hammered with 100 Evil's iron. It's a blood-refined magical weapon, and it only costs 100 low-grade spirit stones, the old man said, his eyes twinkling. Buy it, Fang Xing, now flush with spirit stones, was unfazed in his spending. To him, a blood-refined magical weapon like this was far superior to any top-grade one. Okay, the old man smiled and pointed out 20 exotic multicolored crystals. Solemnly handing them over to Fang Xing. Along with them were 72 low-grade spirit stones. Please keep these, sir. These are actually mid-grade spirit stones. Fang Xing had only heard of these spirit stones before. It was said that one could be exchanged for 100 low-grade spirit stones. Accepting them, he truly sensed the intense and rich spiritual energy within them. A thought struck him: immortal cultivators can cultivate with spirit stones. It's a shame warriors can't do that, but if warriors in this world can't, perhaps warriors on Blue Star can. Next time, I'll throw a few low-grade spirit stones on the black market and see what happens. This was part of Fang Xing's earlier exploratory plan. Furthermore, by chance, Gu Yun discovered strange talismans being sold on the black market, suspected to be related to evil spirits. Because of her father's connections, Gu Yun was completely hostile to anything related to evil spirits. Upon hearing this information, he immediately went to the black market to investigate, even obtaining a low-grade golden talisman, which he sent to the Faith Theory Department for examination. Fang Xing planned to wait until winter break to casually inquire about the inspection results. As the whistleblower, insider, and a close associate, Manager Bai Xiling of the Faith Theory Department would undoubtedly pass on the news to Gu Yun. It would be the same as telling Fang Xing. It might seem like I'm exploiting a friend, but I'm sure these cultivation items aren't dangerous. I'll compensate her a little later. He calmly put the spirit stones away. Sensing the hostile glances from all around, he sneered inwardly. More spirit stones to give away. Fang Xing stood up, but instead of leaving, he swaggered off to browse. After all, the vendors here weren't always the same. There was a constant flow of vendors. In the intervening time, several new stalls had appeared in the cave. Fang Xing stopped at a stall and looked at the lifelike puppets that looked like dolls. How much are these? Some of these puppets were shaped like birds and beasts, while others were humanoid. All were palm-sized, shimmering and impressive. Since you know it's a puppet, you should know it's impossible to control without the spiritual consciousness of an immortal cultivator, the puppet vendor replied unhappily, his hat covering most of his face. Warriors are discriminated against in the world of immortal cultivation, even those with innate true ki. Among the hundreds of immortal cultivation arts, Talismans are the most commonly used by warriors. However, even those with innate true ki can only activate talismans of the first order mid-grade. Once they reach the first order upper grade, they are essentially inaccessible to warriors. The higher second order talismans are even more problematic. Even cultivators in the early to middle stages of ki training may not be able to activate them successfully. Late stage cultivators can activate them, but it consumes a significant portion of their mana, and once activated, they are difficult to control and may even injure themselves. As for warriors? What the hell are you dreaming of? The situation is similar with elixirs. If a warrior forcibly swallows a high-level elixir, they will die from intestinal rupture. They are also inaccessible to second-order elixirs. Magical weapons are even worse. Aside from blood-refined magical weapons, forget it. Formations are considered the most important of the 100 arts of immortal cultivation. Whether it's the crafting of formation flags or the actual deployment techniques, they have nothing to do with warriors. The sole function of an innate warrior is to infuse low-level formation flags with true ki, saving perhaps a few spirit sands. Puppets are even more so. Without the mana of an immortal cultivator to activate them, or the spiritual consciousness to control them, they're nothing more than toys. I'm not an immortal cultivator, but I have disciples and friends. Fang Xing picked up a mechanical bird. How much is this puppet? It's a first-grade, low-grade puppet. If you like it, I'll give you a special price, 150 spirit stones. The stall owner glanced at Fang Xing and said seriously. Buy it. Fang Xing generously pulled out a pile of low-grade spirit stones and held the toy bird in his palm. The mechanical bird was made of wood, with colorful feathers and intricate formation patterns. As he walked, he tried to put Xianchen's hanky, but it was like a drop in the ocean, and he might even damage the puppet. It really doesn't work, Fang Xing thought to himself, but he had other ideas for purchasing this puppet. The unpolished Jade Realm is equivalent to a Xianchen warrior, already the pinnacle of this world, but I still have a way to go. If I break through to the Gallant Soul Realm, open the Niwen Palace, and possess spiritual powers, perhaps I can try to control it. Maybe it will work. Then, this puppet would be a perfect experimental subject. After wandering around for a few times, Fang Xing was about to leave when he saw a petite and lovely female cultivator setting up a stall. His eyes lit up. He then looked at the small banner she held up, which bore the Qinggai mark of Kingdom Fang. He felt more confident and quickly approached. Miss Xiaoru, who are you? Xiaoru looked up, clearly not recognizing Fang Xing in disguise. I bought a few bottles of elixirs from Miss Xiaoru back then. It's normal that you can't remember. Are these things you're selling on your stall authentic products from Kingdom Fang? Fang Xing looked at the bottles and jars. Of course, the jade bottle seals and the spirit sealing talismans are intact. Feel free to inspect them. Xiaoru gestured for permission. No, I trust you. Fang Xing's eyes flashed, taking in all the elixirs. He asked seriously, may I ask if you'll accept spiritual herbs? Of course I do. Alice. Ever since the beast tide, our original team of herbalists at Kingdom Fang has dispersed, and it's not easy to start reopening the furnaces now. Xiaoru sighed, but Fang Xing's expression changed. It seemed that Kingdom Fang had been unlucky this time, even their precious alchemist hadn't escaped. He calmed down and searched for the elixirs he needed, tiger marrow pills, and the key replenishing pills suitable for innate warriors. Give me 10 bottles of each. Xiaoru's face lit up when she heard this. This is a major customer. Not only is the spirit stone generous, but there are also so many spirit herbs. Clearly, he's an extremely powerful herb collector, perhaps even backed by a network of other herb collectors. Could it be the Medicine King gang? Xiaoru pondered, picking up a spiritual herb Fang Xing had brought in, giving an estimate. Erosion immortal grass, originally 3 spirit stones apiece. But now it's difficult to get it. I can give you 5 spirit sand. In the end, Fang Xing had given most of the entire package of spiritual herbs to Xiaoru, and even had to pay a considerable amount of spirit stones, which made him secretly sigh at the exorbitant profits of the alchemists. After going around like this, it feels like the greed in the air is almost condensed into substance. Fang Xing found a corner in the market and sat cross-legged, his newly purchased tiger evil blade resting on his knees. He sneered inwardly. Now, he pressed his hand against the blade, slowly infusing it with strands of the unpolished jade's inner energy, his innate true ki. Infused with this innate true ki, he gradually refined this blood-refined magical instrument and mastered its uses. The tiger blade, when imbued with innate true ki, can soar through the air, but its maximum range from its owner cannot exceed 100 steps. Its power is comparable to that of an ordinary low-grade magical weapon. In addition, a wind blade technique formation is engraved within the blade. When filled with innate true ki, it unleashes a wind blade with power comparable to that of the wind blade technique. That's it. After truly refining a blood-refined magical weapon, Fang Xing suddenly realized that his previous decision not to use his essence in blood to refine the ink pattern sword was the right one. For an innate master to wield a blood-refined magical weapon is essentially the same as an early-stage ki cultivator wielding a low-grade magical weapon. I could kill 10 of these creatures with a single strike. Now, if Fang Xing wielded the tiger blade and unleashed the ghostly sword technique, his speed and power far surpassed those of a blood-refined magical weapon. A warrior is a warrior. Imitating the methods of a cultivator is merely a poor imitation. Unless the power of the blood-refined magic weapon is comparable to that of a first-grade, superior magic weapon, or it possesses special functions, then he would take a second look. Sure enough, am I only suited to rushing up and slashing people with a knife? Fang Xing suddenly felt quite melancholy. Then, he saw a group of people approaching, and their target was none other than him. Chapter 68 Kill. In an underground cave, a group of cultivators, surrounded by a large man, approached Fang Xing. Most of these cultivators were in the early to middle stages of ki cultivation. Though they wore different robes and ceremonial robes, some even patched, they bore the same markings on their chests and backs, clearly belonging to the same faction. The man they surrounded was a sturdy figure with a square face and a long purple beard. He walked with the gait of a dragon and a tiger, his gaze carrying a hint of dominance. Fellow Taoist, please come in. I am Luo Hong, leader of the Xiangshi gang. I would like to make friends with you. May I know who is behind you? Luo Hong spoke, his voice resonant and full of energy. He must be a cultivator in the late ki cultivation stage. In Kinglan Market, those in the late ki cultivation stage are considered absolute masters. For example, the leader of the 3 black tigers, previously slain by Fang Xing, and Zhou Tong. When there's no tiger in the mountain, the monkey becomes king, and it's a common problem among cultivators. They look down on warriors. They assume I have someone behind me. Fang Xing smiled inwardly, looking at this makeshift group, thinking they must be a rising power after the collapse of order. He said in a low voice, "Get lost." "What did you say?" Luo Hong's smile froze, and the cultivators behind him were even more indignant. Since when did a single warrior get to bully them? Besides, since they had followed Boss Luo and founded the Xiangshi gang, when had they ever suffered such injustice? "I'm just being kind," Fang Xing sighed. This group of cultivators were clearly coveting his wealth. If he spoke politely and tried to negotiate, it would only embolden them, and something unbearable would happen. He deliberately said get lost to let them know he had the upper hand. If they could retreat when faced with difficulty, he could have the best of both worlds. Of course, there was also the situation where good words couldn't persuade a damned devil, and then there was nothing he could do. Okay, let's go." Luo Hong's expression darkened, and he turned and walked away. "Boss," a charming woman approached. "Why not?" she gestured. "After all, this place is jointly owned by those families. We should give them some respect." "Have you left your spiritual power mark?" Luo Hong replied in a low voice. "Of course. A mere warrior wouldn't be able to discover our cultivator's abilities," the woman chuckled. "Very well, he dares to provoke us like this. When we get out, we'll chase him down and kill him. No matter who's behind him, even if he's a Foundation establishment cultivator, can't we just avoid him?" A ferocious look flashed across Luo Hong's face. "It's come to the point of highway robbery and murder. Who cares about the future? For a robber cultivator, it's either the fat sheep or themselves who die. It's that simple. In this precarious market, every spiritual stone is valuable, and it might even be stained with blood." Half an hour later, Fang Xing emerged from the underground cave, walking among the rubble, his expression remarkably relaxed. For a warrior, this complex environment is the perfect advantage. A lone warrior, especially, relishes street fighting when surrounded. It's a regular subject in school, a requirement for exams. In his hand, the tiger blade hummed and roared, as if thirsting for blood. The moon was dark and windy. A perfect night for murder. In this place, lightning and thunder, torrential rain, would be just the thing. Fang Xing sighed, kicked his foot, and suddenly disappeared. Boom. In the spot where he stood, A deep pit suddenly appeared on the bluestone pavement, and countless cracks spread around it. No, not disappearance, but speed. Behind him. Where is that person? Luo Hong, clad in a shimmering robe, polished his flying sword. His flying sword, named Yuquan, was a top-grade, water-like blade, carrying a hint of icy chill. Beside them, the woman held a detection talisman, her eyes gleaming. He suddenly vanished, but my spiritual power signature indicates he's rapidly approaching us. Is he surrendering? A fat man in a hemp robe asked with a grin. How could a mere warrior defeat the Xiangxia gang? The Xiangxia gang had dozens of members. 12 of them had come with a boss this time, collectively known as the 13 Guardians, their elite. A single spell from each would be enough to drown that brat. Roar. At that moment, a dragon's long roar echoed from the darkness. Boom. A terrifying martial will, like a sledgehammer, slammed into the sea of consciousness of the cultivators. Oh no. Quickly, use the calming talisman, a magical artifact in the form of a spirit snake, atop Luo Hong's hairpin, suddenly glowed crimson, bringing him to his senses. A sudden thought struck him, realizing he was facing an enemy skilled in spiritual attacks. He shouted loudly, his robe shimmering with light, transforming into a wide jade shield that protected him. The next moment, a dark figure leaped from the darkness, a flash of blade in hand. The fat man in the hemp robe who had spoken earlier, still smiling slightly, his stout head soaring high. This man had reached the 6th level of key training, practically the highest level among the group except for the leader. Unexpectedly, his death was so miserable, without even using any spells or artifacts, he perished instantly. In the face of death, all are equal. This, Luo Hong's eyes twitched. His powerful shout hadn't even brought his men back to their senses. What kind of attack had that been? Could it be spiritual consciousness? But the battle had already begun, and there was no need to dwell on anything else. As his gaze drifted, Fang Xing's blade flashed, piercing through 2 more nearby cultivators. How dare you? Luo Hong roared, and the Yuquan sword transformed into a stream of light, its aura radiating a sinister force pressing towards Fang Xing. Then, an ancient bronze bell materialized in his hand. With a gentle shake, a resounding, vast chime emanated. The Xiangxia gang members, stunned by the dragon's state of mind, finally regained their composure and frantically tore apart protective talismans, cast spells, and manipulated magical instruments to attack Fang Xing. This Zuanine bell was a rare treasure Luo Hong had obtained from that secret realm. Unlike the magical instruments used by the key training stage or the spiritual tools used by the foundation establishment stage, these rare treasures require no master, they only require an input of mana to function, often with miraculous effects. This Zuanine bell could awaken the mind and protect the sea of consciousness. Furthermore, Luo Hong shook the Zuanine bell again, sending waves of invisible sonic waves hurtling towards Fang Xing. Fang Xing's blade flashed, and with a single blow, he deflected the Yuquan flying sword. At the same time, a golden bell cover talisman was activated, causing an illusory golden bell to envelop him. Beneath the bell, a nano-protective suit enveloped his entire body, even his eyes, like a layer of silver armor. After this, Fang Xing completely disregarded the remaining attacks. He thrust his long sword, and the ghostly blade swung again, sending several more heads flying. Impossible. Luo Hong's eyes blazed with rage as he watched his trusted gang members reduced to a pile of severed fingers and shattered remains. He watched as low-level spells transformed into a colorful torrent, vines, fireballs, and water arrows nearly drowned Fang Xing, but the next moment, the vines ripped apart, and the fireballs and water arrows struggled to pierce the golden bell's phantom. The remaining 2 flying knives and several round magic weapons struck the enemy, leaving only faint marks on the silver armor. The opponent seemed to transform into a silver-armored reaper, charging through a torrent of magic. Each strike could easily rip through defensive shields, split open defensive artifacts, and claim the life of his closest confidant. Could it be a body cultivation cultivator? No, that's impossible. Can body cultivation be that powerful? Luo Hong's Zuanine bell, a combination of attack and defense, produced a bewitching divine sound that would affect even a master who had reached the perfect key refining stage. Why was Fang Xing so unfazed? It was clear that a body cultivation cultivator's sea of consciousness was their weak point. Could it be a second-level body cultivation cultivator? Perhaps only the consciousness of a second-level body cultivation cultivator could withstand the bewitching divine sound. But Luo Hong's surprise soon wore off, as Fang Xing had already reached him. "Boss, save me," a woman's sobbing voice reached his ears. Luo Hong saw a look of sorrow on the face of the most beautiful woman in the gang. A line of blood formed between her brows, and then her entire body split down the middle, revealing a sure god of death. As expected, martial arts requires real combat. Fang Xing, like an Ashura, wielded the tiger blade with unparalleled skill. He never once collided with a jade spring sword's blade in mid-air, yet he managed to effortlessly strike the blade, sending this top-grade magical weapon flying far away. After all, a blood-refined magical weapon was only of a lower grade, and a head-on collision with a top-grade flying sword would easily break after a few strikes. Therefore, Fang Xing relied on his deftness to deflect the jade spring sword. But aside from the attacks of this late-stage key training cultivator, he was completely oblivious to the attacks of all others. Throughout the bloody battle, no one had ever been able to break his defenses. Even when his nano-protective suit was damaged, silvery water quickly surged over it, rapidly repairing it. Of course, within the protective shield, Fang Xing also felt the effects of various shockwaves, high temperatures, corrosion, and other magical effects. Unfortunately, even with a dragon-scale elephant armor between him, his jade skin flesh, willow tendons, and steel-like bones easily withstood the damage. If it were anyone else, even as an ancient master, they would have been shattered to death by the torrent of magic just now, but I'm different. Fang Xing thrust his long sword forward. The demon-slaying power of the ghostly god sword transforming into a sharp blade light, slashing heavily on Luo Hong's protective jade shield. Now, of the 13 guardians of the Xiangsha gang pursuing him, only the leader remained. This man is no ordinary person, even stronger than the two in the late key training stage. And this spell can actually protect my mind, unaffected by my dragon state of mind. Fang Xing slashed with his sword, then with another. 3 sword shadows crisscrossed the air. Infused with Xiangshan Qi, the tiger evil sword's blade light surged, even cracking the surface of the white jade shield. Wait, Luo Hong retreated quickly, his face covered in cold sweat. He could never have imagined that this seemingly ordinary warrior was actually a hidden killing god. He was clearly a cultivator, his physical cultivation nearing the second stage, yet he so shamelessly suppressed the fluctuations of his magical power and disguised himself as a mortal. Humans can only perceive what is within their own sphere of perception. In Luo Hong's worldview, only physical cultivators, not warriors, could be so powerful. "We can talk," he expressed himself with unusual sincerity, seeking peace amidst the bloody massacre of his subordinates. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 69 Golden Feather. Fang Xing had no intention of yielding to such a man. He yanked his left hand, and the ink-patterned sword landed in his hand. Thousands of cold lights flashed like flying stars, eventually condensing into a single point, sending the white jade sword flying once again. Then, the tiger blade, like a ghost, slashed at the white jade shield again. With a clatter, the white jade shield let out a mournful wail, exploding into countless points of light. Luo Hong's robe, once shimmering with aura, instantly extinguished, and an unnatural crimson flush appeared on his face. "Are you determined to fight to the death?" He tore open a top-grade, first-grade Vajra talisman, enveloping him in a thick golden light as he rapidly retreated. In Luo Hong's hand, another talisman emerged. This one was even larger than the previous one. The bright yellow paper was thick and crisp, with an indescribable texture. Scarlet cinnabar strokes swirled across it, and faint flashes of fire and lightning emanated. The aura alone surpassed that of a top-grade, first-tier talisman. A second-tier talisman. Fang Xing paused, sensing a hint of danger. A second-tier talisman represented the power of a single strike from a foundation establishment cultivator. Ordinary cultivators in the early and middle stages of key training wouldn't even have the mana to activate it. However, a cultivator in the late stages could still activate it, though they'd be more likely to accidentally injure themselves. Yes, it's the second tier, the Bing Fire Divine Thunder Talisman. Luo Hong held up his life-saving trump card. As you're aware, the Bing Fire Divine Thunder is a formidable foundation establishment spell. Thunder and fire are renowned for their destructive power, and the Bing Fire Divine Thunder is the most powerful. If you don't wish to perish with me, retreat." Before he could finish his words, a laser beam struck the Vajra talisman, instantly breaking through the defenses and striking Luo Hong's head. Bang! His headless body fell backward, slamming heavily to the ground. The second tier Bing Fire Divine Thunder talisman, deprived of its mana, its aura dimmed, and it fell beside the corpse. Furthermore, the Zuan Bell and Yuquan sword, suspended in midair, lost their master's magical support, their auras shimmering and falling to the ground. If I hadn't been training and challenging you to actual combat, who would have played with you so long? Take a single blow from my Ashina Ryu. Fang Xing sheathed the laser rifle, snorted, and began gathering his spoils. A moment later, his figure flashed, like a dark cloud, as he retreated from the battlefield. A long time passed before a few figures appeared stealthily in the darkness. Seeing the bodies strewn across the ground, they were utterly shocked. Are these members of the Xiangxia gang? They're all dead. Even the gang leader, Luo Hong, is dead? This guy was truly dangerous. He entered the secret realm and returned alive, and even gained something, yet he was defeated. Who the hell is that person? Soon, the figures retreated. The major forces that remained in Kingland Market all learned of the emergence of a mysterious and powerful figure within the market, intent on annihilating the Xiangxia gang. They all labeled him a target not to be provoked. In the basement of the Superior Cave, that battle was intense. Fang Xing removed his nano-suit. The suit, which had accompanied him for so long, curled up into a silvery white metal ball, feeling much lighter than before. Taking so many hits has damaged my body. Even if it can repair itself, the nano-components it reserves are running low. He sighed and discarded the suit. This type of protective suit is quite popular on young Eagle Star. If it wears out, just buy another. Besides that, he had a few minor injuries, but nothing serious. The loss was minimal, but the gains were immense. The spirit stones and magical instruments on those minions were almost negligible. The bulk of the proceeds belonged to Luo Hong. This made Fang Xing sigh. Wealth truly does accumulate in a pyramidal pattern. Although Luo Hong didn't have a storage bag, he did carry a small purse, filled with mid-grade spirit stones. A rough count revealed 10. That's 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, not to mention the top-grade flying sword, Yuquan, the magical ancient bell, a spirit snake hairpin, and the second-level talisman, the Bing Fire Divine Thunder talisman. I've heard that thunder magic is the most lethal of all arts, but I still can't use it, Fang Xing complained, then closed his eyes, reflecting on the battle. It must be said that a warrior must practice frequently in order to achieve rapid progress. He felt his ghostly blade and extreme passion sword had both improved, and he had some ideas about the next steps in the dragon elephant art. Furthermore, he possessed a new aura of fierceness and power. For a warrior, power is crucial. If one can cultivate unrivaled power, whether it's breaking through realms or cultivating, one's progress will be 1,000 times faster. The martial arts are not flourishing in this world. Could it be that I came here to spread the martial arts, become a martial ancestor, teach countless disciples, and then destroy the immortal path, ushering in a new era of martial arts? Fang Xing began to speculate wildly. However, if he could truly achieve this, he would surely be able to cultivate unparalleled power and courage. Conquer the world with my fist. Right now, I'm just a small fry. Creating a new path and challenging the immortal path is too difficult for me. Let's disguise myself as a physical cultivator. Actually, other immortal cultivators can easily tell the difference between physical cultivators and warriors, and Fang Xing couldn't think of any disguise. But he didn't need one. Just like Luo Hong, cultivators only perceive what lies within their own purview. Having never encountered such a powerful warrior, they simply considered Fang Xing a physical cultivator, one with a particularly advanced aura controlling technique. Time flew by. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Fang Xing was delighted to be here. After all, the high-quality caves were filled with spiritual energy, strengthening the body and prolonging life even without practicing. He occasionally ventured out to battle monsters and cultivators, bringing back some monster meat for himself. When he ran out of elixirs, he could buy more at the market. As for safety, he mostly slept back on young Eagle Star, each one a particularly sweet sleep. The problems of daily necessities that the cultivators in the market were gradually facing were far less likely to affect him. One day, Fang Xing, his upper body naked, was applying a layer of ointment. The ointment had a faint fragrance, but it burned on his skin. It was none other than the whale elephant ointment. The half box of whale elephant cream that teacher Xiaolong gave me, I've been pretty frugal with, but it's all gone. Fang Xing struck a fist stance, his body aglow with precious light, like a golden arhat. Dragon Elephant Gong is undoubtedly the best defensive technique among A-level techniques. Through his previous battles, he had a deep understanding of the advantages of physical training techniques, and now he only wanted to further enhance them. If I want to make rapid progress, whale elephant cream is essential. It's not easy to sell on the black market on Young Eagle Star, not to mention that since I'm distributing immortality items, the Prevention and Control Bureau might be eyeing it. Why don't we look around here to see if there's a substitute? Those key training elixirs suitable for physical cultivation can be tried. I have spirit stones anyway. Even if they run low, I can just sell the ancient bell and flying sword. After practicing the dragon elephant art technique once, Fang Xing sat cross-legged, his 5 hearts facing the sky, and silently began to channel his internal energy, strengthening his internal organs. With the help of the key replenishing pills, his internal energy was almost endless, and his internal organs were trained at a rapid pace. After completing a training session, he glanced at the attribute column. Name, Fang Xing. Age, 17. Occupation, warrior. 3rd realm, unpolished jade. 5 internal organs. 21/100, 12 military fist styles. 55/200, proficient, big dragon posture. 7/400, master, subduing tiger posture. 79/200, proficient, ghostly blade. 45 out of 100, proficient, extreme love sword. 22/100, proficient, dragon elephant skill. 8/100, beginner, gate of the heavens, charging. Sure enough, practicing martial arts by killing people is the fastest way to improve. Besides, the speed at which the internal energy can temper the 5 internal organs is also amazing. I can finish tempering the 5 internal organs in about 3 months and start practicing the 6 internal organs. In other words, in half a year, I can try to break through to the 4th realm, around the 100 stars joint examination. If I can make it before the 100 stars joint examination, I will definitely make a big splash. Xiaolong hoped his classmates would rank well in the 100 stars joint exam, perhaps the top 50,000, or even the top 100,000, which would be considered a good ranking. But Fang Xing felt that if he worked hard enough, he could easily break into the top 1,000. If he were lucky enough to break through to the brave spirit realm, perhaps he could even compete for the top 10. That's because I don't want to reveal all my skills during the exam. Otherwise, I'd at least be in the top 3. In the future, I'll be competing with geniuses from all over the universe for a place in a top-tier university. A mere 100 stars joint exam, Fang Xing was just feeling proud when suddenly, a fierce cry echoed from the distant horizon. Cry. The terrifying sound waves, like a hurricane, swept across the market area, sending shockwaves through the hearts of all the cultivators. The sound came with incredible speed, seemingly far away, then in the blink of an eye, it was over the market. A dark shadow, as vast as the sky, descended. Fang Xing looked up and saw a monster resembling a golden feathered vulture. Its wingspan was at least tens of meters long, and its feathers, as if cast from gold, shimmered with brilliance, forming a natural defense. My blood-refined magic weapon wouldn't even be able to penetrate this bird's defense. Fang Xing retreated to the basement, monitoring the outside world through surveillance cameras, ready to return to Young Eagle Star at any moment. Bang! Bang! The enormous monster bird landed in the market town. With a single swipe of its claws, countless ruins were reduced to dust. Its hideous, vulture-like head was agile, slithering into a basement, snatching up a cultivator and devouring him. Magical spells and magical weapons were rendered as though paper beneath its beak. Fang Xing could sense the vast disparity in life levels. A second-tier monster, several screams of monsters echoed from afar, and then a monstrous golden-feathered vulture, striking the monster with its ox-bodied body and python head, clamped down on its massive claws and swallowed it whole. In this market, whether demonic beasts or human cultivators, they are nothing more than food. If this is the case with second-tier demonic beasts, what about third-tier great demons? I was too arrogant before. The road ahead is still long. Fang Xing silently watched the surveillance camera. When the demonic bird showed signs of approaching, he silently chose to open the gate of the heavens. 3 seconds later, a flash of silver light appeared, and the young man's figure instantly disappeared. Chapter 70, All Laws. Young Eagle Star. In the bedroom, Fang Xing lay in bed, a deep sense of peace welling up in his heart. Recalling the second-level flying demon beast he had just encountered, his eyes narrowed slightly. Second-level demon beasts are different from one another. This second-level flying beast gives me an even more oppressive feeling than the one I saw last time. Perhaps it's a mid-level or even a high-level second-level demon beast. He had seen Foundation establishment cultivators in the market easily kill second-level demon beasts before. But Fang Xing believed that if it were this one, the Kingxuan sect elder stationed in the market would probably have been forced to flee. Because of its flying speed, it might even be impossible to escape. I'm probably not qualified to fight a second-level demon beast at this point, even a low-level second-level demon beast. Fang Xing had a clear understanding of his own strength. Among key condensation cultivators, he was definitely quite strong. As long as he didn't encounter an exceptionally powerful key condensation cultivator, he could basically sweep them away. However, facing Foundation establishment cultivators, or being surrounded by late-stage or perfect key condensation cultivators, he would be extremely dangerous. Foundation establishment cultivators have awakened their divine consciousness, giving them a heightened sense of danger. Even using a laser rifle might not guarantee victory. If the laser rifle misses on the first shot, losing its concealment advantage, Fang Xing's chances of success will be even lower. While the opponent can't dodge the laser, they can dodge the gun. A second-tier demon beast, with its thick skin and stronger vitality, is even more difficult to predict. Because of this, Fang Xing stayed on Young Eagle Star for several days before daring to return to Kinglan Market. In the superior cave abode, everything was normal in the basement. Oh? It seems the second-tier demon beast's divine consciousness is so extraordinary that it didn't detect any life here, so it didn't come. Fang Xing was quite pleased to not have to move. For the next few days, he continued his usual routine, consuming spiritual rice, taking pills, and practicing. Although excessive consumption of pills can cause elixir poisoning, he had undergone a muscle strengthening and marrow cleansing exercise upon reaching the unpolished Jade Realm, which eliminated much of the accumulated impurities. Furthermore, the inexhaustible energy within the unpolished Jade Realm tempered his internal organs, enhancing his tolerance to elixir poison far beyond the previous two realms. Furthermore, Fang Xing carefully controlled the dosage of the medicine, keeping it within his body's tolerance. His martial arts skills not only advanced rapidly, but his foundation also remained incredibly solid. My subduing tiger posture has made rapid progress. But my dragon elephant skill has stagnated due to the lack of the whale elephant ointment. A few days later, Fang Xing glanced at his stats bar, feeling a bit regretful. Finding a substitute for the whale elephant ointment needs to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. On Young Eagle Star, even if a substitute existed, he lacked the channels, connections, or sufficient star essence. But here, it was clearly not a problem. Early morning, Fang Xing, as usual, covered his face with a black robe, blending into the thick fog. Occasionally, a few figures emerged from the ruins and basements, all dressed as he did, holding magical instruments and talismans, and staring at everyone with wary eyes. The cultivators in this world are truly unfriendly, he muttered inwardly, arriving at the ghost market. This was actually the former street vendor area, but it's since been abandoned, with only a few cultivators taking advantage of the thick morning fog, offering a chance to trade without fear of being spotted by monsters. The fog was especially dense today, making it nearly impossible to see anyone beyond 3 meters. This feels a bit strange. Perhaps it's the special effects of some formation? Or perhaps the formation master is taking advantage of the situation. Fang Xing arrived at a stall and discovered they were selling ordinary rice. How is it? This rice is cheap. 1 spirit stone will give you 20 kilograms. The stall owner was a key training cultivator, likely only at the early stages of key training. He smiled broadly. Before the market, 10 kilograms of spiritual rice only cost 1 spirit stone. Fang Xing was speechless. While key training cultivators couldn't practice long-term fasting, look at what they've been forced into. Alice, what was it like back then? What's it like now? The stall owner sighed. It's good to have something to eat. Wait until the supplies in the ruins of the market town are exhausted, then come back and see. Fang Xing knew very well that the spiritual fields outside the market town were now completely abandoned, and it would be even worse next year. The reason these wandering cultivators lingered, willing to risk the occasional second-level monster preying on them, was that the wilderness was even worse than here, and there was still a chance of encountering high-level monsters. Second, There were still some supplies in the ruins of the market town, and scavenging could occasionally yield something. Even if a monster came, with so many people, they wouldn't be the ones to suffer, so they were just hoping for the best. Third, it was probably just a vague hope that the larger sects outside might fight back. He shook his head and walked off to another spot. "Brother, would you like to play?" Standing on a street corner were several ethereal female cultivators, each in dazzling attire. Seeing Fang Xing's burly frame, unfazed by the slightest hint of weakness, their eyes lit up. "I used to have a legitimate business in Tingaiyu Tower. I'm proficient in the 72 forms of the mysterious cave, the 9 transformations of the fish and dragon, and the art of the spring cry of the Battle of K. I guarantee this brother will be reluctant to leave. Just give me a few pounds of spiritual rice or fasting pills." The prices have dropped significantly compared to before. Fang Xing nodded secretly, walking away without looking away. He was here to relax and browse the market, looking for a substitute for the whale elephant paste, and he wouldn't let such trivial matters distract him. Sure enough, this ghost market isn't good. Next time, I'll go straight to the black market in the cave. Just when Fang Xing thought he was going to get nothing again, he paused in front of a stall. The stall held a few bottles of medicinal pills, a rare sight in the ghost market. Although the elixirs he sold were commonplace, they were still quite good in today's market. The stall owner was an aged cultivator, his ebony hairpin broken in half. His robes tattered and worn, a look of wretchedness. Despite this, he maintained a proud demeanor, and a faint aroma of elixir lingered about him, betraying his status as an alchemist. "Is it him? Wan Fenglin? This old fellow is still alive." Fang Xing gazed at the visibly downtrodden Wan Fenglin, the great alchemist, with a wave of surprise. This man had been forced to flee using a life-saving talisman during the first battle of 5 Scorpions Valley, having been one of the first to be eliminated. Later, the internal conflict between Shen Yi and Fu Qing of the Black Tiger Gang had left him out of the picture. Fang Xing, however, had a feeling the Black Tiger Gang would not let him go, but he hadn't expected him to be still alive. He naturally didn't know that Wan Fenglin had indeed been nearly driven to despair, even becoming a prisoner of the Black Tiger Gang. Fortunately, the Kingsuan sect later intervened and suppressed the Black Tiger Gang, leading to the Black Tiger leader being slain by a giant in Henrun. The vast Black Tiger Gang disbanded, giving him a chance to escape. However, his cultivation had been severely damaged, and he had now fallen back to the 3rd level of key training. Coupled with the devastating market disaster, life was truly difficult, and he could barely put together his belongings. "Dao, please buy some elixirs. This golden replenishing pill will rapidly heal any injury, and this spring blossom pill, taken regularly, will grant eternal youth." Wan Fenglin, not recognizing the masked and altered Fang Xing, enthusiastically introduced the elixirs on his stall. Fang Xing glanced at them and could only deem them rubbish. No wonder he was getting worse. He pondered for a moment, then pulled out the box that had previously contained the whale elephant cream. The cream was naturally depleted, but some aroma remained, enough for the alchemist and pharmacist to verify its properties. "I used this body refining cream before. Do you have any replacements in stock?" Wan Fenglin took it, sniffed it briefly, and his expression changed. "This potency is quite potent. I was mistaken. Fellow Taoist appears to be no warrior, but a physical cultivator, perhaps even one in the late stages of key training. His key reinforcement technique is truly exceptional." "That's good to know." Fang Xing folded his arms and said coldly, "And what was the result?" "This potency is quite potent. It probably contains 2nd-tier spiritual herbs and the flesh and blood of 2nd-tier demonic beasts. I can't think of a substitute. Even King Dunfeng might not be able to produce one." Wan Fenglin gave a wry smile and returned the empty box to Fang Xing. "Is that so?" "Well," Fang Xing shook his head. He had known the dragon elephant art would be difficult to practice, but he hadn't expected it to be this difficult. The accompanying cream actually involved a 2nd-tier substance. "Are we going to kill a 2nd-tier demon beast? My blood-refined magic weapon is quite handy for slashing people, but it's practically useless against a 2nd-tier demon beast." But Wan Fenglin's personality isn't great. "I'd better ask Miss Xiaoru next time." He turned to leave, but suddenly stopped. To be honest, Wan Fenglin had plotted against him before, and he still held a grudge. But seeing his miserable state, it seemed as if staying alive would be the greater punishment. "What else, fellow Taoist?" Wan Fenglin was startled when Fang Xing stopped. Then, seeing a low-grade spirit stone in Fang Xing's hand, his eyes widened. I'm quite interested in that secret realm. Since you, Master Wan, have been there before, you must know some information. Tell me everything. If you can please me, all these spirit stones are yours." Fang Xing took out a few more low-grade spirit stones and tossed them around in his hands. Wan Fanglin's face changed drastically. He looked like he wanted to run but didn't dare to, and finally all his expression turned into bitterness. "I really don't know what happened in the 5 Scorpion Valley. Later, I escaped by luck. After I came back, I was targeted by the Black Tiger Gang and kidnapped. In fact, the Black Tiger Gang thought that Wan Fanglin knew some secrets of the secret realm and was a talented alchemist, so they spared his life. On the contrary, I heard some news from the Black Tiger Gang. Seeing the spirit stone thrown by Fang Xing, Wan Fanglin swallowed his saliva. Regarding that secret realm, some people say that it is the inheritance left by Master Wanfa, which is very precious. That's why it attracted the Jindans Henrin of King Sun sect to come. Master Wanfa." Fang Xing was a little confused, but still threw a low-grade spirit stone over. "Go on." Yes. Wan Fanglin's eyes lit up. "Anyway, the secret realm must be occupied by monsters now and is considered useless. These hearsays can be sold for a few spirit stones." "It's great." Speaking of this Master Wanfa, he is extraordinary. He was a well-known genius 1,000 years ago. It is said that his spiritual roots were poor, but he practiced all the way to break through the realm and achieve the perfect Jindan. Chapter 71 King Hong's Sword. Through Wan Fanglin's tales, Fang Xing finally understood the vastness of the Great Wilderness. This was merely the wilderness of the Great Wilderness, but tens of thousands of years ago, numerous immortal sects arrived to reclaim the land, laying the foundations for major cultivation sects like the King Sun sect. Those previously desolate lands became a haven for cultivators. The area surrounding Kinglan Market, however, was still undeveloped, but the King Sun sect continued to cultivate it. Master Wanfa was a renowned cultivator, renowned for his profound and extensive magical skills. Learning a single magic often takes a long time. If it's incompatible with one's spiritual roots, it's even more challenging, requiring immense effort and often resulting in less proficiency and power than would be expected. However, Master Wanfa possessed an astonishing talent, known as Master of All Magic, encompassing not only the 5 elements magic but also spells of other attributes like wind, thunder, and ice. He mastered everything. It's said he could master any spell at first sight, mastering it instantly. He was accepted as a disciple by the Wanfa sect, but due to his inferior spiritual roots, he was never allowed to ascend to the true transmission. Later, for unknown reasons, he defected from the sect, but progressed through the stages of foundation building and core formation, even condensing an immortal golden elixir, even more exceptional than a top-grade true elixir. Upon his return, he annihilated the entire Wanfa sect. His power was unrivaled even among core formation true transformations. He later reached the perfect core formation stage before mysteriously disappearing. At the time, some speculated that Master Wanfa was seeking an opportunity to achieve his own nascent soul formation. Who among all cultivators who have achieved the Jindan stage wouldn't wish for nascent soul perfection and a 1,000-year lifespan? Wan Fanglin sighed. But we never imagined that Master Wanfa would ultimately pass away in the secret realm. The King Sun sect's massive presence clearly covets the Wanfa sect's heritage and treasures, and even the secret of Master Wanfa's ability to cultivate to the Jindan stage with inferior 5-element spiritual roots. It's truly tempting. No wonder even Jindan masters from the King Sun sect have come. Fang Xing rubbed his chin, a sudden realization dawning. So many cultivators lingering. I'm afraid they're convinced the Jindan sects in the cultivated wasteland will surely strike back again? And even soon, the cultivators had divided the great wilderness into sections. Those already developed were naturally cultivated wasteland, while those yet to be developed were uncultivated. Undoubtedly, the King Sun sect's mountain gate, situated in the cultivated wasteland, presented far less danger. Kinglan Market is located in a desolate land, surrounded by ancient forests and roaming monsters, yet it also boasts the richest resources. That's true. Even if those sects arrived later, we wouldn't want to give up this market and this spiritual land, Wan Fanglin echoed, looking at Fang Xing flatteringly. Fang Xing smiled faintly, casually tossed out a handful of low-grade spirit stones, and walked away. Farewell, fellow Taoist. Behind him, Wan Fanglin bowed deeply, then greedily pounced on the ground, picking up the low-grade spirit stones. Suddenly, he looked around like a thief, quickly rolled up his stall, and fled. He had barely left the market when 2 people suddenly approached. Wan Fenglin was startled. He had just opened his mouth when one of them cast a talisman, while the other summoned a mid-grade magical flying sword. A chilling gleam emanated from the blade, charging towards him. Boom! The talisman was the god-shaking talisman, and it stunned Wan Fenglin for a moment before the flying swords were at him in a flash. His robes shone with a brilliant light, as if trying to form a protective shield. But the patches, like black holes, began to devour spiritual energy, emitting a chaotic burst of energy. Puff! Wan Fenglin's head flew up, a look of disbelief filing his face. Haha! I thought he was some formidable figure, but I didn't expect him to be so vulnerable. The two tribulation cultivators sneered, swept up Wan Fenglin's bag, purse, and magical instruments, and sped away. Wan Fenglin, quite unlucky indeed. As an alchemist, he had a wealthy family, abundant with valuables and even more life-saving items. But after a devastating disaster, not only had his cultivation plummeted, but his family's wealth was completely destitute. Unable to afford to mend his torn robes, he resorted to patching them himself. However, his workmanship was subpar, and in the end, he lost his life. Just died like that. A yellow warbler, perched on a nearby rooftop, watched the scene unfold, transmitting the image back to Fang Xing's glasses. It seems this Wandar alchemist is having a rough time. He's completely lost the fierceness he displayed during previous battles in the valley. Besides, this man's surname is Wan, and he's so familiar with Master Wanfa, I almost thought he was a descendant of Master Wanfa. Although Wanfa is just a title, it's perfectly normal to use a title as a surname to honor one's ancestors. Fang Xing expressionlessly retracted the surveillance camera. He deliberately gave away so many spirit stones and displayed them to outsiders, specifically to trick Wan Fenglin. Wan Fenglin tricked him once, so he could trick him back, and they'd be even. In the cave black market, in front of the elixir stall, Xiao Rui saw the black-robed, burly figure of Fang Xing, and her face paled with fear. This, distinguished guest, what kind of elixir would you like? Am I that intimidating? Fang Xing was speechless. The moment he entered the black market today, he was met with a crowd of onlookers. Every cultivator he encountered was so respectful and deferential. It was simply insane. Of course, a distinguished guest isn't intimidating, but even someone who destroyed the 13 guardians of the Xiangsha gang is quite intimidating. Distinguished guest, no, senior, have you already established your foundation? Seeing Fang Xing's gentle demeanor, Xiao Rui grew a little bolder and asked cautiously. Not yet. Fang Xing shook his head and handed over the box containing the whale elephant cream. Do you have this, or a substitute for this body refining ointment? Xiao Rui carefully took it and pulled out a talisman. Catching Fang Xing's gaze, she explained, this is a medicine identification talisman, which can identify medicinal properties. Look. This is much more professional than that old man Wan, he muttered inwardly, and then heard Xiao Rui say, this ointment is made from the flesh and blood essence of a second-level demon beast. I'm not knowledgeable enough to identify the spiritual medicine used. If it were an ordinary guest, she would have stopped there. But looking at Fang Xing, and remembering the previous instructions, Xiao Rui said, but our boss might know better. Your boss? Fang Xing piqued his interest. Oh? Then your Kingdom Fang might be able to provide this kind of ointment, or a similar elixir. That should be possible. We've heard a lot about you, fellow Taoist, and the boss is eager to meet you, Xiao Rui said. Okay, you choose the time, and I'll choose the place, Fang Xing said in a gruff voice. He had a fleet of drones that could monitor the site beforehand, ensuring safety. After agreeing on contact information with Xiao Rui, he returned to the Hualien Fang stall. The same old man was still manning the stall. Upon seeing Fang Xing, he rose and bowed. When I saw you manage to obtain the magical instruments of Black Tiger and Zhoutong, I knew you were no ordinary person. You've done a great deed. It seems my actions to destroy the Xiangsha gang were correct. Now even cultivators who have reached the perfect key cultivation stage are being treated with respect. Fang Xing smiled inwardly, keeping a straight face. I've always been kind. It was Luo Hong who was so persistent. With that, he produced a Yuquan flying sword and some lower-level magical instruments. The old man's eyelids twitched. He reasoned that even if he were surrounded by the 13 guardians of the Xiangsha gang, his fate would be no better. With this thought in mind, his gaze towards Fang Xing became even more flattering. These magical instruments cost a total of 1,300 spirit stones. What do you think, fellow Taoist? Yes, Fang Xing agreed. After a moment's thought, he asked, Do you have any swords over 3 feet long? Made of fine materials, the strongest possible, blood-refined magical instruments weren't much use to him. They were barely comparable in strength to lower-grade instruments, and were gradually falling behind Fang Xing's progress. He wanted a sharper, tougher sword or long knife. He'd avoid being constrained by the sheer weight of a high-grade magical instrument, afraid to engage it head-on. Even if his swordsmanship was formidable, they'd break after a few collisions, forcing him to fight with his bare hands, which would be quite embarrassing in battle. If all else fails, I'll have to go to the Blue Star Federation and buy alloy swords. The Federation doesn't regulate them, but they're expensive. Very expensive. The higher the level of the warrior, the more expensive the weapon, but if I do it honestly, I don't have enough money, and going to the black market is a bit dangerous now. Fang Xing hadn't forgotten his plan. He would definitely stay away from the black market to avoid being caught in the crossfire. A sword over 3 feet long? That's a bit too long for a flying knife or sword. The old man surnamed Long looked embarrassed, but suddenly, as if he had thought of something, his eyes brightened. I wonder if you have any other requirements. A second-tier spiritual weapon. A second-tier spiritual weapon. Fang Xing was surprised. Key training cultivators can only use first-tier magic tools, and second-tier spiritual tools are almost exclusively for Foundation establishment cultivators. As for third-tier magic tools, they are extremely precious even for giant and true immortals. But he quickly recovered. Yes. Do you have second-tier spiritual tools for sale? Yes, yes. You'll understand after seeing it, fellow Taoist. The cultivator surnamed Long clearly had a storage bag. He reached for his waist and a jade-like longsword appeared, its blade gleaming like a pool of clear water. This, Fang Xing took it, feeling the sword's sharpness. Even with his now hardened skin, he could feel the intense chill as he gripped the hilt. This is a second-grade, low-grade spiritual weapon, the King Hong sword. It's forged from second-grade evergreen wood. This evergreen wood is a special spiritual plant. It grows to first grade in 10 years, then to second grade, low grade in 100 years. If nurtured for 900 years, it will reach a quasi-third grade spiritual plant in 1,000 years, the cultivator surnamed Long sighed. This sword was originally the sword of a Foundation establishment elder of the King Xing sect. He encountered a third-grade demon that day. The demon's poisonous aura corroded the elder, leaving him completely shattered. The King Hong sword's spiritual light was tainted, and its internal formations were completely destroyed, rendering it useless, and I found it, with this level of damage, even finding a second-grade refiner outside would be powerless. Not to mention, there were no second-grade refiners in Kingland Market. Chapter 72, The Order Hidden in the Sword. Having spent so much time in the world of immortal cultivation, Fang Xing had a good grasp of some basic common sense. The value of a magical weapon lies first in its materials and second in its formations and restrictions. The latter is sometimes even more important than the former. This King Hong sword, with its internal formations completely destroyed and its light tainted, is practically useless to an immortal cultivator. But for him, the flying sword itself is made of second-grade material, making it sufficiently sturdy, that's all. He flicked his finger. The King Hong sword rang out, its jade-like brilliance tinged with a subtle purple-black hue. This sword is indeed completely useless. It can no longer be manipulated by mana or spiritual awareness. I can only use it as a firewood stick. But for me, it's just perfect. May I know how much this sword costs? Fellow Taoist, please give me the materials. 2,000 low-grade spirit stones will do, the cultivator surnamed Long said with a smile. Even if this scrap sword were remelted, it wouldn't yield much material, and it would be incredibly troublesome. Being able to process 2,000 spirit stones was already a good thing, not to mention, I could even do this notorious villain a favor. Thank you. Fang Xing took out 7 mid-grade spirit stones, added to the spirit stones he'd previously used to sell the magic weapon, and secured his second-grade spirit sword, knowing the other party must have given him a discount. But come to think of it, the Fire Refining Workshop and the Green Pill Workshop are inextricably linked to the King Xing sect, representing the original order of the market. For evil forces like the Xiang to grow, they must seize their interests. The two sides are certainly not happy with each other. If not hostile to each other, I might have done them a great favor by destroying the Xiang. Inside the cave, Fang Xing drew his King Hong sword. Clang. In an instant, a green light filled the room, and sword energy soared into the sky. He swung his hand casually, and a streak of green light flashed from the blade, slicing through gold and jade with ease. Excellent sword. This sword is sharp enough to cut through the defenses of a second-tier demon beast, right? Fang Xing's face lit up with a hint of joy. Generally speaking, second-tier spiritual weapons are made of tough materials, making them difficult for ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators and second-tier demon beasts to destroy. Of course, encountering a top-tier second-tier demon beast, or a fierce Foundation establishment cultivator, would be a different story. A direct attack from a third-tier demon beast would naturally destroy a second-tier spiritual weapon, no question about it. Fang Xing should be thankful that the third-tier demon beast attacked with a poisonous mist, and its primary target was a giant in true person. The Foundation establishment cultivator was stricken by the aftermath, instantly reduced to a pool of pus and blood, but the Qinghong sword was largely preserved. Although, it was already broken. But it's better than directly slicing through a third-tier demon beast's body and breaking it. Fang Xing drew another sword, the Maoan. With Maoan on his left hand and Qinghong on his right, his face lit up with eagerness. With a sudden force, he swung the sword fiercely. Ping-pong. The two swords clashed, electrifying the air and emitting a crisp, ear-piercing sound. Fang Xing gathered his composure and looked at the Qinghong sword. He saw that its blade remained intact. Meanwhile, a small, rice-sized chip had appeared on the Maoan sword's blade. I didn't apply much force. It's simply the sword's inherent sharpness. Blood-refined magical instruments are only low-grade magical instruments. After all, after a brief trial run, Fang Xing realized the Maoan sword was indeed a worthless piece of shit. He immediately tossed the Maoan sword high with his left hand. Then, the Qinghong sword transformed into a streak of azure light and fiercely slashed down on the Maoan sword. Swoosh! The Maoan sword cried out mournfully, its hilt severed at the connection to the blade. A thumb-sized piece of iron flew out from the two halves of the blade. Brother Gu's keepsake, here it comes. Fang Xing's eyes lit up at the sight. Ever since he learned of the secret hidden within the Maoan sword, he had intended to retrieve it one day. His original plan was to find a metal cutter on young Eagle Star. But now it seemed the Qinghong sword was more than capable of accomplishing the task. Fang Xing stretched out his hand, his innate ki transforming into a thin line that unexpectedly swept across several feet, snatching the black iron token back. If any innate warrior in this world witnessed this, their eyes would probably pop out. Innate ki, could it actually have such a miraculous use? Fang Xing looked at the token in his hand. It was only the size of a thumb, jet black, as if made of ordinary iron. But how could something so unscathed by the Qinghong sword's blow just now be made of ordinary material? Second tier, or even third tier spiritual material, Fang Xing muttered, his fingers stroking the iron token, feeling a jade-like warmth. The iron token was covered in various cloud patterns. On the front was the ancient seal character Ling, while on the back were the characters Wanfa, all laws. It seems the rumors are true. That secret realm is indeed connected to that giant and perfected Master Wanfa. Could this be the core token of the formation? Or some other kind of pass? He knew a lot about the world of immortal cultivation through immersion. For example, some important caves or formations contain one or two core tokens, as well as many more pass tokens, for the owner, their disciples, and their children to use. They're like keys to unlock the gate. So, despite the intense fighting in the secret realm, maybe they were just on the periphery, not even entering the true gate, or maybe they haven't even reached the core yet. Despite this, Fang Xing had no intention of exploring. First, since the giant and true master had already fallen, there was no need for a little Karami like him to humiliate himself. Second, most immortal cultivators' items are useless to me. Fang Xing's goal was always clear, to maximize the resources of other worlds and enhance his martial arts. Therefore, the most important thing for him now was the follow-up to the whale elephant cream. Everything else was illusion. A few days later, around Kingland Market. It was an ordinary shack, a small bird perched on the roof, lizards and beetles crawling around. Fang Xing, already aware of the situation, strode inside. Xiaorui was guarding the door. Seeing Fang Xing, a look of relief immediately crossed her face. "Dear guest, please come in." Once Fang Xing entered, she immediately closed the door and affixed 2 house protection talismans and breath-suppressing talismans. "Are you the owner of Kingdom Fang?" Fang Xing looked toward the center of the house and saw a woman in green, wearing a jade belt around her waist and a conical hat, obscuring her face. "It's me. My name is Suye. Honored to meet you." "What is your name?" Suye spoke softly, her voice like the gentle flow of a spring. "My name is Fang Yun." Fang Xing gave his pseudonym without hesitation. "Fellow Taoist Fang. Your recent victory over Luo Hong of the Xiangshi gang was truly a great success. I admire you," Suya complimented him. "Enough of this small talk. Do you have any leads on a substitute for whale elephant cream?" Fang Xing asked. "So that ointment is called whale elephant ointment? With such potent properties, who knows what kind of demonic beast this whale elephant is? Perhaps it possesses some bloodline of a third-tier or even fourth-tier demonic beast," Suya muttered, and with a flick of her finger, a black jade bottle, enveloped in a ball of green light, slowly floated before Fang Xing. "This bottle of boiling blood, please taste it, fellow Taoist." Boiling blood. Fang Xing secretly contacted the drone outside, finding no ambush. He held his breath, then opened the black jade bottle. In reality, with his current physique, ordinary toxins wouldn't have been enough to harm him. His exquisite control of his body allowed him to detect the moment a toxin entered his system and initiate various reactions to expel it. However, the world of immortal cultivation is full of tricks, so it's always better to be cautious. After uncorking the bottle, he saw a pool of blood-red liquid. Fang Xing slightly opened his nose and was met with a strong scent of blood. It's not poisonous, but it actually makes my blood flow a little more vibrant. Just smelling it has such an effect. It seems like it could work." A thought struck him, and a silver needle materialized in his hand. He slowly plucked out a drop of the sticky boiling blood and smeared it on the back of his hand. A sour, numb, spicy sensation, all sorts of sensations emerged from the back of his hand, transforming into a scalding heat that seemed to strengthen his skin membranes. "How is this?" Suya asked with a chuckle. "It should have 40% to 50% the effect of whale elephant cream. I wonder how much it costs? I'm planning to buy a lot." Fang Xing let out a long breath, making his decision. "This item is rare. It's made with the flesh and blood of a second-level demon beast as the primary ingredient, infused with 7749 spiritual herbs," Suya replied calmly. "That's why a bottle sells for 200 low-grade spirit stones. Our shop suffered a disaster a while ago, and the warehouse storing the medicinal herbs was destroyed. Now, only 2 bottles remain." "Only 2 bottles?" Fang Xing frowned. While this was more than what Xiaolong had given him, it wasn't enough to push his dragon elephant art to the next level. "I remember, the guardian of the market killed a second-level demon beast before. There should be quite a bit of flesh and blood left. Fellow Taoist, you don't know. Refining this boiling blood requires the refined flesh and blood of a second-level demon beast. A piece as large as a small mountain ends up being only the size of a fist. And when the market suffered, many demon beasts were attracted to the flesh and blood of second-level demon beasts and attacked our pharmacy and warehouse," Suya replied with a wry smile. Fang Xing immediately understood. Even with storage bags, there probably weren't many of them in the entire Kingdom Fang. Furthermore, low-grade storage bags typically only hold around 2 or 3 cubic meters. How much monster flesh and blood could they possibly hold? It was attacked before the flesh and blood could be refined into elixirs, so it was normal that not much remained. But Fang Xing still didn't believe it. According to merchant practice, when encountering a hot commodity, they would limit the quantity released, holding back sales and raising the price. He glanced at Suyi with a hint of ambiguity. "So, fellow Taoist Su, how do you think we can obtain a large amount of boiling blood?" "I'm afraid there's no other way except to slay a second-level monster and obtain a large amount of flesh and blood as raw material," Suya replied, shaking his head. A second-level monster. Fang Xing's expression was solemn. The strange golden-winged vulture he had seen that day came to mind again. If it were a second-level high-grade monster like this, he would definitely run as far as possible. But if it were an ordinary second-level low-grade monster, surrounded by multiple key cultivating cultivators, with the help of formations, it might still be possible to capture it. In that case, I'll buy these 2 bottles. Finally, Fang Xing made a decision and took out 4 mid-grade spirit stones. "It's so damn dangerous, I might as well go back to Young Eagle Star and find a way to buy whale elephant cream. Even if it costs hundreds of thousands of bucks, at least it's safe." Chapter 73 Ding Zhendan and King Ai Niu. Fang Xing always had clear goals. He hadn't previously purchased a whale elephant cream on Young Eagle Star because laundering the money was too troublesome. But compared to challenging a second-tier demon beast, laundering the money was preferable. This was also his greatest advantage. He always had a choice. If a physical cultivator in the late stages of key training were faced with this situation, They'd probably have no choice but to take risks. A few more risks, and their lives could be lost. Don't gamble, and you can never lose. Fellow Taoist, would you like to reconsider it? Suyi completed the transaction with Fang Xing in a daze. Seeing that Fang Xing was about to pat his butt and leave, no matter how good his key cultivation skills were, he could not bear it any longer. Actually, I have found a few fellow Daoists, cooperated with a formation, and hired monster catchers to catch the trace of an injured second-level low-grade monster. If fellow Daoists participate in this matter, it will be a sure thing. No need. Fang Xing started to leave, but turned back at the door and said, Miss Xiaoru, fellow Taoist Suyi, I sincerely wish you success in your operation. After this success, I believe your account will be able to refine a large amount of boiling blood. I will buy it at a high price, miss. Looking at Fang Xing's leaving back, Xiaoru looked at Suyi. Shouldn't Fang Yun be very brave? Why is he like this? Like this? I was mistaken. I thought this guy was audacious enough to slaughter a sect at the slightest disagreement, but I didn't expect him to be so cautious. Moreover, what kind of breath-retaining technique is he practicing? Why can't even my spiritual eyes decipher it and glimpse his power? Suyi's voice was filled with confusion. Without this person, what will happen to your plan, young lady? Xiaoru said anxiously. Our original plan was based on not having this person, at most, will suffer greater losses. Now the arrow is on the string. Once that green rock ox recovers from its injuries, it will be even more troublesome, Suyi sighed. She was truly planning to hunt a second-level demonic beast. If there was a late-stage key training cultivator or even higher to act as a human shield, it would be a great help. Otherwise, they would have to bite the bullet. Because that second-level demonic beast was related to a very important matter. A few streets away, Fang Xing put on his glasses and watched the surveillance footage transmitted by the beetle. It's a shame I didn't see the expression on Miss Su's face, otherwise it would have been very interesting. It seems they're not out to target me, but truly want to hunt demonic beasts. Unfortunately, I still won't join them. The master and servant were indeed very cautious, but they couldn't imagine that there were even mechanisms monitoring the creation without the slightest fluctuation of mana, thus revealing many secrets. He returned to his cave and plunged into his arduous training again. The effects of boiling blood were truly remarkable, and he felt his dragon elephant art making rapid progress. According to Fang Xing's calculations, with just 5 or 6 more bottles, he would surely be able to reach the next level of his dragon elephant art. Even now, every level of proficiency in the dragon elephant art would make him feel the strengthening of his dragon scale elephant armor. At the same time, he continued to monitor Xiaoru and Suyi, successfully discovering their hidden base. Although he couldn't investigate further due to the formation, he still had no problem monitoring entry and exit. One day, Fang Xing covered his entire body in boiling blood, resembling a giant, crimson shrimp. His skin flushed crimson, emanating a bright red steam of ki and blood. Under this terrifying training, Fang Xing felt his dragon elephant art progressing by leaps and bounds. Dragon elephant art 20/100, beginner's level. The meaning of dragon and elephant is diamond, great power, perfection, and flawlessness. I have achieved the true artistic conception of a dragon. I can imitate the dragon and elephant, and I can follow a method. After practicing the technique, Fang Xing lay in the hot springs of the bathing pool. Built by the original owner of the cave, the pool was constructed of pebbles and flanked by plum trees. White mist rose, and petals fell in a riot of color. A wooden tray floated above the water in front of him, containing warm tiger bone wine and a plate of barbecued meat. After working up a sweat, being able to drink wine and eat meat is truly the greatest joy in the world. Fang Xing leaned leisurely against the stone wall, wine glass in hand. Near the edge of the bathing pool, a white egret cast a shadow from its size. Miss, I'm going. Xiaoru wore a bamboo hat, a green dress, and a jade belt around her waist, looking almost identical to Suyi. Well, just act like any other. Suyi, dressed like a maid, even wearing a human skin mask, looked surprisingly similar to Xiaoru. After Xiaoru left, she immediately exited through the back door and entered the ruins. A talisman in her hand spontaneously ignited without wind. Then, her aura shifted again, and her figure vanished in a mist. Half an hour later, at the border of the market town and the great wilderness, a burly old man, reeking of fireworks, stood with his hands behind his back, seemingly gazing at the distant scenery. Fellow Taoist Long, I didn't expect you to arrive first. A clear, jade-like voice echoed as Suyi emerged from the dense forest. She now wore a multicolored robe shimmering with spiritual light, her face covered by a pure white veil, the aura of her perfected key cultivation undisguised. The waiting elder was none other than the man surnamed Long, with whom Fang Xing had previously conducted business at the fire refining workshop. He smiled faintly and said, "We are all members of the Confront sect, sharing the same bloodline and should naturally help each other. However, I'm a little curious as to why you're so obsessed with that second-tier Kingayan ox." "Indeed, that's what I'd like to know as well," another young voice echoed from the side. A flash of light revealed a young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, clad in the standard Confront sect robes. It's me Zhenchuan? Meet the Zhenchuan." Upon seeing this man, Long quickly bowed. This Mi Weidao, Mi Zhenchuan, was a true disciple of the Confront sect. The Confront sect boasted tens of thousands of key training disciples, but only 33 Zhenchuan disciples, each a true genius. It was said that this man, barely 30, had already reached the 9th level of key training, promising a promising future in foundation building. Unexpectedly, he had also suffered from bad luck and was stranded in the market town. Yet, even there, he maintained his Confront sect attire, clearly displaying immense confidence in his own abilities. Hearing Mi Weidao's question, the elder surnamed Long looked at Suya curiously, awaiting her explanation. "It's nothing, really. I'm refining a furnace of Dingzhan pills that require a second-tier spiritual medicine, which happens to be in the Kingayan Ox's lair. I also have a certain need for the flesh and blood essence of this demon beast," Suya replied with a faint smile. "It's the Dingzhan pills that can amplify the spiritual consciousness of cultivators in the late key training stage and even slightly aid in the transformation of the divine consciousness." Mi Weidao's eyes lit up. "So, it seems that junior sister is planning to advance to the foundation establishment stage." As a subordinate faction of the Confront sect, she was technically considered a disciple of the Confront sect, so he wasn't wrong to call her junior sister. But calling her that at this point in time smacked of coercion. Clearly, this Mi Weidao had some ideas about the Dingzhan pills. Brother Mi is incredibly talented. He might even be able to obtain the foundation establishment pill in the future. How could he understand our plight? Suya gave a wry smile. "I'm just taking a chance. If I were within the sect, I'd be almost certain to establish my foundation, but now, Alice," a hint of resentment crossed Mi Weidao's face. "I'm afraid I'll miss this sect competition and miss out on the foundation establishment pill." "Junior sister, are you asking for help in establishing your foundation? Are you hoping to get out? The uncultivated wasteland is extremely dangerous. It's nearly impossible for a key cultivating cultivator to reach the cultivated wasteland. But for a foundation establishment cultivator, there's some hope. I've thought about it. I can't put all my hopes on the sect. Besides, the sect knows almost nothing about the market these days. Someone has to report it," Suya replied calmly. "Junior sister, I don't need the reward this time. Just promise me that if you refine 2 or more Dingzhan pills in one furnace, you'll give me one." Taoist Mi Wei let out a sigh of relief. A cultivator never placed their hopes on another. While Dingzhan pills weren't as good as those foundation-building spiritual objects, let alone foundation-building pills, they were at least a remedy that could assist in building a foundation, and he wanted to try one. If he truly couldn't get help, he wouldn't want to waste his time and would have to force his way through the foundation-building process. "Well, I think the conditions need to be adjusted. If you refine 3 pills, I'll take 1 too." The old man surnamed Long's eyes flickered, and he chuckled. "You two really think highly of me. I'm only 70% to 80% confident of refining the Dingzhan pill." Suya's wry smile widened, then turned serious. "But I'm willing to swear a Dao heart oath. If it goes as promised, any extra Dingzhan pills will be given to you too. If things don't pan out, I won't renege on the promised spiritual stones and supplies." Good. Mi Weidao and the old man surnamed Long both nodded. "Without further delay, let's act now. Is that Kingayan ox truly injured? Where is the demon hunter, old Zheng? I'll have him come over right away." Suya sent out a sound transmission talisman. Soon, a young man in linen clothes, with a simple, yet dusty appearance, ran over. His magical power was meager, appearing to be only at the 2nd or 3rd level of key training. "Who are you?" The old man surnamed Long frowned. "Where's the demon hunter, old Zheng?" "I'm Han Kingayan." The young man clasped his fists. "I'm only following the eldest lady's orders to track down the Kingayan ox. As for old Zheng's affairs, they have nothing to do with me." Upon hearing this, Miwidao immediately looked at Su Yi. Su Yi shook his head. Zheng Yi is colluding with the remnants of the Black Tigers. I'm afraid he's already sold us out. That's why I had my maid pretend to be me to deal with him. As expected, independent cultivators are the kind who forget their principles when they see profit, Miwidao sneered. And those gangs in this market town, they disrespect our sect and deserve to be killed. Han Qingyan's expression remained unchanged, seemingly accepting the insult calmly, as if the words weren't directed at him. I've already found out that the Qingyan ox's lair is in Fishijian. Its injuries haven't healed yet, and it's been hunting other demonic beasts lately. Chapter 74, Battle Demon. In the dense forest, Han Qingyan led the way. Behind him followed the elder surnamed Long, Miwidao, and Su Yi, 3 accomplished key cultivators. The elder surnamed Long glanced at Han Qingyan's back, his lips moving slightly as he inquired through the art of telepathy, is this man reliable? This trip is truly important. If you'd like to inform me beforehand, I know several renowned monster hunters. Su Yi's bright eyes flickered, and he similarly transmitted his voice through his magical power. This Han Qingyan has previously traded elixirs with King Fang, and he's quite reliable. After discovering Zheng Yi's betrayal, I'm hesitant to trust even those renowned monster hunters. It's better to pick one at random, at least he's at a lower level. A lower level meant easier to manipulate. Once they were no longer needed, a simple talisman could render the opponent immobile for an extended period, unable to hear or see. A more ruthless person could simply eliminate them. Up ahead, Han Qingyan continued diligently leading the way, seemingly oblivious to the situation. A hint of coldness flashed across Miwidao's eyes. The show is about to begin. After soaking in the hot springs, Fang Xing slowly rose, dressed, and slung the Qinghong sword across his back. Following the 4 men's movements, he dispatched a drone for reconnaissance, discovering a habitat for a Tier 2 demonic beast. With their destination largely confirmed, he prepared to personally witness the spectacle. After all, a key cultivating cultivator possessed exceptional spiritual perception, and it would be unrealistic for ordinary drones to snatch their prey from their jaws. I'll just go and see. If there's no good opportunity, I'll just treat it as a spectacle, just getting close for easier operation. Fang Xing, dressed in a turquoise robe, walked out of the market. With a light leap, he vanished into the jungle. Fishy stream. 4 miles around, this area was barren, with only jagged rocks and a cold spring flowing through it, creating a truly bizarre scene. Deep within the stream lay a massive stone mountain. The mountain is hollow, with a cave over 10 meters high outside. Standing before it, one feels utterly insignificant. Scattered around the cavern are numerous bones, accumulated into a thick layer, creating a sense of utter danger. Everyone, this is where the Qingyan ox resides. In the distance, Han Qingyan, clutching a talisman, spoke nervously. This monster prefers to forage in the evening, which is why it's still in the cave. The injuries it sustained are of a yang nature, and it becomes most frantic around noon each day. Not bad, not bad. You're truly observant and meticulous, Miwidao exclaimed, raising his hand and pointing. Swish! A ray of science sword light, carrying an unparalleled sharpness, cut Han Qingyan in 2. Crack! The corpse fell to the ground, blood gushing out. What are you doing? The old man surnamed Long was shocked and looked towards the cave entrance quickly. Second-level monsters have a keen sense of smell and can easily smell blood. Don't worry, I have already set up a formation around. A small green flag appeared in Miwidao's hand, and he looked at Su Yi. Hunting second-level monsters is a serious matter. We can't reveal our flaws because of a mere casual cultivator, although 10 of these ants with low cultivation would be easily crushed to death. It would be hard to say at the critical moment of fighting against a second-level monster. Now that things have come to this, what else can I say? Su Yi gave a wry smile. But senior brother, by doing this, you're putting me in an unfair position. The reputation of Kingdom Shop has been ruined, haha. If junior sister successfully establishes her foundation, you can open 10 more Kingdom Shops in the future. Miwidao glanced at the sky nonchalantly. It's noon now. Let's set up the Genjin 3 talents formation. I'll be the vanguard. Senior brother is a sword cultivator. His great Genjin sword technique is unparalleled in key training. He's the perfect leader. I'll also ask fellow Taoist Long to make arrangements to lure the monster out. Su Yi nodded repeatedly as they discussed the specifics of the plan. No one spared a glance at the corpse on the ground. Moo. Soon, accompanied by a dull roar, a terrifying monster burst out of the cave. It was none other than a second-level Kingayan bull. Standing 7 or 8 meters tall, the bull was completely green, its back covered in a variety of bizarre rock armor, resembling a moving mountain. Every step it took caused the ground to tremble, as if a minor earthquake had struck. More crucially, 3 claw marks appeared on its rocky back for unknown reasons. The edges of these marks were dotted with the golden hues, as if countless tiny golden insects were gnawing at the surrounding area, causing the wounds to grow larger. At this moment, the green rock ox's eyes flashed red as it charged directly at the old man named Long. The old man hurriedly retreated, entering the Zhengjin 3 elements formation. Well timed, Miwideo laughed heartily. The mana of the other 2 key cultivators, amplified and purified by the formation, was endlessly drawn to him. He felt as if he was on the verge of breaking through his key cultivation level and entering a whole new realm. Great Zhengjin sword technique, kill. He pointed his sword, and a massive sword energy, emerald green with golden glints, emerged, sweeping across the green rock ox. Moo! Amidst the green rock ox's painful roar, the azure gold sword energy slashed its back, sending countless pieces of gravel tumbling down. Especially at the 3 golden wounds, scars were torn, sending countless demonic blood splattering. Upon seeing the 3 key cultivators in ambush, Kingayan Nia suddenly erupted with a vast ochre-colored light. The earth trembled, and suddenly, ochre-colored spears emerged. These spears' tips were incredibly sharp, radiating a precious light and emanating a terrifying demonic aura. Knock knock, the spears landed on the golden shield formed by the Zhengjin 3 talents formation, making a sound like rain hiding banana leaves. Move, Miwideo shouted softly, and as he followed his sword, the golden formation shifted with him. This was the most advantageous aspect of the Zhengjin 3 talents formation. It wasn't a static formation, but a living one. More like a battle formation, it could move with the cultivators. 3 talents flow, control, a strange talisman in Suyu's hand rapidly ignited, granting the 3 the power of divine movement. The massive Zhengjin 3 talents formation moved with incredible agility. The old man surnamed Long was in charge of defense, while Miwideo led the attack. The old man surnamed Long held a large, pitch-black shield. Its back was adorned with grooves of various colors, currently holding 3 mid-grade spirit stones. As time passed, the light within the grooves gradually faded, finally dissipating with a bang. A bloody glow appeared on the Kingayan ox's horns, and it thrust forward. The old man surnamed Long's face paled as he spat out a mouthful of blood. I can't hold on any longer, don't worry. Miwideo clasped his hands together, and a drop of blood quickly fell into his flying sword. The flying sword in his hand suddenly let out a dragon's roar, transforming into a streak of pure golden light that swept across the Kingayan ox's throat. The Kingayan ox raised its head and roared, but it was powerless to resist. Blood flowed from its neck like a waterfall. A moment later, it collapsed to the ground, its throat slit and dead. Haha! A second-level demon beast, even a soul slain by the sword. Miwideo burst into laughter as he saw the small lake of blood pooling in the ox's blood. Thank you both for your help, Suyi coughed twice, her beautiful eyes gleaming. She wielded a flying hairpin magical instrument and cut open the Kingayan ox's stomach. Her eyes flickered, as if searching for something. Seeing this, the old man surnamed Long wiped the blood from his beard, lost in thought. Puff! Soon, the bull demon's stomach was ripped open, and a sickening, sour odor filled the air. Inside were many undigested corpses of demonic beasts, even those of cultivators and warriors. Suyi, expressionless, continued her search, slicing open another stomach. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she extended her hand, a ball of clear light about to fly out, guiding something. This is, boom. The next moment, a flash of lightning appeared behind her, and endless thunderbolts transformed into a sea of lightning and thunder, instantly engulfing her and Miwideo. Miwideo was about to say something when he was engulfed in lightning, completely vanishing. At that crucial moment, Suyi's clothes transformed into a multicolored glow, and a piece of inner armor emerged, like a black hole, absorbing all nearby lightning. Even so, her face paled, and blood stained her veil. Long, how dare you? The old man Long ignored him, transformed into a dark shadow, and pounced into the bull monster's belly, seizing the object Suyi had found. Ho. I knew you had a problem. A Meerdling Xianpale is nothing. This low-grade, second-level demon beast is incredibly gifted and could possibly harbor a demon pill. What is this? He gazed at the remains of a cultivator, most of its bones melted away, his face a look of obvious surprise and confusion. Demon pills are the essence nurtured within the bodies of third-level great demons, possessing countless magical powers. However, the mysteries of creation suggest that even a very small number of second-level demon beasts could harbor demon pills. This second-level demon pill is also extremely rare, and one of its most important functions is that it can be used as the main ingredient for refining the foundation-building pill. Zhengyi is your man. Suyi seemed to suddenly understand. There are no black tiger remnants, it's you. Indeed, if I had a second-level demon pill and refined it into a foundation-building pill, I might be able to build my foundation. The old man surnamed Long frowned and admitted bluntly. Haha. Not to mention the difficulty of finding the auxiliary ingredients for the foundation-building pill. Could it be that you have found another alchemist who can help refine the foundation-building pill? Suyi's words were tinged with sarcasm. Man proposes, God disposes. Besides, isn't the alchemist right before us? I knew you inherited the thunder-proof armor. A mere second grade, inferior Rinshu divine thunder wouldn't kill you. A kind look crept across the face of the elder surnamed Long. Considering our friendship, as long as my niece signs this spiritual contract and obediently refines the elixir for me, I will spare your life. A white contract appeared in his hand, its spiritual patterns shimmering, a truly extraordinary sight. It's amazing that you, old man, could even find a second-grade spiritual contract, Suyi sighed. Key cultivating cultivators like me can still pay a price to avoid consequences if we violate a first-grade spiritual contract. But a second-grade spiritual contract would severely restrict even foundation establishment cultivators. But have you ever considered that I deliberately leaked this information to Zhengyi to deceive you? This Kingayan Ox has mediocre talent and lacks the bloodline of a great demon. It truly doesn't have a demon pill. Chapter 75 Fisherman. What? The old man surnamed Long's face flushed red, as if in disbelief. He casually dropped the remains in his hand and looked back at the bull demon's corpse, frantically searching. No. How could there be no demon core? The old man surnamed Long suddenly turned around and said, Bitch, you lied to me, Old ghost Long, I only lied to Zhengyi, Suyi sneered in response, and you'll soon become a ghost. Become a ghost? The old man sneered twice and was about to continue when he heard the sound of a sword, Zhengjin sword key. Bad, he hurriedly raised his shield, still clutching several talismans. But the golden light came too fast. Almost as he raised his shield, a sword beam pierced through it and sank into the old man surnamed Long's chest. You aren't dead. Blood gushed from his mouth and nose. He turned with difficulty and saw Miwideo, his clothes charred black. Long, you actually took advantage of my unpreparedness and attacked me from behind with a second-level thunder talisman, Miwideo sneered. If I didn't have the escape talisman my master bestowed upon me, you would have succeeded. With a flick of his magic power, countless Zhengjin sword energies erupted from the elder Long's body, instantly slicing him into countless pieces. Ahem. Thank you, senior brother, for your help. Suyi stood up, his face pale, his chest stained with blood, like duckweed floating in the wind. No. I just can't bear to see this person so foolish as to buy the casket and return the pearl. Miwideo flicked his hand, and a fireball landed on the wreckage that the old ghost Long had just thrown. The wreckage instantly incinerated, reducing it to ash. Amidst the ashes, a dusty storage bag emerged. As expected of a storage bag that's invulnerable to lower-grade magical instruments, it's managed to survive this long in the stomach of a Kingayan bull. A mere first-grade, lower-grade fireball spell is undoubtedly powerless. Miwideo took the storage bag in his hands and sighed. Thank you for your hard work, junior sister. You're clearly familiar with this corpse and know it possesses a storage bag, and the treasures within. No wonder you're so eager. While a storage bag is invulnerable to magical instruments, it could still be corroded in the stomach of a second-grade demon beast. Storage bags are precious in this world, wielded by cultivators who have either reached foundation establishment or have reached perfect key training. Once a storage bag is damaged, its contents vanish into thin air. Of course, there's also the possibility that they'll be excreted and piled with the cow dung. Regardless, this Kingayan bull is unavoidable. With its owner dead, Miwideo easily refined the storage bag. His spiritual consciousness penetrated it, and a flicker of ecstasy crossed his face. Is this it? Ha. My path is complete. A jade bottle suddenly appeared in his hand, and within it was a ball of crimson essence liquid, a glow even seeping through it. Kyanine Fire Demon. So junior sister knows the whereabouts of this cyanide fire demon? No wonder she's risking her life for it. Compared to the Dingxian pill's less than 1% benefit, the cyanide fire demon is the true foundation building opportunity. Miwideo looked at Su Yi. Ha ha ha. Do you really think I'd help you for a mere Dingxian pill whose refinement is uncertain? How could there be such a fool like you? With a roar of laughter, he suddenly transformed into a flash of swordlight and quickly retreated a distance. Swish! 2 pitch-black flying swords pierced Miwideo's previous position. Su Yi's skirt fluttered, and one jet-black iron feather sword after another emerged. The great way lies ahead, and we must fight for it. Senior brother, I've offended you. Iron feather swords, out. 7 iron feather swords flew back and forth, forming a small sword formation that trapped Miwideo. Trivial tricks. Junior sister, you're not a sword cultivator, and you don't know how powerful sword cultivators can be. Miwideo swung her flying sword, and a long golden rainbow shot up into the sky. The sword's power was as powerful as a rainbow. In mid-air, a golden red light battled fiercely with 7 black rays, and sword energy permeated the air. It was clear that although there was only one golden rainbow, it was still agile and lively, and the sword energy was cold, cutting down one iron feather sword after another. Clearly, even though they were both cultivators who had reached the perfection of key training, Su Yi's true teachings were far superior. I have no regrets in sending my junior sister off today. For the great path of foundation building, why should I be ashamed? Miwideo formed a sword gesture with his hands, and a golden flying sword soared into the sky, shattering the original iron feather sword formation. With a thought, his spiritual consciousness controlled the flying sword, piercing Su Yi's heart and ending it once and for all. I will fight you. Su Yi's body shone with spiritual light, and a bloody and murderous aura lingered, as if he was about to use some desperate trump card. Seeing this, Miwideo did not dare to neglect him. But at this moment, several fireballs suddenly exploded behind him, only to be blocked by a Vajra talisman. Huh? He turned suddenly and saw Han Kingayan. You're not dead. Han Kingayan was now draped in a light veil that concealed his presence, and he bombarded Miwideo with various low-level talismans as if they were free. No, even if this person is still alive, what can he do at the early stage of key training? Miwideo's thoughts raced, and his flying sword whirled, slashing towards Su Yi. Su Yi also completed his incantations, and a crimson blood-red flag emerged from his hand. From the blood-red aura, a demonic ghost with a green face and fangs suddenly leaped out. With a ferocious expression, the demon extended a massive hand covered in black and red scales, grasping the sword light with all its might. At that moment, Han Kingayan threw out several low-level talismans, which exploded behind Miwideo. Just low-level talismans, huh? This is a second-level Danlei, Miwideo sneered, then suddenly noticed a translucent lightning ball hidden among the talismans, emitting a terrifying aura. A look of horror crossed his face. Danlei is a specialty of alchemists, condensed from the force of thunder, possessing immense destructive power. A second-level lightning ball is even more powerful than many lower-grade second-level attack talismans. He tried to recall his flying sword to protect himself, but it fell into the demon's hands. It was too late to cast any other spells. His life-saving trump card, already used. It might sound slow, but in reality, it was a split second before the second-level Danlei exploded. Lightning ripped through the Vajra talisman, destroying Miwideo's Kingsuan robes and blowing his upper body off. Snap! A hand clutching the storage bag dropped beside Han Kingayan. Han Kingayan didn't even glance at it, instead bowing respectfully to Su Yi. Thank you, miss, for bestowing the illusionary body talisman to save my life and aiding me with a Danlei to avenge my revenge. How could there be so many jackals in the world? Even if these key cultivating masters were to suffer heavy losses, Han Kingayan, a mere cultivator at the initial stage of key cultivation, wouldn't be able to take advantage. His survival was naturally due to Su Yi's covert assistance, having given him the second-level illusionary body talisman from the outset. This talisman is an illusion talisman, capable of creating an illusory body and confusing the enemy for half an hour. Han Kingayan had previously used this talisman to feign death, then evade the enemy behind a light veil that confined his aura, ultimately emerging to defeat the enemy in one fell swoop. There's a foundation building opportunity in the storage bag next to your severed hand. Do you want it? Su Yi formed a hand seal, retracting the evil spirit. Her aura weakened even further, and she suddenly asked, "Of course. If I were in the late key training stage, I would act without hesitation, but I'm only at the early stages. Han Qingyan gave a wry smile. Besides, my spiritual roots are inferior, and I've long lost hope of building a foundation. The eldest lady has been very kind to me and Sister Hua. I, Han Qingyan, am not one to be blinded by greed. Well, I was right after all. Suya produced a round, azure pill and swallowed it. Through the lifted veil, Han Qingyan could see a cherry-like mouth, though its color was pale. He was about to say something when his expression suddenly shifted. A large man in a green robe, a long sword slung over his shoulder, had arrived at the edge of the arena and was picking up Long Laoga's storage bag. You? Fang Yun, Suya screamed, quickly approaching Han Qingyan. It's the custom among free cultivators to share a share when we meet. Since I've taken this person's storage bag, I naturally won't attack you without provocation. Fang Xing offered a gentle smile. But to Suya, this was more terrifying than anything else. After all, this was the ruthless individual who had annihilated the 13 guardians of the Xiangshi gang. He was a true key master with a truly perfect combat power. He was also a physical cultivator, possessing exceptional survivability. His ability to quietly appear here and act as a prey to the enemy was truly astonishing. Brother Fang, if you want this bottle of Cayenne Fire Evil, I'm willing to give it to you. Suya glanced at Fang Xing, gritted her teeth, and prepared to take the loss. The battle of wits and courage with Long Laoga and Mi Weidao had already exhausted her energy and mana. Fighting Fang Yun in pristine condition now would be a sure loss. I'm not particularly interested in this foundation-building spiritual artifact, but it's worth over 10,000 spirit stones. I wonder how many bottles of boiling blood it's worth. Fang Xing watched Suya until he shifted uncomfortably, then smiled. He wasn't a cultivator at all, so foundation-building spiritual artifacts were of no use to him. Besides, he had a good relationship with Kingdom Fang, and Suya had even done favors for his younger brothers, Han Qingyan and Hua Fiyu. Well, even though Hua Fiyu wouldn't recognize this Fang Yun if he showed up, he was still prepared to show some goodwill. Boiling blood, Suya blinked, skeptical of the existence of such a cultivator. The foundation-building spiritual artifact is worth 10,000 spirit stones. We'll split it in half when we meet. Fellow Taoist, you can get 5,000. Boiling blood is 200 spirit stones per bottle, so it's worth at least 25 bottles. Very good. Fang Xing knew Suya was counting the foundation-building spiritual artifact as spirit stones to be divided equally. Well, Han Qingyan's strength was too low to count. Then, how can I ensure you don't regret it, fellow Taoist? He posed another question. After all, Suya's previous plot against him had to come at some price. Old Ghost Long has a second-level spiritual contract, and I'm willing to sign it. Suya immediately said, I swear on my Taoist heart that I will give you satisfactory compensation. If you manage to establish your foundation, I will take you with me and escape Kingland Market. Even a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage would pay a heavy price for violating this second-level spiritual contract. A cultivator who had just established their foundation might even regress back to the key condensation stage. Sounds good. By the way, let's have this kid be the witness. Fang Xing pointed at Han Qingyan, a slight smile playing at the corner of his mouth. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.